Allow me to introduce the pioneer of full-screen smartphones, the architect of rapid charging, the gravedigger of fruit phones, the leader in domestic chips, and a formidable figure of the world's largest mobile phone manufacturer, the Hongxin Group, Chen Chen. Chen Chen is reborn in 2011 to take the helm of a mobile phone company, targeting rice, undermining Apple, and facing American sanctions with unwavering composure, turning the tables to leverage these sanctions to propel the advancement of Chinese technology in the mobile industry. Eagle sauce. Why has he managed to produce lithography machines before I even began to impose sanctions? Rice. I feel as though I am living in Chen Chen's shadow. The Ministry of Justice is on the move. Fruit. Chen Chen is far more adept at harvesting profits than I am. Huawei. Why does that phrase far ahead sound so familiar? Gao Tong. Sanction him. Impose sanctions immediately. Otherwise, I will be unable to sell my chips ever again. Cook what? Hongxin has a new battery? Bye. Hongxin has a new screen? Bye. Hongxin has developed a folding screen? Bye. What? Congress intends to sanction Hongxin? I object. This is a sanction against our fruit. Without Hongxin, our fruit company will merely be a second-rate entity. What? Hongxin is no longer for sale? Then it's over. Fruit is heading for bankruptcy. Chapter 1. Selling the company headquarters right at the outset. July 18, 2025. Author's note. Certified by the official Hongxin Technology System. Brother Tongzi. Sister system. Daddy. Chen Chen incessantly calls out to the system in his mind. Isn't a system a prerequisite for rebirth and time travel? Where's my system? Hurry up and activate. After calling for quite some time with no response in his mind, Chen Chen resignedly surveys his surroundings. If only Xiao AI were here. I wonder how long it would take to create Xiao AI in this world. Chen Chen mutters to himself. I'm here, Xiao AI. I'm here. What the heck, you're here? Hello, host? I am Xiao AI, your artificial intelligence assistant. The host can unlock technology by completing various tasks. You need to say the wake-up word to awaken Xiao AI. Chen Chen breathes a sigh of relief. Having a system is reassuring. There must be a system for time travelers. So if I don't shout Xiao AI at least once in this lifetime, you will never appear, right? Hello, host. The wake-up word for Xiao AI is Xiao AI. Please remember it. Got it. Now releasing the first task. Launch the Hongxin Mobile Phone Generation 1. What the heck? Launching Hongxin Mobile Phone Generation 1. What is the reward? The reward is unknown. Please check after completing the task. After assimilating his memories, Chen Chen learns that he has become the chairman of a company called Hongxin. Hongxin was founded by his father, Chen Yunlong, in 1998, primarily focusing on mobile phone manufacturing and research. During the wild and untamed era of mobile phones, an array of counterfeit devices emerged. Back then, Chen Yunlong distinguished himself with various black technologies in counterfeit phones, such as detachable camera lenses capable of independent video recording, which could then be transferred to the phone's memory card. Additionally, the ability to alter background sounds during calls earned it the reputation of being an essential device for dealing with a wife's inquiries. The impressive array of black technologies from Hongxin left a lasting impression on users, and after accumulating initial capital, Chen Yunlong established the Hongxin Research Center, beginning the transition to a legitimate phone manufacturer. However, the good times were fleeting. With the decline of counterfeit devices, the tide of smartphones surged, intensifying competition in the mobile market. Presently, China's mobile internet and 3G technologies are rapidly advancing, and Hongxin, a company that rose from the ashes of counterfeit devices and has existed for over a decade, is struggling to keep pace with the times. Sales are gradually declining, and market share is being eroded by competitors and several foreign companies. A few years ago, Chen Yunlong constructed the Hongxin Industrial Park and Research Center in the capital and invested heavily to develop chips, aiming to alter the world perception of Chinese mobile phones. However, the research and development of mobile phone chips was beyond the capacity of Hongxin. Years of consecutive losses ultimately led to the heart attack and passing of Chen Chen's father, Chen Yunlong. Before his demise, Chen Yunlong entrusted Hongxin to Chen Chen, hoping he would revitalize the company, shedding the label of Hongxin phones as counterfeit and leading the resurgence of Chinese mobile phones. Nevertheless, the original owner of this body completely neglected the affairs of Hongxin after taking over, spending his days racing cars and cavorting with young models, leaving the company entirely in the hands of Chen Yunlong's old friends for management. Chen Chen recalled that the original owner hardly visited the company and that the current phones were primarily produced through partnerships with operators. Some sales channels and collaborators are gradually distancing themselves from Hongxin's control. Thankfully, as long as the research and development department remains, it is sufficient. As long as the research and development department is intact, coupled with the system's assistance, I can surely recreate a mobile empire. Chen Chen genuinely feared he had inherited a mess, but it seems that he is fortunate. Not only is there a complete hardware research and development department, but even the chip department possesses considerable strength. Currently, the company lacks neither funds, manpower, nor factories. However, it is adrift without a captain, unsure of which direction to pivot. With significant technical prowess and the capability to develop chips independently, this is an extraordinarily fortunate beginning. Chen Chen disregards the prospect of dining and opens his computer to review the current market situation. The American fruit company has just released its latest flagship phone, the Fruit Generation 4. Samsung company plans to launch a large-screen phone, the Note 1, this year. The sales of the domestic Chinese brand, Hongxing, have fallen out of the top 3. The new generation leader of Hongxing seems to have abandoned the company. It appears to be in disarray. A young director of Hongxing was spotted holding hands with a woman in the street. A man sold his kidney on the black market to purchase a fruit phone. Reading the news online, Chen Chen feels a bit embarrassed. He is a person of integrity, having once possessed a cold $4 billion in cash, and only occasionally indulged in treating his feet. He talks of ideals without resorting to violence. Fruit truly is the kidney machine. Is the frenzy surrounding the fruit for really this intense? Chen Chen had not experienced the frenzied era of the Fruit 4 in his original timeline, where individuals would go so far as to sell their kidneys for a chance to obtain a fruit phone. There were even young women without sources of income who would exchange their beauty for a few nights in order to acquire the latest fruit phone. These individuals are referred to by a specific term, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Of course, another name is the Apple device, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It is said that a certain website has a special video section where, every year during the release of the new fruit device, a plethora of high-quality videos are uploaded. After finishing his meal, Chen Chen heads to the garage, preparing to drive to the company. Goodness, 4 to 5 sports cars, each more dazzling than the last. After much deliberation, he finds them all to be ostentatious. Reluctantly, Chen Chen decides to drive his father's old Maybach to the company, which is the least flamboyant vehicle in the garage. Chen Chen's Hongxing company is located in the colorful building of the capital, a headquarters that his father purchased in its entirety several years ago. How fortunate that he had been troubled about when he could buy property for the company in the capital. Upon arriving in this world, the property is already secured. How does that lyric go? Oh, what my father provided is neither too little nor too much. Quite a lot, indeed. Even if he sells the building in a few years, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. Ugh, what am I thinking? I, Chen Chen, am determined to elevate Hongxing Mobile to greatness, making it the foremost company in the world. How could I ever contemplate selling the property? Upon arriving at the company, Chen Chen notices the front desk staff looking at him with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Could it be? It seems that this master is truly not to be underestimated. Upon arriving at the 12th floor via the elevator, I immediately encountered the hurried and flustered guard. Uncle Lou, what has you in such a rush? The guard turned his head, visibly astonished to see Chen Chen calling out to him. This young lad has scarcely visited the company this past year. Has the sun risen from the west today? On November 30th, 2025, the author notes, my new work of the same genre, Rebirth 07, dominating the world from the counterfeit phone, has been uploaded. I invite esteemed readers to sample its offerings. Chapter 2. Companies that cannot survive without subsidies. Mr. Wang from Huaxiao Mobile has just called, informing that the government intends to gradually abolish subsidies and exclusive sales policies. I am planning to pay Mr. Wang a visit to inquire about the situation. The cessation of subsidies by operators? If they choose to stop, so be it. It is not a catastrophe. Chen Chen recalls that back on Earth, operators began to phase out subsidies around 2012, and many established manufacturers, unable to adapt in time, ultimately vanished amidst the tides of change. What does it mean that it's not a big deal? Our Hongxing currently relies entirely on operator subsidies to maintain our shipment volumes. If subsidies truly cease, I am at a loss as to how we will proceed with our business. Looking at Chen Chen, Lu Weiqing spoke with a sense of disappointment. Chen Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, he had neglected the affairs of the company. Ever since the passing of the elder, the entire company has been held together solely by Lu Weiqing. Uncle Lu, don't be anxious. I believe the cessation of subsidies by operators could be a fortuitous opportunity. It compels us to make a decisive transformation. Transformation? Transform into what? A bar. Lu Weiqing exclaimed, exasperated. No, no, no. Uncle Lu, I will learn from you how to manage the company properly. I promise to refrain from visiting bars. Refrain from bars? You are to instruct Mr. Lay on mobile phone production. How can you afford to be distracted by indulgences? From tomorrow on, I shall never step foot in a bar again. I will abstain from alcohol. From the memories of the original owner, Lu Weiqing was the most trusted individual by the late Mr. Chen, a veteran who had fought alongside him to establish the company. Since the elder's passing, Lu Weiqing has been the pillar holding Hongxing together, preventing chaos from ensuing. He had attempted to guide Chen Chen several times, but the latter remained oblivious to the company's affairs, indulging only in a life of excess. After several failed attempts, Lu Weiqing had resigned himself to managing the company, striving to preserve the elder's decades of hard work. As for Chen Chen, as long as he refrained from gambling, Lu Weiqing thought it best to let him live as he pleased. Refrain from bars? Does that imply you will visit them only when necessary? Lu Weiqing, no longer in a hurry to seek out Mr. Wang, began to educate Chen Chen anew. Chen Chen, your father entrusted you with this vast enterprise. Is this how you repay the elder's legacy? How often do you even come to the company in a year? You make a rare appearance, and yet you bring the receptionist along. How can I express my admiration for you? Let us speak in the office. It is improper for others to witness this. You are concerned about appearances? Yet, when you frolic and indulge with young models, you show no regard for how it might appear. Only Lu Weiqing would dare to reprimand him thus. Anyone else would greet him with utmost respect, addressing him as Mr. Chen. Lu Weiqing scrutinized Chen Chen closely. Although there was still a faint scent of alcohol lingering about him, he seemed to possess an air of transformation that was difficult to articulate. Speak. What brings you to the company this time? Company funds are now at a premium. You cannot withdraw them at will. Uncle Lu, that is unfounded. I have come today to assess the company. I am preparing to take full control. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiqing approached with skepticism, placing a hand on Chen Chen's forehead. You are not feverish, are you? You intend to come to work on time? Indeed. Uncle Lu, I shall come to work punctually starting tomorrow. I cannot abandon the responsibilities left by the elder. Lu Weiqing regarded Chen Chen with doubt, seemingly unconvinced by his words. By the way, Uncle Lu, you mentioned that operators are to cease subsidies? When will this occur? At this, Lu Weiqing sighed. This morning, Mr. Wang called to inform me that the government has implemented a policy to gradually eliminate subsidies. Having collaborated with Hongxing for many years, he reached out to prepare me mentally. Chen Chen lowered his head in contemplation. It was evident that a transformation was imperative. Clinging to the old ways of relying on operators was no longer viable. Uncle Lu, aside from mobile department, how are the other departments faring? Lu Weiqing looked deeply into Chen Chen's eyes and replied, apart from the mobile department, our chip division is currently in dire straits. Several key personnel have approached me multiple times expressing a desire to leave Hongxing, but I have managed to dissuade them. Ever since Mr. Chen's passing, our operations have been in disarray, and despite my efforts over the past year, I have been unable to halt the decline in performance. Our flagship model, the 906S, has met with utter failure, and we are at a loss regarding our direction for transformation. Chen Chen pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us promptly cease production of certain models and concentrate our efforts on developing a new one. We must pivot towards the internet. Transition to the internet? Lu Weiqing looked at Chen Chen in astonishment. He had considered the shift himself. But transforming a company with over a decade of history towards an entirely new direction seemed a formidable challenge. Precisely. We are at the cusp of rapid development in mobile internet. We must marshal our resources towards this endeavor. Although our performance is currently waning, Hongxing still enjoys the trust of a substantial consumer base. If our first new model succeeds, we can reclaim our position among the top 3 domestic manufacturers. This is a matter of life and death. Lu Weiqing rose, scrutinizing Chen Chen from head to toe once more. Has this young man truly changed? Or has he merely indulged in one too many drinks last night? I could hardly afford to drink counterfeit liquor. Chen retorted. Perhaps not, Lu Weiqing replied. Uncle Lu, let us convene a high-level meeting tomorrow. I need a comprehensive understanding of the company's current situation. Very well, if you do not show up tomorrow, I shall pay you a visit at home and break your legs, Lu Weiqing declared. Go on and peruse the company for now. I have an appointment with Mr. Wang at 3:30 this afternoon. With that, Lu Weiqing stepped out. Once the door was closed, Lu Weiqing steadied himself, hoping that this young man truly had turned over a new leaf. Chen Chen rose, surveying the office he had scarcely visited. The desk was immaculate, and the books on the shelves bore no dust, indicating regular maintenance. On the desk lay a photograph of the elder, shaking hands with leaders. Chen sighed, placing the photograph in a drawer before stepping out to assess the current state of the company. Good day, Mr. Chen. Hello. He greeted everyone he encountered, and Chen nodded in return. Although he had only visited the company a few times, the employees largely recognized him. However, apart from drawing funds from the company, he had not engaged in any management. Now, with the risk of bankruptcy looming, many employees bore a sense of resentment. What brings this young man back to the company? Since Mr. Chen's passing, I have hardly seen him. Enough chatter. Lu is still here, and whether he is present or not, Hongxing remains the same. Though their voices were barely above a whisper, Chen overheard them. He shook his head in self-deprecation and continued on to the research and development department. Chapter 3. My father's technological legacy. Look who has graced us with their presence. A rare visitor indeed. Dr. Zhou greeted Chen Chen with an expressionless face. Chen Chen pondered. Was the original owner so unlikable? Dr. Zhou was a formidable figure in the research and development department, one whom the elder had painstakingly recruited from abroad. Since joining Hongxing, Dr. Zhou had worked diligently, honoring the late Mr. Chen's legacy, and had developed several models that were well received in the market. Uncle Zhou, please, no jesting. I was once immature, but I assure you I will learn from the elder and come to the company punctually every day. Dr. Zhou circled him curiously. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today. You actually plan to come to work daily? Well, Uncle Zhou, I'm here to see how our research and development department is faring and to assess any difficulties. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhou let out a sigh. In truth, the research and development department faces no significant difficulties. However, there exists a palpable sense of aimlessness. During the tenure of the late Mr. Chen, the atmosphere was vibrant and filled with enthusiasm. Ever since his passing, although Mr. Liu has shown concern for the R&D department, he is overwhelmed by other pressing matters within the company. Consequently, the department continues to follow the original directives set forth by the late Mr. Chen. Yet it finds itself lacking a clear direction. Following Mr. Chen's death, our entire department has been adrift, uncertain about the best course of action. How can there be no direction? Chen Chen mused, perplexed. With an abundance of technology at our disposal, it seems inconceivable to lack a development focus. We proposed advancements in new charging technologies, only to be met with dismissal from above, and when we suggested the development of a new screen, we were told there was no new device to justify the costs. Mr. Liu is exceedingly busy each day, and we remain focused on developing the new lens module as per Mr. Chen's plan. How advanced is this new lens module? Dr. Zhou inquired, producing a small lens. This represents our latest technology, featuring a stacked structure with 7 lenses. While it falls slightly short compared to Sony's V439 lens module, it is already at an internationally competitive level. Chen Chen took the diminutive lens module, remarking on its exquisite craftsmanship, although the specifications eluded his understanding. The claim of being among the international elite suggested its quality. Our flagship phone this year did not incorporate this lens due to cost considerations. I am baffled that they would forego a flagship lens for a flagship phone. It is already 2011. Instead, they opted for a side-sliding full keyboard model. These people seem to possess pig-like brains. Noticing Dr. Zhou's growing agitation, Chen Chen quickly diverted the conversation. Let us not get worked up. We will develop a new flagship model this year, utilizing this lens. You mentioned breakthroughs in charging technology. Have there been any? None, Dr. Zhou replied. It remains theoretical. Our researchers attempted to implement a dual-path charge pump for charging, but it failed. Headquarters did not approve the project or fund it, thus halting further research. And the chip department? Chen Chen's primary concern lay with the chips. He never anticipated that the elder had strategically invested in the chip industry several years prior. With substantial legacy. According to old Liu, they completed simulation testing for a 28-nanometer chip last month, yet the company did not allocate funds for production, which must have left old Liu quite frustrated. Dr. Zhou's words illuminated for Chen the chaotic state of the company that Mr. Liu had described. The chip development had been completed, yet there was no funding for production. The lens module was developed, but the new flagship phone did not utilize it. The future advancements in fast charging technology also lacked project approval and funding. It was little wonder that Mr. Liu mentioned several heads of research at the chip institutes contemplating leaving Red Star. If I were in their position, I would consider departing as well. Rest assured, Dr. Zhou, I shall return to the company tomorrow, and I will learn from Mr. Liu how to manage the enterprise. As for your projects and funding requirements, please prepare the necessary information. After the high-level meeting tomorrow, I shall grant you the approvals. Chen Chen hastily reassured Dr. Zhou, recognizing the immense talent within the research department. It was imperative not to lose anyone. Dr. Zhou, noticing Chen Chen's earnestness, softened his tone and spoke with deep sincerity. Young Chen, when your father invited me to the United States, he did so multiple times, reminiscent of the ancient tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was Mr. Chen's sincerity and emphasis on research and development that compelled me to return to China. After joining Red Star, Mr. Chen honored his word. And while we may not be the strongest in terms of national research capabilities, we undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Since Mr. Chen's passing this past year, I have observed our market share steadily eroded by several companies. This turmoil stems from the disarray at the top. Young Chen, as you learned from your Uncle Liu, I fervently hope you can, like your father, revitalize Red Star. After imparting his thoughts, Dr. Zhou gestured for Chen Chen to leave. Sensing Dr. Zhou's melancholy, Chen Chen refrained from further conversation and exited the company. As he drove home, reflecting on the day's revelations, he found solace in the fact that the research capabilities remained intact. Everything else seemed secondary for the moment. Gazing at the dashboard and central console of his vehicle, he contemplated Lei Bu's electric car. This Maybach is indeed impressive, yet it feels somewhat lacking in technological flair, exuding an air of pure business instead. Lei Bu's new energy car, on the other hand, allows one to command the vehicle's functions through voice activation and even control household appliances. Just imagining it is exhilarating. Is it not far more appealing than a flashy sports car that struggles to navigate the curb? In his room, Chen Chen tirelessly scoured the internet for updates on current technological advancements. Has the smartphone voice assistant from Fruit not yet launched? Is the battery capacity still around 1,500 milliamp hours? The highest pixel count is 26 million from another Chinese company, Huawei Technology, with a 5-lens setup. The fastest charging speed is merely 5V12A. Foreign phones dominate 79% of the Chinese market. The 4G network is expected to roll out within the next decade. What a joke. The technological level in this world seems barely advanced from that of Earth in 2011. Upon further investigation, he found no company named Xiaomi, only one called Dami. Founded by Lei Bu, a software company whose subsidiary, Feiliao, is fiercely competing with Penguin for market share. Another company, Huawei Technology, primarily focuses on communication bases and secondarily on mobile phones, much like Red Star, relying on operator channels for distribution. However, recent news indicated that Huawei had replaced its head of the mobile division, a certain Yu Qingbei. Chapter 4. How about you take charge of the African market? The next day, Chen Chen, impeccably dressed under the guidance of his steward, Chen Bo, entered the company conference room, where the buzzing conversations abruptly ceased. All eyes turned towards the young CEO. Clad in formal attire, he cut a commendable figure. Mr. Liu stood and murmured softly before addressing the assembly. Let us welcome Mr. Chen. Applause erupted. Whether genuine or feigned, the sound resonated in Chen Chen's ears. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your unwavering support over the past year. Due to personal circumstances, I have been unable to engage with the company directly. From this day forth, I shall return to the company, and I hope we may collaborate to elevate Red Star to new heights. Regarding the recent decline in company performance and our future trajectory, I invite everyone to share their thoughts and ideas openly today for discussion. Mr. Chen, I propose we intensify our collaboration with operators to boost our shipment volume, suggested Su Guangyi, who was responsible for liaising with operator channels. However, his position had become precarious upon hearing that operators intended to eliminate subsidies and exclusive sales, leading him to entertain other thoughts. Mr. Chen, the priority now is not merely the issue of declining performance, but our transition in the face of the smartphone wave. I recommend we abandon the low-end market and focus entirely on developing high-end flagships, asserted a relatively young executive who had risen to his feet. You make a valid point. Might I know your name? Mr. Chen, I am Chui Chen, having joined Red Star 2 years ago. Very well, please draft a proposal and submit it to my office. Our flagship model this year has incurred substantial losses. How can we still call it a flagship? Chen Chen noted Su Guangyi's dissenting opinion and promptly called him out. Su Guangyi, it appears you have an alternative perspective. Please share it with us for discussion. Mr. Liu, Mr. Chen, I have no particular thoughts. I just worry that given the disastrous state of this year's high-end flagship model, pursuing another flagship might lead us to. Though Su Guangyi refrained from voicing his thoughts, the underlying sentiment was unmistakable to all present. Should another failure occur, the financial strain would be quite unbearable. In the past, a setback was merely a setback, as the company's revenue and performance were on an upward trajectory. However, now that the overall performance was in decline, another failure would spell disaster. Indeed, Manager Su had a point. Nevertheless, I believe we must pursue our flagship products while not completely abandoning the low-end market. As for the operator channel devices, it is best to cease those operations when necessary. Upon hearing Chen Chen's remarks, Su Guangyi immediately rose to object. Xiao Chen, operator channel devices account for 80% of our shipment volume. How can we simply stop production? If we discontinue these models, what will become of Hongxing's revenue? Absolutely not. I oppose this. Faced with opposition, Chen Chen responded decisively. Since Manager Su has made his position clear, let us first reduce our operator channel devices in the Huashan mainland. As for our overseas business, particularly in Africa and India, we shall leave that untouched for now. Manager Su, would you mind taking responsibility for the operator channel business in Africa for the time being? Upon hearing this, Su Guangyi's face turned a deep shade of crimson. What the hell? We don't even have operations in Africa. Chen Chen, unyielding, recognized that if he returned to the company only to have his first suggestion dismissed, it would further undermine his authority. Marketing department, please suspend television and offline marketing until further notice. The market department should gather more information on products from other companies and deliver it to my office. Since I, Chen Chen, am back today, I will take full responsibility for this company. From now on, the R&D department will report directly to me. Minister Su, if you have any dissenting opinions, I suggest you spend a few years in the Africa Business Department before presenting them to me. With that, Chen Chen dismissed the meeting. All right, that will be all for today. The mobile development and R&D departments, please stay behind. Everyone else may leave. Although Chen Chen's inaugural meeting could not be deemed a success, it was certainly not a failure. His serious demeanor in assigning Su to Africa served to establish his authority. Even if these individuals were temporarily dissatisfied with him, what of it? He was the boss, the decision-maker. If they dared to undermine him, he would send them to Africa for some real-world experience. Were it not for the fact that the company still relied on these individuals for its operations, Chen Chen would have sought a complete overhaul from top to bottom. As the attendees filed out of the conference room, Chen Chen sank into his chair with a sigh of relief. Lu Shu, what has to deal with Su Guangyi? Humph. I've been wanting to deal with Su for a while now. Not only has he been pocketing kickbacks, but he has also been colluding with other companies. Thinking I'm unaware, Lu Wei said, turning to Dr. Lu from the R&D department. Dr. Lu, I've already informed the finance department about the chip production funding. It will be arriving shortly. Please coordinate with the Baodao team to prepare for production. Understood, Manager Lu. Everyone, let us head to my office. I have some new ideas I'd like to discuss, and I need everyone's input. Once in his office, Chen Chen retrieved a design blueprint from his drawer. These are two mobile phone designs I've created. One is a budget model priced around 100 yuan, and the other is a mid-range model around 2,000 yuan. I intend for the company to fully develop these two models and sell them online at cost price. The others examined the blueprints, noting that the designs were relatively complete, though some internal arrangements might require reworking by the R&D department. Chen, we already have a budget model in our product line. There is no need to create a new mold, one remarked. At this, Chen Chen covered his head with his hands. Yes, there's a budget model. But what kind is it? It barely runs 2 applications before it lags terribly. Upon checking the memory, it's only 256 megabytes, and essentially a generic model with no unique design. This budget model I envision will have 1 gigabyte of memory, utilize MediaTek's latest MT6725 processor, and will feature both front and rear cameras, along with a battery capacity exceeding 2,000 milliamp hours. Such a phone will have market competitiveness. As for pricing, I want it as low as possible, even if we incur losses in the initial phase. A collective gasp echoed through the room. You're willing to accept losses? The audacity of this young Chen was quite remarkable. Yet, concerns lingered about how the market would receive this phone. What if it flopped again? That would be a disaster indeed. Dr. Zhou, we need to restart our charging technology, camera technology, and battery development. If funds are insufficient, come to me. I will approve them. I want these developments synchronized with the phone's release. Is that feasible? Rest assured, Chen, our charging solutions will absolutely align with the phone's progress. It will be feasible. Chen Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, relieved that the company's morale had not entirely dissipated and that its capabilities remained formidable. Lu Shu, please summon our mobile system head. I wish to have a discussion with him. Chapter 5. Is Pinduoduo already here? Regarding the system, Chen Chen felt a wave of frustration. Was it difficult to use? Yes, but it was functional. Was it user-friendly? Again, yes, but it lacked local adaptations. All right, I'll go fetch him, Lu Wei replied before exiting. Turning back to Dr. Lu, Chen Chen inquired, Dr. Lu, to be candid, can our chips reach international mainstream standards? Dr. Lu contemplated briefly before responding in simulation tests. Our performance is on par with Qualcomm's Snapdragon S2, but we need to wait for the actual production to return for precise performance data. Chen Chen nodded. As long as our design capabilities remain competitive, we should be fine. Given current trends, the technology for mobile processor chips will undoubtedly become increasingly challenging. Even if Huaxia cannot produce domestic chips at present, for at least the next decade, we will not face sanctions from the United States. As for what lies a decade ahead, perhaps Hongxing will develop its own lithography machines to produce chips independently. Before long, Lu Wei returned, accompanied by a young man in his 30s. Xiao Chun, this is Zhao Jijia, who oversees our system maintenance. Zhao Jijia, with a buzz cut and a somewhat timid demeanor, awkwardly greeted Chen Chen. Hello, Chen. Don't be nervous. Have a seat. What brings you here? Actually, I intend to deeply customize a UI for our Hongxing brand, akin to what the Dami company has done. The native Android we currently use is exceedingly cumbersome and riddled with bugs. As the topic shifted to the technical realm, Zhao Jija visibly relaxed, recounting how he had repeatedly brought this issue to the company's attention over the past year, but had received no approval to develop a new UI. Truth be told, I've been thinking about this for quite some time, but due to the company's instability this past year, we haven't been able to fully develop it. However, we've completed the prototype, and with sufficient engineering resources, we could finish it quickly. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to showcase his design for the new UI, which embraced a flat design aesthetic, giving it a more youthful appearance. Let us proceed with this approach. The functionality can be minimal, but it must be stable. As for resources, I will ask Manager Liu to coordinate and ensure it launches alongside the new phone. Understood, Chen. After Zhao Jija left the office, Liu Wei regarded Chen Chen with a newfound respect, acknowledging that the young man was indeed focusing on the essentials. After all, a mobile phone comprises just a few key elements: chip, screen, and system. The chip affects speed, the screen impacts visual appeal, and the system governs user experience. It is now the year 2011, and surprisingly, Lei Jun has managed to engage in a lively back and forth with Fei Liao and QQ. While the MIUI system updates have not been as frequent, and the user base remains relatively modest, one wonders if Lei Jun will continue to pursue smartphone development. Should he choose not to, Chen Chen, shall seize the opportunity to capture the internet market. If he does proceed, then let us see whose prowess prevails, his Xiaomi legal department or my Hongxing. Time swiftly passes, and before long, a month has elapsed. During this time, Liu Weibing has observed that Chen Chen truly adheres to his word, arriving at the company daily. Under his meticulous guidance, Chen Chen has now grasped the company's processes, though he exhibits little interest in human resources and administrative management, focusing instead on the UI department, pricing development, and R&D doctor. Liu has been in Taiwan for a month, and there has yet to be any news regarding the chip samples. However, the encouraging news is that the mobile development department has produced the budget phone proposal designed by Chen Chen within this month. The rationale is simple. Previously, Hongxing relied heavily on operator channels for sales, primarily dealing with budget phones, and many molds require only minor modifications for use. Moreover, thanks to a strong collaborative relationship with MediaTek, they dispatched several seasoned engineers to assist Hongxing in development and adaptation. Upon examining the engineering prototype presented by the mobile development team, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the deeply customized UI is not yet operational, a simplified version can run seamlessly on this device. Furthermore, the absence of numerous features alleviates the system's burden, considering the performance capabilities of the MT6725 processor. How long until we can commence mass production? Chen Chen inquired, playfully handling the engineering device. Mr. Chen, once the engineering prototype passes testing, we will prepare for a batch of mass production. However, as you suggested, we need to eliminate the operator channels, and our self-built marketplace is not yet ready. Where will be the most suitable platform for sales? In his previous life, platforms like e-commerce were managed by Lei Jun and his team, and Chen Chen had assumed it would be straightforward. To his surprise, after a month, Hongxing has only managed to establish the framework without fully operationalizing it. Should we approach other channel vendors? This would necessitate allocating sufficient profit margins for them, which contradicts my intention to sell close to cost. Perhaps we could sell through platforms like Cat and Dog? Just as Chen Chen pondered this, a knock resounded at the door. Guoming, Xiao Chen. I heard the engineering prototype has been completed. Chen Chen looked up to see Liu Weibing and promptly handed him a device. Liu Weibing examined it thoroughly, testing its functionality and finding it remarkably smooth. By the way, what is our mass production cost for this device? Due to the use of 1 GB of RAM and this relatively new processor, the mass production cost is approximately 800 yuan. I propose we set the retail price at 999 yuan, which should yield commendable sales. 999 is too steep. 899 or even 799 would be more appropriate. Chen Chen's suggestion nearly left Liu Weibing breathless. At an 800 yuan cost, you suggest selling it for 799? Liu, please reach out to the media. We should organize an online launch event to generate buzz for the new device. However, since our self-built platform is still under construction, we will have to resort to selling it on the Cat and Dog platform. By the way, Mr. Chen, today a platform called Pinduoduo visited our company, expressing interest in us joining their platform. Pinduoduo, is it already established? What is its scale? According to them, it is a newly founded e-commerce platform that emphasizes affordability. I have an idea. Did they mention anything about subsidies? Lu Weibing looked at Chen Chen in astonishment, wondering how he knew about Pinduoduo's subsidy program. Ask anyone. Who doesn't know about Pinduoduo's 10 billion yuan subsidy? Lu, please provide me with the contact information of the person in charge at Pinduoduo. I would like to arrange a meeting with them. You all prepare for mass production. Let us name the new phone the Shining Phone 1. Lu, contact the media and arrange for an online launch event. I will finalize the timing shortly. Chapter 6. The Sales Champion of Pinduoduo. Chen Chen quickly connected with the business manager of Pinduoduo upon learning that the CEO of Hongxing wished to meet with him. The manager was so excited that the flesh on his face quivered. Although Hongxing's performance has visibly declined, it remains one of the more renowned smartphone manufacturers in the country. Securing a partnership with such a company would be a significant achievement for him. Just after noon, a plump figure arrived at Chen Chen's office. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Guan Yushi, the manager of the marketing department at Pinduoduo. You can call me Xiao Guan. Xiao Guan, the sales champion? Chen Chen appraised the sales champion, who wore glasses and appeared somewhat nervous while clutching a briefcase. Chen Chen approached and patted Guan Yushi on the shoulder, saying, I'm not older than you. Calling you Xiao Guan seems inappropriate. Manager Guan, please have a seat. He then retrieved a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator and handed it to him. Please. Manager Guan, enjoy this while we chat. I don't drink tea. This is all I have in the office. Guan Yushi, having recently graduated from university and joined Pinduoduo, held the title of marketing manager but primarily engaged in business development, liaising with larger vendors to onboard them onto Pinduoduo. He had faced considerable disdain while pursuing business in recent days, and Chen Chen's warm welcome left him somewhat flabbergasted. Mr. Chen, you are too kind. Thank you. Chen Chen sat down but did not immediately broach the subject of subsidies. Instead, he inquired, Manager Guan, I am not very familiar with Pinduoduo. Could you provide me with an introduction? This inquiry was sincere. Although Pinduoduo had become a viral sensation in his previous life, he was unfamiliar with its early inception in this timeline. Certainly, Mr. Chen, Pinduoduo was established in January of this year, and it has been precisely 6 months since our inception. We are currently seeking high-quality merchants and manufacturers to join us. 6 months? Chen Chen furrowed his brow. He noticed Guan Yushi observing his expression. Unlike coastal cities, Beijing is an inland city and a political center. The local merchants here are less attuned to commercial sensitivities compared to those in coastal cities. Presently, some merchants are not even particularly interested in Alibaba's Taomao platform, let alone a newly established Pinduoduo. This was one of the reasons Guan Yushi faced skepticism while seeking business. Although we have been established for less than a year, our transaction volume surpassed 100 million yuan last month, and we have over 20 million paying users. Moreover, we have acquired a payment license, and we now possess our own payment system. Chen Chen silently nodded. While the current figures do not yet match those of Taomao, as someone with prior experience, he had no doubt about Pinduoduo's rapid expansion. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Guan Yushi hesitating, seemingly with more to say. Mr. Chen, for premium manufacturers like Hongxing, we at Pinduoduo would like to offer a subsidy program and traffic support. Upon hearing the word subsidy, Chen Chen realized the main course had arrived. What does the subsidy entail? Essentially, Mr. Chen, when you list products on Pinduoduo, following platform verification, we will provide a portion of subsidies. This way, customers receive benefits, your company achieves sales, and Pinduoduo can increase its user base. It's a win-win situation. Additionally, we will offer you traffic support to enhance your product exposure, along with various collaborative rankings from Pinduoduo. As far as I know, there hasn't been a major smartphone manufacturer on Pinduoduo yet, has there? Guan Yushi awkwardly scratched his head and replied, currently, there hasn't been. I genuinely hope Mr. Chen can join us at Pinduoduo and become the first major manufacturer to onboard. Rest assured, once you join us, the subsidies will undoubtedly be at their maximum, and the traffic support will certainly be unparalleled. After speaking, Guan Yushi adjusted his glasses and earnestly gazed at Chen Chen. The sincerity in Guan Yushi's eyes stirred a sense of nostalgia within Chen Chen. I agree to join. However, you may need to consult your superiors. I not only wish to enter, but also to invest. Soon, Guan Yushi completed the connection with the marketing department. The Hongxing store was also successfully launched on Pinduoduo, albeit without any products listed for sale just yet. The name is quite straightforward. Hongxing Mobile Flagship Store. Manager Guan, remember to relay to your leadership that Hongxing Company is interested in investing in Pinduoduo. Guan Yushi, brimming with excitement, wholeheartedly agreed. Rest assured, General Manager Chen, I will contact my superiors right away. Once we finalize the products for listing, I will coordinate with you. It seems that securing Hongxing's entry brings Guan Yushi a step closer to becoming the sales champion. Meanwhile, within the confines of the rice company. Having just concluded a media briefing announcing their foray into mobile phones, Rebirth dove straight back into the office. After all, a startup has a myriad of matters to attend to. The competition with the Penguin Company had already begun to falter. Despite Rebirth exerting all his capabilities, he could not conceal the decline of Feilyao. The Penguin Company possessed an overwhelming advantage in the communications market. Since they initiated the QQ traffic diversion, it has been a continuous downward spiral. The user growth rate for Feilyao has plummeted repeatedly. Rebirth has now resolved to shift his focus away from Feilyao and concentrate on another hardware product from Rice Company, the Rice One. The conception of Rice One was personally devised by Rebirth, who even enlisted a professional hardware development team for the task. After nearly a year of exploration, he is preparing to unveil the Rice Phone in August. Since competing with Penguin in instant messaging is futile, it is wiser to switch tracks. The Rice One embodies the collective efforts of the entire Rice Company. Unlike established hardware manufacturers like Hongxing and Huawei, as a nascent company, Rebirth never anticipated the challenges of hardware production. However, Rice's advantage lies in its inherent internet genetics, a trait that the traditional manufacturers lack. They remain complacently nestled in the embrace of telecom operators, oblivious to the shifting tides of time. The era has transitioned. We now dwell in the age of mobile internet. And a company devoid of internet genetics cannot endure and will inevitably be discarded by the times. We at Rice must carve out a path of our own with competitive pricing. Chapter 7. Tea and snacks prepared for the media. After wrapping up matters with Pinduoduo, Chen Chen took a moment to refresh the news on his computer. Soon, a headline titled Rebirth returns to the scene to produce phones caught his attention. Curious, he clicked in and discovered it was a media briefing held by Rebirth, wherein he discussed his second entrepreneurial venture and the upcoming launch of the Rice Phone next month. Chen Chen closed the webpage, contemplated for a moment, and decided that since he could not be a partner in this life, he would instead engage in battle. Let us see whose Rice Phone proves superior, his or mine. However, he quickly felt a headache. The funds in the company account were insufficient, or rather, he was hesitant to invest in developing a flagship model. The development department had yet to complete a mid-range phone based on their designs, and only the low-end Shining phone was ready for mass production. This time I'll let you, Rebirth, take a lead of 99 steps, then watch as I unleash my 100-meter blade. Picking up the phone, he called Lu Weiqing. Uncle Lu, please reach out to the media. On the 1st of next month, we will hold an online launch event for our Shining One. Old Lei, I wonder if you have a system in this life. Even if you do, I am unafraid. Let us see whether your legal department is mightier or my determination is stronger. There can only be one Jobs in the mobile phone realm. It must be I, Chen Jobs. Having bolstered his own confidence, Chen Chen began preparing for the small launch event scheduled for a week later. After all, in his previous life, it was old Lei who hosted the events, and he had little experience. He certainly could not start by proclaiming that our Shining Phone is so affordable it leaves you breathless. Time swiftly approached July 2nd. In the grand conference hall of Hongxing Company, Chen Chen observed the media reporters armed with cameras and microphones, feeling somewhat anxious. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the microphone from Lu Weiqing and stepped onto the stage. As he appeared, the reporters below began to murmur among themselves. They had anticipated a press conference hosted by Lu Weiqing, but unexpectedly, it was this seemingly unqualified Chen Chen. What is this? Isn't this kid supposed to be uninvolved with Hongxing Company? Besides drinking and flirting, what else can he do? I'm curious to see what he has to say. Chen Chen surveyed the skeptics among the reporters and company personnel, cleared his throat, and began. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the media reporters and friends from the digital realm for attending our press conference at Hongxing. Over the past year, our company has undergone numerous changes, and I have recently taken the reins. The first task upon my return was to create this brand new Shining Phone. As he spoke, Chen Chen produced a sample device from his pocket and raised it for the cameras to capture. A Shining Phone? I have never heard of Hongxing having such a series. Did you hear that? This is what he personally crafted upon returning to the company. Is that so? Can he really create phones? Isn't he just a brawler? Ignoring the disparaging glances from the audience, Chen Chen continued his presentation. Our Shining One employs the latest MediaTek dual-core processor, the MT6572, boasting a single-core frequency of up to 1 GHz, delivering formidable performance. Additionally, we have equipped the phone with a screen featuring a resolution of 480 by 320, offering a more vivid experience. The battery is a robust 2,000 mAh, ensuring straightforward longevity. Noteworthy is that our Shining One comes with dual cameras, a rear one, 3 megapixel, and a front 0, 3 megapixel. Finally, The system interface utilizes our Hongxing company's deeply customized Xingyao UI, significantly enhancing the phone's fluidity. As Chen Chen pressed the remote, the large screen displayed the full specifications of the Shining One processor, MediaTek MT6572 dual-core 1. 4 GHz, screen, 1 inches for 80 by 320 resolution. Memory, mod gigabyte high gigabyte. Battery, 2000 mAh. Cameras, rear 1, 3 MP, front 0, 3 MP. Operating system, deeply customized Xingyao OS based on Android 2. 3. As the audience examined the specifications on the screen, bloggers and reporters began to snap photos and engage in discussions. This screen resolution, it's hardly usable. Indeed, and what about the processor? What can MediaTek even do? It probably struggles to open QQ. This phone crafted by the young Chen is no different from Hongxing's previous low-end models. Is this what it means to be capable of making phones? Chen Chen scanned the room, noting that not just the media reporters, but even some company personnel wore expressions of disdain. Is this all there is? Finally, he addressed the audience regarding the price, stating, "Our phone will retail for $799, with a limited-time offer on Pinduoduo for $749. I hope all media friends will remember this when writing and publishing their articles. In addition to this phone, I would also like to extend my sincerest apologies to our fans. Over the past year, we at Hongxing have failed to live up to your trust and support, largely due to my personal shortcomings. Moving forward, we at Hongxing will strive to bring you more sincere products, and I hope you will continue to support us." The Shining One, our inaugural creation at Hongxing, is indeed a labor of love, yet it is far from being our last endeavor. I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed members of the media. Shortly, we at Hongxing will provide refreshments and snacks, along with a Shining One for each of you, in hopes that you will find it to your liking. After bowing toward the audience, Chen Chen stepped off the stage, returning the microphone to Lu Weibing. Upon hearing of the refreshments and the complimentary phones, the reporters exchanged knowing smiles. It seems that young President Chen possesses quite a sense of propriety. Although he spoke of refreshments, we all understand the underlying message. Subsequently, armed with their gifted phones and envelopes filled with snacks, the media members departed from Hongxing, satisfied and ready to pen their articles for publication. Before long, online buzz erupted with headlines such as Hongxing's young Chen's labor of love. Hongxing's heir makes a remarkable comeback. 10 compelling reasons to purchase the Shining One, and shocking. A 1 GB RAM phone launching at just $749. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Chen Chen surveyed the media coverage with a sigh of relief. The refreshments had proven somewhat effective, as none of the headlines were scandalous. Yet, he pondered whether this phone could restore Hongxing's reputation and market position. "Xiao AI," he called. "I'm here," came the response. "What about the reward for the phone launch? Can we avoid directly transmitting it to my mind this time? Organizing data is exhausting. Please specify the medium, and Xiao AI will dispatch the reward accordingly." Chen Chen exhaled deeply. If it were to be sent directly to his mind like in the previous 2 books, the mere task of organizing the information could leave one utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the late nights spent sorting data, he might have collapsed from fatigue. Upon returning home, Chen Chen connected his treasured hard drive to his computer. One drive was full, and so was the next. The content made his face flush with embarrassment, purely 4K adult material. Gritting his teeth, he formatted one drive, and true to form, Xiao AI promptly transmitted the data to the hard drive. Not bad. At least in the realm of charging, we can lead the pack. Chapter 8. The first order on Pinduoduo. In 2011, they still use 320p resolution? Isn't that a blinding display? What? $749 and only 1 GB of RAM? Then the screen must be fine. If I can't see it, it's my issue, not the phone S. Where can you buy it? For $749. What even is Pinduoduo? Isn't Hongxing on the brink of collapse? That side-sliding full keyboard released earlier this year nearly blinded me. Come on, it's 2011, and you're putting out a side-sliding full keyboard phone. Many netizens approached the media's announcements with skepticism, well aware of last year's passing of Hongxing's President Chen and the subsequent negligence from young President Chen, who seemed engrossed in revelry rather than company matters. The sudden introduction of a $749 phone with commendable specifications raised eyebrows, especially with its 1 GB RAM, leaving many incredulous. At that time, even budget phones rarely offered 1 GB, with most hovering around 512 megabytes, while lower-end models barely scraped by with 256 megabytes. Furthermore, the introduction of the Xingyao OS indicated that Hongxing had revamped its system interface. Could this group of elder executives truly design a system interface? It appeared refreshingly youthful and minimalist. Before long, the Shining One was listed on Pinduoduo, proudly displaying 100 genuine guarantee, official self-operated, W money back on counterfeits, and nationwide warranty. Zhang, who was responsible for managing the store, appeared puzzled and quickly inquired, President Chen, what does this mean? Could this be construed as false advertising? False advertising? Chen Chen's gaze sharpened on Zhang Weichao. ISNT, our product genuine? ISNT, it officially self-operated? Zhang Weichao, feeling the weight of Chen Chen's stare, pressed on, President, we currently have very few offline locations, making it impossible to offer nationwide warranties. Are you foolish? Nationwide means that as long as it can be sent to our company, we will provide repair services. ISNT, that a nationwide warranty? Lu Qi, 22, fresh out of college, like many of his peers, immediately entered the workforce as a proud salesperson. After a long day, he finally returned to his rented room, his stomach rumbling in hunger. He prepared some noodles, relishing a rare moment of rest. Having worked for nearly a month, he felt increasingly frustrated with his current phone, which was becoming increasingly inadequate. He was eager to purchase a new one. Just like most salespeople, he made numerous calls daily, adding client contacts. In the span of a month, he could hardly distinguish between work and personal life. His QQ was inundated with work-related messages, and he despised this lifestyle. With a sigh, Lu Qi dropped the noodles into the boiling water and decided to crack an egg into the pot. A simple dinner was soon complete. As he slurped the noodles, he opened a shopping platform, ready to select a new phone. As an intern, he had little savings, making a phone purchase a significant expense. I must replace this one, even if it means living on instant noodles for another month. In truth, Lu Qi's requirements were modest. A large battery and the ability to run Failuyao, WeChat, and QQ smoothly. Beyond that, the cheaper, the better. Such a budget rendered high-end brands like Apple utterly unattainable. Mid-range options from Nokia, ZTE, Huawei, and Samsung started at over 1,000 yuan. Remembering his Lenovo laptop that had served him well for 3 years without issues, he decided to stick with the Lenovo brand, considering it a reputable choice. He quickly found Lenovo's cheapest smartphone that was still functional. However, upon seeing the MediaTek 4971 processor with a frequency of 1 high GHz, Lu Qi Fawen, further inspection revealed 256 megabytes of RAM, 1 gigabyte of storage, and a typical battery capacity of 1,580 mAh. Priced at 1,100 yuan, it was rather unremarkable. Merely a black frame encasing a 4-inch display. Yet, Lu Qi was indifferent, prioritizing performance over aesthetics. However, with such memory specifications, it hardly seemed like a reliable device. Wasn't 256 megabytes the same as his current phone? Moreover, 1,100 yuan was already stretching his budget. With no other options, he reluctantly continued browsing other phones. He recalled hearing that Xiaomi was venturing into the smartphone market, boasting configurations that could rival those priced over 4,000 yuan, yet at just over 2,000. However, he needed a phone now, and the 2,000 yuan price tag was well beyond his means. Just then, a notification sluggishly popped up on his phone. If you're a brother, come cut me a slice on Pinduoduo. He remembered the salesperson from earlier who had promoted Pinduoduo and had him download the app. After all, we're all salespeople. Why rush to undermine each other? Thus, Lu Qi downloaded the app. Upon opening Pinduoduo, he discovered that the phones listed were indeed cheaper than those on other platforms. But he quickly noted that they were mostly knockoffs. It seemed he would have to grit his teeth and settle for the Lenovo model, resigning himself to another month of instant noodles. Upon this thought, the noodles in Lu Qi's mouth suddenly became increasingly unpalatable. Just then, a new product flashed onto the homepage of Pinduoduo, a masterpiece from Hongxing, dual-core, 1G RAM smartphone, limited time offer at 749. Lowest price nationwide. National warranty. W money back on counterfeits. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi felt a renewed flavor in his noodles. After all, the very phone he was using was a Hongxing. Though it was somewhat sluggish, its quality was unquestionable, having steadfastly accompanied him through both stormy and sunny days, remaining remarkably durable. Perhaps it was the homepage's marketing copy that always incited a desire to click, and Lu Qi found himself unable to resist. 100 authentic. W money back on counterfeits. Official Hongxing flagship store. He continued to scroll down the product details, and indeed, he found the promotional page proclaiming the 1G of RAM. As he absorbed the specifications, his pace of eating slowed considerably. This configuration, aiming for the heavens? While the screen resolution was not particularly high, it was comparable to others, and remarkably, even had a front-facing camera. The battery was substantial, boasting a capacity of 2,000 mAh. Pushing the noodles aside, Lu Qi picked up his phone to scrutinize the specifications closely. Indeed, this was precisely what he desired. Furthermore, the Hongxing brand had been around for over a decade, After perusing the details repeatedly, the noodles in his bowl had congealed into a lump. Yet Lu Qi grew increasingly exhilarated. If the specifications were indeed as described, they would undoubtedly fulfill all his requirements. Smooth operation, ample memory, and a robust battery. That was all he needed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qi opted to participate in the group purchase, and after entering his bank card number and binding his PIN into a wallet, he decisively pressed the payment button. At that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. Chapter 9. If you're a brother, come chop me. Having successfully placed his order, Lu Qi promptly sent the link to his university dormitory group. Brothers, look what I've discovered. Hongxing has released a smartphone with such an impressive cost-performance ratio. Dual-core 1, 4 GHz processor, and 1 G RAM. At this moment, everyone was fresh out of school, and their camaraderie was still vibrant. Instantly, the QQ group buzzed with activity. Eldest son, I said, old Lu, just spare me, will you? I've already helped you chop the price once. And now seeing this chopping link makes me want to vomit. Lu Qi, I just wanted to share, I didn't ask you to chop the price. Lu Qi's face flushed. Just days prior, he had rallied his classmates and friends to help him chop the price on a pair of slippers. And it had taken dozens of people to finally succeed. Second son, wow Lu Ge, this phone's price-performance ratio is fantastic. Just $749. I'll buy one too when I get paid this month. Third son, you two are something else. Hongxing is on the verge of bankruptcy. And you still dare to buy their phone with 1 G RAM? If this phone works, I'll directly use it to power a fan on 5 settings. Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. Sun Lei. Chen Chen was closely monitoring the situation of the dazzling phone. Having remained in the department responsible for the online store since it was listed on Pinduoduo, half an hour had passed since the launch, and still there was no movement, which caused Chen Chen to feel a twinge of anxiety. The fate of the company hinged on this phone. Finally, by evening, the customer service account received its first purchase notification. However, once the first sale occurred, Pinduoduo's chain reaction marketing kicked in, and soon there was a second, a third, and eventually 100th sale. Phew! By the time Chen Chen returned home around 10 o'clock, over 2,000 units had already been sold in the Pinduoduo store. 2,000 units was a commendable start. He wondered if the news would lead to a significant surge in sales. It seemed imperative to hasten the progress of their self-built mall, as they could not afford to relinquish all offline channels. It was easy to abandon them now. But rebuilding later would pose a challenge. As he left work, the security guard, who had just finished a shift, noted that Chen Chen was still busy at 10 o'clock, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. It was a sincere effort to turn things around. His perseverance in keeping the company afloat for a year was not in vain. The following morning, the first thing Chen Chen did upon arriving at the office was to check the sales of the dazzling one on Pinduoduo. President Chen, as of 8 a.m. this morning, we have sold a cumulative total of 12,000 units of the dazzling one, with over 8,000 sold on Pinduoduo. Hearing that they had achieved sales in the tens of thousands overnight, Chen Chen was elated and waved his hand towards the few people in the office. Great work. You all will receive bonuses this month. Upon hearing about the bonuses, Xiao Zhang, who was in charge of the online store, instantly perked up. The company had been somewhat erratic with salary payments over the past year, and bonuses? That was something he hadn't even considered. Thank you, President Chen. Thank you. President Chen. The office erupted with expressions of surprise. It had been so long since anyone had received bonuses. Beijing, Yuan Shi, Tiandi Building, Dami headquarters. As Lei Busi entered the office, Dami's president, Lin Bin, hurried in, phone in hand. President Lei, last night, Hongxing launched a phone priced at $799, equipped with a dual-core 1, 4 GHz processor and 1 G of RAM. What? 1 G of RAM? Lei Jun was taken aback. Not by the fact that they were using 1 G of RAM and a dual-core processor, but by the price of $799. He had tirelessly negotiated with suppliers, engaged with manufacturers, and even risked everything to discuss screens during earthquakes and nuclear leaks. The overall procurement cost exceeded $1,400, and with the added chaotic assembly costs, logistics expenses, and taxes, he had considered pricing it at $1,999 to be a substantial blow to the smartphone market. Little did he expect Hongxing to directly launch at $799. However, after examining the overall specifications, Lei Busi let out a sigh of relief. This product was not on the same level as his. What could this MediaTek one? It can only make calls and run QQ. It paled in comparison to the superior processors he had procured. There was no need for alarm. President Lei, I'm not merely referring to their specifications and pricing. I'm highlighting the integration and negotiation capabilities of these established smartphone companies. If we at Dami were to negotiate for this phone, we would absolutely not achieve a price of $799. I suspect that Hongxing is not even aiming to make a profit on this phone. It could be said they are selling it at a loss. After pondering for a moment, Lei Busi recognized the truth in this observation. Dami had suppliers who were unwilling to even provide components, let alone negotiate prices. Dami was an internet company. Extreme efficiency was their key to success. Though these legacy companies possessed various integration and negotiation capabilities, they were reluctant to forego profits and resistant to change, which is why I assert that Dami will undoubtedly succeed. Extrema, focused, efficient, fast. This was the 7-character secret of the internet that Lei Busi had summarized. What do these old smartphone companies know about the essence of the internet? With that thought, Lei Busi opened his computer and specifically searched for information on Chen Chen. He was aware that Hongxing's president, Chen Yunlong, had passed away last year. And for an entire year, Hongxing had hardly released any new devices. The flagship model they had finally unveiled was already entirely outdated upon launch, indicating that Hongxing was indeed mired in chaos. Soon, he found the video of Chen Chen unveiling the dazzling one. After watching the entire presentation, Lei Jun reflected. This young man did not strike him as a spoiled rich kid. His apologies during the launch seemed quite sincere. Yet, the prior news reports did not appear to be fabrications, detailing interactions with young models, purchasing limited edition sports cars, and covering the bar's expenses. It was understandable, after all. Chen Yunlong had passed away at less than 50 years old, unexpectedly leaving such a large company to someone in their 20s, making such behavior less difficult to comprehend. Looking back at his own experiences in his 20s, he had completed 4 years' worth of credits in just 2 years of university, had his programs included in textbooks, and by age 28 was the general manager of Kingsoft, successfully leading the company to its IPO. This young lad pales in comparison to himself. As time passes, the sales of the Shining One have skyrocketed on platforms like Pinduoduo and CatDog, accumulating over 500,000 units in just a month across various channels. Of course, Pinduoduo accounts for the lion's share of these figures. Guan Yushi, having successfully brought Red Star on board, was promptly promoted, ascending to the esteemed position of regional manager for the capital. Although each Shining One sold incurs a loss of 50 yuan for Pinduoduo, the founders still wear smiles as radiant as flowers. The funds being burned are those of the investors, yet the paid users gained are, in fact, Pinduo's own. Chapter 10. The Launch of the Rice One. August 16, 2011. Beijing's 798 Art Exhibition Center. It was here that Rice Company held the launch event for their inaugural smartphone, the Rice One. As a seasoned fan of Rice, Chen Chen was naturally eager to attend this momentous occasion, seated in the front row as a special guest. Previously, Rice Company had garnered a substantial following through its fierce competition with Fei Liao and Penguin, coupled with their MIUI operating system, which Chen Chen had to admit was undeniably smooth and user-friendly, far superior to their hastily launched Starry OS. It seemed he would need to take a leaf out of their book upon returning. Borrowing ideas isn't shameful. It's not as if he's outright copying. The venue was filled with fervent Rice fans, some having traveled from across the nation, while many hailed from the vicinity of the capital. As for whether there were any hired attendees, Chen Chen could not ascertain. When Lei Jun took the stage, a thunderous applause erupted within the hall, and Chen Chen joined in the ovation. Subsequently, Lei Jun began to unveil their product. This product is the heartfelt creation of our Rice Company. The ultimate dream of 7 old boys. Our Rice One features the world's fastest dual-core processor, boasting a clock speed of 15 GHz and an embedded GPU module for superior graphics processing speed. As Chen Chen observed Lei Jun passionately presenting on stage, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of boredom. Why the ennui? This was his 3rd time attending this launch. Soon, the large screen behind Lei Jun displayed the overall specifications of the Rice One. The device measured 125 millimeters in height, 63 millimeters in width, and 12 millimeters in thickness, weighing approximately 150 grams. In terms of design, as Lei Jun had noted, there was hardly any design to speak of. The front was merely a touch-screen panel surrounded by a slightly protruding bezel, and the entire body was constructed of plastic, including the mid-frame. Why, you ask? Is the mid-frame also plastic? Simply put, it's cost-effective to save on expenses, especially since the initial pricing of 1,999 yuan was already quite reasonable. Even in 2024, many smartphones still sport plastic mid-frames. Therefore, the material is of little consequence. What truly matters is consumer preference. After concluding the specifications of the Rice One, Lei Jun began recounting various anecdotes from the production of this device, including the risks of nuclear leakage and earthquakes while negotiating screen deals with Sharp, and the difficulties in securing a manufacturing partner. After this lengthy introduction, the moment everyone had been eagerly awaiting arrived. The price. Various rumors had circulated online, with figures ranging from $29.99 to $79.99 and whispers suggesting that Lei Jun intended to sell the phone for 999 yuan. Everyone was surely anxious to discover the official price of our Rice One. Before revealing the price, let's take a glance at the market prices of other high-end flagship devices. The Samsung Galaxy series is priced over 4,300 yuan. Apple's offerings exceed 4,700 yuan. HTC's G and 1 series hover around 3,700 yuan. And this year's domestic Red Star 903 is priced above 3,200 yuan. Remarkably, Lei Jun even compared his own failed flagship from Red Star this year, causing Chen Chen to cover his face in embarrassment. Truly, it was mortifying. One could only wonder what audacity possessed them to set a price of 3,999 yuan. Suddenly, a booming sound jolted Chen Chen from his reverie. Without needing to think, he knew it was the announcement of the price. The 4 large characters 1999 echoed throughout the hall. A minor spectacle indeed. He had seen those giant gold-foiled characters countless times before. Without even glancing up, he could guess it was 1999. Lei Jun is impressive. The audience, which had been silent for a full 30 seconds, erupted into a frenzy. Amidst the online discussions and speculations, no one had anticipated that Lei Jun would price the Rice One at 1,999 yuan. With such specifications, as Lei Jun had compared, which 4 manufacturer sells for less than 3,000 yuan. Yet here was Lei Jun, setting the price at a mere 1,999 yuan. How could the crowd not be exhilarated? In the past, such a notion would have been unthinkable. As Lei Jun departed the stage, the audience began to disperse, eager to secure their purchase. Did he not mention that this phone would be in high demand? It was imperative to make a reservation promptly. After the event concluded, Chen Chen did not leave. Instead, he sought assistance from the staff to access the backstage area. He spotted Lei Jun approaching with outstretched hands, eliciting a medley of emotions within Chen Chen. In previous lifetimes, Lei Jun had treated him like a mentor, always receptive to his opinions regarding the rice company. This time, however, as rivals, it was different. President Lei, I wish you great success with the Rice One. As Lei Jun drew near, Chen Chen promptly extended his congratulations. It was a sincere sentiment. Based on current circumstances and historical patterns, the Rice One was bound to be a tremendous success. President Chen, you truly are a prodigy. I see that your newly launched shining phone has practically obliterated the low-end market. Their hands clasped in a firm handshake. President Lei, I would like to visit your rice company to learn about the operations of an internet company. I hope that would be convenient for you. Lei Jun showed no signs of displeasure, responding directly, you're always welcome at Rice for a visit and observation. Lei Jun did not underestimate Chen Chen due to his youth. Rather, he maintained a humble demeanor, refraining from using the term study, instead opting for visit and observation. Let us exchange contact information. Once you are free from your busy schedule, I will certainly reach out, Chen Chen suggested. You're always welcome, Lei Jun replied. And they exchanged business cards. After all, with the Rice One just launched, it was likely that not a single unit had been produced yet. As various matters and inquiries occupied Lei Jun's attention, Chen Chen contemplated whether he could seize this window of opportunity while the Rice One was still ramping up production. To hastily launch their own phone, Chen Chen was aware that the Rice One had undergone a prolonged production ramp-up and would not begin large-scale deliveries until the following year. With it still being August, he had 4 months to prepare. Otherwise, once the Rice One commenced mass delivery, even if he were to release a product, it would lack the same fervor and traction. After all, the Rice Company inherently attracted attention. Riding on their coattails would be the way to go. With this notion in mind, upon returning to the company, Chen Chen immediately urged the team working on the mid-range device, codenamed One, to expedite their efforts. The designation One represented the highest priority, indicating that it was the first generation of Red Star's revival. Chapter 11. The Sold-Out Rice One. Upon returning to the company, Chen Chen was met by Zhou Weiqing, who pushed open the door and said, Young Chen, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Chen Chen, perplexed, wondered why there would be both good and bad news. Shouldn't it be all good? Let's start with the bad news, he replied. Our chips from TSMC cannot be produced, as their 28-nanometer process is not yet mature. And the good news? The good news is that our chip, fabricated using the 32-nanometer process, has successfully passed the tape-out stage, and Dr. Liu is preparing to board the next flight back to the company. Chen Chen let out a sigh of relief, asserting there's no bad news at all. Typically, TSMC won't see the maturity of the 28-nanometer process until next year. Thus, developing our chip based on the 32-nanometer technology is hardly detrimental. As long as the performance tests yield satisfactory results upon his return, we shall be fine. When it comes to chips, Chen Chen genuinely admires the elder he has yet to meet. One can only say he possesses remarkable foresight. He has assembled a top-tier chip team. Coming here, at least he doesn't have to start from scratch in chip development. This is indeed a substantial legacy that he must utilize wisely. Moreover, the progress on the Hongxing 1 project hinges on our chip. The Gaodong version of the chip has already been adapted and will enter mass production by the end of this month. I propose we launch the Gaodong version directly, considering that the S2 chip has been validated by DAMI and is an exceptionally competent chip. After hearing Lu Weibing's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but nod in agreement. The explosive success of DAMI 1 is foreseeable, even if he and DAMI 1 share the same configuration and pricing. It is unlikely to keep pace with DAMI at this stage. Furthermore, he had no intention of matching their price. Since DAMI has set the price at $19.99, Chen Chen wouldn't mind adding fuel to that fire. After all, the Gaodong chip costs $50 per unit, while his chip 1T requires such an expense. With the initial costs already invested, if sales exceed 3 million units, then his chip's cost price would be just over 200 renminbi. Moreover, Hongxing's bargaining power is significantly stronger than DAMI's, allowing for better pricing from certain suppliers. Regarding manufacturing costs, Hongxing has been a long-time partner with Foxconn, ensuring that their production costs will be lower than those of DAMI 1. Overall, using their own chips, Hongxing can achieve a price lower than that of DAMI 1. The only missing element is time. Can Hongxing mass-produce the phones while DAMI 1 lacks production capacity? Once Dr. Liu returns with successful test results, we will concentrate all resources on chip development and adaptation, then prepare for mass production, aiming to hold the launch event next month. Upon hearing Chen Chen's plan to schedule the launch event for next month, Lu Weibing anxiously reminded him, Xiao Chun, isn't next month a bit too rushed? We might not even complete the adaptation work in time, and even if we launch, we won't have any phones to sell. Chen Chen immediately recognized that Lu Weibing still held traditional views, which were worlds apart from DAMI's internet-driven mindset. No, Uncle Lu. This time we must learn from DAMI, igniting a revolution in efficiency. We will stock up on what we can, and for what we cannot stock, we'll adopt DAMI's practice of maintaining zero inventory, producing based solely on orders. As I previously mentioned, we need to streamline our personnel structure. We shouldn't fear having fewer people, as long as we focus on the essentials. For those entrenched in old traditions and lacking efficiency, it's time for them to go. By the end, Chen Chen spoke with a tone of resolute authority. Having spent his previous life in DAMI, he had witnessed the company's efficient operations, and, contrasting that with the current sluggishness of Hongxing, felt as though he was observing a decaying elder. To instigate change, one must wield a heavy hand. As for individuals like Su Guangyi, if they're not swiftly dismissed, one might as well prepare to send them off to Africa. Additionally, the camera department, with 12 members, astonishingly includes 2 heads and 3 managers. Who is actually doing the work? Oh, and there's that individual from the UI team. He previously mentioned that his proposals for a new UI were repeatedly rejected, and he still has a department head and a manager above him. What purpose do they serve other than squandering resources? The head of the UI department I require must possess technical knowledge and report directly to me. Listening to Chen Chen's myriad grievances, Lu Weibing could only manage a wry smile. He was aware that the company's management was somewhat bloated, yet without Chen Chen's return, he couldn't make sweeping personnel cuts. He was cautious about dismissing the workers, fearing that doing so might cripple a crucial department. You're more familiar with the management team, which consists of individuals not rooted in technical expertise. You can handle it. Logically, trimming some of the management team would not hinder the company's operations, but if one inadvertently dismissed a productive worker, an entire department could falter. Chen Chen had no desire to make such a blunder. Observing Chen Chen's lackluster mood, Lu Weibing decided to return and contemplate the layoff list. On his way back, he pondered the distinctions between internet thinking and traditional thinking. In Lu Weibing's traditional mindset, a batch of phones must first be produced before being launched for sale, with subsequent orders adjusted based on sales performance. If sales are robust, production is increased. If not, it is decreased. The advantage of this approach is that once the phones are launched, there is stock available for immediate sale, preventing consumers from needing to scramble for purchases. However, the downside is that if the phone receives poor market feedback, unsold units must be discounted, and the process entails storage, logistics, and the inevitable depreciation of product components. In contrast, Lei Jun's internet-driven thinking at DAMI dictates that products are launched first and then manufactured based on customer orders, significantly conserving funds and alleviating inventory pressure. For instance, in the later stages, DAMI offered bags priced at $169. Other manufacturers could produce them, but either at a loss or without profit. However, DAMI dared to do so, as they faced no inventory pressure. They only began production once an order was secured, directly dispatching products from the factory. When Lei Jun sought to create a power bank at a price point of 65, many manufacturers shook their heads, asserting that such a price was unfeasible. Many would have given up at this juncture, but Lei Jun did not. He sensed an opportunity. If competitors could not produce it at that price, then the market would be his for the taking. The results, as everyone knows, were astounding. The 69 power bank achieved explosive sales, with millions sold within a year. Little did he know, Lei Jun, the pioneer of internet thinking and product development, now found himself in a state of both happiness and vexation. With the launch of Dami 1, both the phone and the company swiftly gained internet fame. For just $19.99, consumers could acquire a device with formidable performance and specifications rivaling those of foreign giants priced at $3,000 to $4,000. What more could one desire? Just dive in. However, when many excited fans flocked to Dami's official website, they were greeted with a reservation interface. What? Why isn't it on sale? Didn't you hear, Lei Jun? First, you must reserve, and then it will be available for sale. This implies that Dami released a mere PPT phone, doesn't it? To be fair, it's not entirely accurate to label it a PPT phone. Lei Jun had indeed prepared some stock for sale, albeit a limited quantity, only 1,000 units. And those were numbered engineering samples. On the morning of August 17th, at 10 o'clock, the 1,000 units of the Dami 1 engineering prototypes went live on the store. Almost instantaneously, they were snatched up in the blink of an eye. With over 100,000 eager customers vying for just 1,000 units, it was gone in an instant. Subsequently, Dami opened another purchasing round for 100,000 units, which again vanished within mere minutes, consumed by fervent consumers. These 100,000 units were not readily available stock. Rather, they were Dami's promissory notes. The money collected would fund production. Watching the news about Dami online, a subtle smile crept upon Chen Chen's lips, for he understood the implications all too well. A production capacity of 100,000 units may be achieved by Hongxing in merely 3 days, or even in 2 days if all engines are revved to full throttle. However, such a quantity presents significant challenges for Dami. They must navigate a myriad of issues related to materials, outsourcing, taxation, invoicing, and packaging. If Lei Jun aspires to fulfill the entire order of 100,000 units, it is estimated that it will take around 2 months. Moreover, Chen Chen vividly recalls that next month, a typhoon is expected to make landfall in Thailand, affecting a manufacturer that supplies breathing lights, which will lead to a direct shortage of components for Dami 1. Reflecting on this, Chen Chen promptly seized a smartphone and sent a message via Hongxing's official Weibo, a rebirth of the Hongxing Generation 1, surpassing all limits. This message quickly drew the attention of tens of thousands. Hongxing Generation 1? Wasn't it launched a decade ago? Surpassing all limits? More like surpassing all expectations. Some derided. Hongxing should just close shop instead. If not, they might as well sell to Lei Busi. Look at Dami 1. What a value for money. It's a slaughter truly. I've been using Hongxing phones for a decade. From the moment Mr. Chen unveiled the Hongxing Generation 1, it has accompanied me from my student days to now. As I embark on marriage and fatherhood, I hope Hongxing continues this legacy and enhances our domestic phones. Stop with the sentimentality upstairs. How can this Chen Chen be compared to old Master Chen? Just 2 months ago, he was at a bar boasting that he would cover the entire bill for everyone. Now, he is hosting press conferences? Is he joking? Chen Chen observed the myriad comments from netizens and felt a tinge of embarrassment. The original owner of this body had truly lived a lavish lifestyle. Sports cars, young models, and covering bar tabs. Except for one vice, he indulged in everything else. Chen Chen deliberately responded to a devoted fan of 10 years, expressing gratitude for their support of Hongxing and offering them a ticket and round-trip fare to the press conference, assuring them that he would personally exchange their old phone for the latest Hongxing Generation 1. Amidst the chaos, Lei Jun, in a rare moment of leisure, came across Chen Chen's Weibo post, promptly liking and sharing it with the caption, "Welcome back, Hongxing phones." Not only Lei Jun, but several industry titans also liked and shared the post, including the newly appointed Yu Qingbei. Seeing the blessings from these industry giants, Chen Chen understood that their gestures were rooted in respect for the late patriarch. If it were him, their kindness would likely be mere politeness. Soon after, Lu Weibing entered Chen Chen's office, exclaiming, "Xiao Chen, our adaptation isn't complete. Are we really rushing to launch?" Upon noticing Lu Weibing, Chen Chen replied earnestly, "Uncle Lu, it's not that we are hasty. The buzz around Dami 1 is at a peak, and with Lei Jun unable to deliver products, is the perfect moment for us to make our mark. By the way, Xiao Chun, Dr. Liu just messaged to say our chip has been successfully powered on, and testing has shown no issues. They have already begun adaptation and are asking if we would like to name the chip. Name it? Chen Chen pondered for a moment, almost blurting out Surge S1, but reconsidered, knowing that Dammy's legal department was ever vigilant. It would be unfortunate if such a name were to be prohibited. After a brief pause, he asked, Uncle Liu, do you have any ideas? What do you think of Hongxing C1? The stands for Chun, symbolizing the significance of the late patriarch to our Hongxing. Chen Chen continued, though Hongxing C1 lacks a certain gravitas, how about Ling Xiao S1? As the ancients said, to ascend, one must soar high and take flight. Those who do so are indeed the elite. Listening to Chen Chen recite the somewhat obscure classical text, Liu Weibing contemplated and found it quite appealing, despite not fully grasping it. All right, we'll go with Ling Xiao S1. I'll inform the marketing team and Dr. Liu. Once Liu Weibing departed, Chen Chen reflected on the elegant phrase from Bio Puzi, Shiji, savoring its depth. Modern technological achievements, named with the characters of a time-honored civilization. Indeed, it held a unique charm. Liu Weibing acted swiftly with remarkable efficiency. Online, buzz generated around the Hongxing Generation 1 skyrocketed, particularly the term Ling Xiao, which ascended the trending charts. Rumor had it that during the late patriarch's lifetime, substantial investments were made into chip development, and now the fruits of labor were finally coming to fruition. Alas, it was a pity for the late patriarch. Such a commendable entrepreneur, burdened with such an unambitious son. Yet, one could not deny that the name possessed a certain allure. As noted earlier, the very mention of this chip evokes a sense of celestial ascent. Ling Xiao, it sounds imposing. Was this name conceived by the late patriarch? Surely not. I heard from insiders that it was actually coined by their Xiao Chun, though it seems to originate from some classical text that's difficult to recall. Isn't this lad supposed to be uneducated? How could he come up with such a name? Surely, he must be borrowing it from someone else. I must attend this press conference. If he were to announce that he would cover the entire bill for everyone present, it would be even more entertaining. Whether he will be the one to present remains uncertain. Perhaps it will be the product manager or Liu Weibing. Nevertheless, your words have piqued my interest. How delightful. Chapter 13. All is ready but awaiting the wind. As the anticipation for the imminent launch of the Hongxing Generation 1 intensified online, Lei Jun sensed something amiss. Hongxing is merely riding on my coattails. His Dammy 1, advertised as the fastest smartphone in the world, was now being overshadowed by Hongxing's claim of being faster than fast. He had promoted the world's fastest dual-core processor, and Hongxing followed suit with their Ling Xiao processor. How shameless. I have always been the one to leverage others' momentum for marketing. How dare they employ such blatant imitation to ride my wave? Yet, witnessing Hongxing's pixel-level mimicry, Lei Jun felt a rush of excitement, for it signified that his Dammy phone was indeed a success. Otherwise, an established phone manufacturer wouldn't be so attentive to his Dammy 1. However, he wondered how much depth Hongxing truly possessed. Meanwhile, after gathering enough engineers from the UI department, Chen Chen finally unveiled the first version of the Xingyao OS after 2 months. With a team of several intermediate engineers and hundreds of junior engineers dedicated to refining the new operating system's UI, the rollout was impressively swift. This is the essence of Hongxing's depth. Subsequently, Chen Chen and Liu Weibing arrived at the company's system UI department. Upon entering the workspace, Zhang Weichao quickly approached to greet them. Now devoid of the titles of department head and 2 managers, he stood as the department's foremost authority, directly accountable to Chen Chen. President Chen, Director Liu. Zhang Weichao then guided them to a dedicated testing area, where several engineers were already assessing the fully developed Xingyao OS. Various prototypes were present, not only from Hongxing, but also from Dammy, Huawei, and HTC. President Chen, I procured this Dammy engineering unit for twice its value. Just submit the reimbursement. I'll approve it. Chen Chen assured. Having spent several months at the company, he had grown quite familiar with Zhang Weichao, and their ages were not far apart, allowing for more relaxed rapport. All experimental smartphones were based on the Android system, including Dammy's MIUI and some native Android versions. The primary focus was on comparing and testing fluidity and background software retention, with smooth operation being the paramount concern for consumers purchasing smartphones. Mr. Chen, in accordance with your directives, we refrain from incorporating numerous additional features into the UI interface, as that would render the system cumbersome and adversely affect its fluidity. After listening to Zhang Weichao, Chen Chen picked up a prototype to test its operations. Indeed, fluidity is of paramount importance, as it directly pertains to our Red Star's reputation and survival. Subsequently, Zhang Weichao gazed at Chen Chen with hesitation. Mr. Chen, I speak your mind directly. There's no need for hesitation. After these few months together, you should be well acquainted with my character. Just say it. It seemed that Zhang Weichao had resolved to voice his thoughts, and he began, "It's like this, Mr. Chen. While we were optimizing the underlying structure, a notion emerged." What notion? The Android operating system necessitates recompilation within the Android virtual machine upon software startup, which is a significant contributor to phone lag. We were contemplating whether it might be possible to either recompilation or bypass it altogether. This could greatly enhance both the software operation and system fluidity. Additionally, it could address the common fragmentation issue within the Android system, albeit this idea would require us to allocate more engineers. Upon hearing Zhang Weichao's words, Chen Chen nearly fumbled the phone in his grasp. Are we really going to develop our own operating system? Although Zhang perceived this merely as an optimization strategy, Chen Chen understood that it was tantamount to rewriting an operating system. Setting the prototype down, he patted Zhang Weichao on the shoulder and remarked, "That is a brilliant idea. Moreover, it holds considerable potential. However, your primary task at present is to refine the current operational UI. I will make time to discuss this idea with you in detail. Rest assured, your concept will be realized, but the company has only just begun to find its footing. Embarking on this project now would be too risky. You understand my point, don't you?" Zhang Weichao nodded fervently, like a chick pecking a grain. As long as Chen Chen did not dismiss the idea, he felt reassured. In his view, this path was undoubtedly correct. Only by rewriting the underlying code and altering the Android virtual machine operation could the issue of Android lag be ultimately resolved. Chen Chen then began to examine each of the testing devices. Although the current operating system interface was somewhat rudimentary, it performed admirably in terms of fluidity, background management, and heat generation. The new interface had completely discarded the dreary, outdated aesthetic of its predecessor, breathing youthful vigor into the entire device. This was what Chen Chen found most satisfying. With such results from the first version of the system, how could he possibly harbor any dissatisfaction? In Zhang Weichao's perspective, while the Starry OS, he led the development of may not rival MIUI in functionality and user-friendliness, nor iOS in fluidity. It still stood out as an exceptional product compared to those of other manufacturers. Soon after, Zhang Weichao presented a report on the operational interface of their phone system to Chen Chen, smiling as he said, "Mr. Chen, it appears that our Starry OS is quite commendable." Chen Chen accepted the testing data from him and scrutinized it attentively. Upon reviewing the entire dataset, he realized he did not fully comprehend it. However, Zhang Weichao had thoughtfully included comparisons, which indeed indicated promising results. At the very least, in terms of fluidity, it was second only to Apple's iOS system, and even slightly more fluid than Xiaomi's MIUI. "Well done, Xiao Zhang. Your department will receive bonuses this month," Chen Chen exclaimed loudly to the office area, prompting immediate cheers from the staff. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. No need for thanks. You've earned it. Engineers are the most valuable asset of our company. Without you, everything would be mere castles in the air. Xiao Zhang, continue your testing promptly and resolve any bugs swiftly. Our upcoming Red Star Generation 1 launch hinges significantly on the Starry OS." After departing the System UI department, Lu Weibing couldn't help but marvel at the transformation within the entire company since Chen Chen's return. Subsequently, the two made their way to the RD department, where the high-power charging scheme he had previously presented to Dr. Zhou should now be in the process of mass-producing the 18-watt charger. "Dr. Zhou, has our 18-watt charging scheme been completed?" Chen Chen inquired as he stepped inside. "It has been completed. Your scheme aligns perfectly with the one proposed by Xiao Li in our lab, and it has resolved a long-standing issue he faced. He is currently developing the next generation of chargers based on this scheme." Chen Chen mused, "Of course, a system produced is bound to be of exceptional quality. Now is the time for all preparations to be in place, with only the favorable winds lacking." Chapter 14. Dare to compete in benchmarking? Time swiftly passed, and soon it was September 20th, 2011. The launch event for the Red Star Generation 1 was scheduled for 2 p.m. that afternoon. At the gymnasium of a certain industrial university in the capital, some audience members were already waiting at the entrance. Although Red Star's performance had declined and it had not released a noteworthy phone in 2 years, the company's influence still lingered. After all, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Lu Weibing was busy arranging staff for final equipment adjustments within the venue. Originally, he intended to take the stage himself to deliver the significant presentation, but yielding to Chen Chen's insistence, he had to allow him to take the lead. Time continued to tick away, and fans, along with media representatives, gradually filled the venue. Notably, some of these attendees were devoted fans specifically arranged by Lu Weibing. In case Chen Chen faced an awkward silence. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the lights in the auditorium dimmed. Chen Chen took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage in casual attire. Upon reaching the center of the stage, a spotlight illuminated him. Good afternoon, everyone. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending our Red Star product launch. Many of you may not be familiar with me, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Chen, the head of Red Star Technology, and I am 22 years old. His declaration of being unmarried elicited laughter from the audience, some of whom jokingly speculated that he might be seeking a spouse. Since my return to the company this year, the first mobile phone I have overseen is the Red Star Shine Generation 1. Priced at 799 yuan, this phone has garnered immense consumer affection since its launch, with sales exceeding 3 million units to date. I sincerely appreciate your support. Following Chen Chen's words, many audience members began to converse among themselves, realizing that the 799 yuan phone with 1 gigabyte of RAM was indeed his handiwork. I bought it for 749 yuan, and it has proven remarkably fluid. This young Mr. Chen doesn't seem to be as inept as rumored online. You would know, let me tell you. Chen Chen pressed the remote control in his hand, and images of the Red Star Shine Generation 1 began to scroll on the big screen. Our Red Star Shine Generation 1 features a sleek, flat design that appears as a single, seamless screen from the front. The back utilizes high molecular nanomaterials, offering a comfortable grip. Our research indicated that this latest high molecular material reduces weight by 31 compared to the previous generation and enhances wear resistance by 50. The device also incorporates an ergonomic curvature, allowing it to fit comfortably in your palm for an enhanced grip experience. A smartphone's exterior is not its only consideration. Its internal components are equally vital. Just a month ago, our competitors unveiled the world's fastest Kato S2 processor, boasting an astonishing clock speed of 1 by GHz. However, today, our Lingxiao chip, also developed based on a 32-nanometer design, achieves an even swifter 1 GHz. As our promotional poster states, there is no fastest, only faster. The Lingxiao S1 chip employs our independently developed Lingxiao architecture, excelling in instruction set manipulation, thus providing formidable performance while maintaining energy efficiency. Its power consumption is impressively low. This chip was developed under the guidance of my father during his lifetime, and it took over a year to finally present it to everyone. This chip embodies not only my father's dedication, but also the collective efforts of the entire Hongxing team, symbolizing a significant advancement in our nation's chip design industry. The room erupted in a fervent applause, not for Chen Chen, but in honor of the late Mr. Chen and this domestically produced chip. Everyone is aware that foreign smartphones dominate the domestic market, dictating prices as they please. Even among domestic brands, apart from Huawei, other companies rely on foreign chips. Now, with a new manufacturer presenting a self-designed and developed chip, the audience's applause is well-deserved. Some may question the utility of just a high main frequency. How does its performance compare to the Qualcomm S2? Please direct your gaze to the large screen. Our engineers serendipitously retrieved a smartphone equipped with a Qualcomm S2 processor from the lake near Zhonghuacan. Let us observe the comparative analysis. As our competitors have suggested, let us assess the performance by running a benchmark. Our Hongxing Generation 1, powered by the Lingxiao S1, scored 18,000 points, whereas the competitor's device, after being placed in a refrigerator, only managed to reach 16,000 points. The Lingxiao S1 is indeed the fastest smartphone globally. The audience remained fixated on the large screen, watching the animation that showcased the competitor's device emerging from the refrigerator with a score of 16,000, while the Hongxing Generation 1 casually scored 18,000 after gaming. Noticing some skepticism in the audience, Chen Chen proposed, how about I run a benchmark live with a Hongxing Generation 1 for everyone to see? Aware that some might doubt the capabilities of the Hongxing Generation 1 with the Lingxiao S1. He understood such skepticism was reasonable given the history of Hongxing's previous smartphones. Before long, an engineer brought a Hongxing 1 to the stage. After a brief demonstration, Chen Chen signaled for a screen adjustment to showcase the phone's display. With a swift motion from the staff signaling readiness, Chen Chen opened a benchmarking application known as Intuitu, a widely used tool for performance assessment. Please witness this moment. We are at room temperature, no refrigeration involved. His words elicited laughter, yet the atmosphere had been invigorated by Chen Chen's charisma. Before long, the Hongxing Generation 1 achieved a score of 17,600. It was clear that the earlier score of 18,000 had been an experimental benchmark. Let's be honest. With this Lingxiao processor, as long as the Hongxing Generation 1 is priced at $19.99, I will certainly purchase one. Someone exclaimed. Dream on. Given Hongxing's track record, if they sell the phone for under 3,000, I will livestream myself eating excrement. Observing the impressive performance, the crowd began animated discussions. Their interest piqued by Chen Chen's presentation. It appeared that this phone held great promise. However, the price remained uncertain. A quality chip should be complemented by an exceptional display, and our Hongxing Generation 1 features a screen with a resolution of 800 by 480, measuring 4.2 inches, offering an exceptionally high-definition experience. Many might wonder why we claim to be more than just exceptional when our screen and processor do not seem extraordinary. Please watch the VCR. In the video, several smartphones from different manufacturers lay dormant on a table, their batteries drained. As the power was activated, all phones commenced charging simultaneously. Fast forwarding. The Hongxing Generation 1 completed charging first, with the time frozen at 61 minutes, while the others took over 2 hours to charge. The video illustrated that our Hongxing Generation 1, with a larger battery, also possessed a faster charging speed. The competing devices generally had batteries not exceeding 2,000 mAh, with the largest among them, the competitor S device, only at 1,900 mAh, while our Hongxing Generation 1 boasts a 2,200 mAh battery. We achieved a full charge in just 61 minutes. Thanks to our robust technological reserves, equipping this device with an 18-watt charging specification. While other manufacturers utilize a mere 5V1A5-watt charging, what does our 18-watt charging signify? We are far ahead of the competition. A collective gasp resonated through the audience. 18 watts charging, fully charged in 61 minutes? Impressive. Additionally, we have equipped the Hongxing Generation 1 with dual rear and front cameras. The rear camera employs our self-developed 7-piece stacked lens module, featuring 8 million pixels and enhanced light intake, allowing for stunning photography even in dim environments. The front camera utilizes an OV390 lens, boasting 1.3 million pixels. Furthermore, I would like to introduce our latest Xinyao OS interface, the result of our engineers' collaborative efforts. We have revamped our outdated style, adopting a fresh operating interface. Firstly, we discarded the drawer-style secondary menu, placing all applications directly on the desktop. Secondly, all icons and animations have been meticulously redesigned for enhanced aesthetics and fluidity. Thirdly, our engineering team has conducted extensive optimizations on Android's underlying files to ensure smooth operation over prolonged usage, addressing issues of overheating and system crashes common with Android devices. After presenting the UI, Chen Chen noticed a subtle change in Lei Jun's expression in the audience. What is this? How does it differ from my MIUI? While not identical, the similarities were striking. Chen Chen, you rascal, you're quite clever. Still thinking of learning from us at Xiaomi? Learn? Not a chance. If you let him in, there will be nothing left of our Xiaomi. It was not only Lei Jun who recognized the resemblance between the Xinyao OS and MIUI. Many current MIUI users in the audience also noticed. Chen Chen maintained his composure, explaining that it was not plagiarism, but rather an inspiration. Next, we arrive at the pricing segment, arguably the most anticipated moment. Before unveiling the price, may I pose 2 questions to you all? Yes. The sparse responses prompted Lu Weiqing to think. Finding some willing to spend is indeed useful. Otherwise, you'd be facing an awkward silence. Is our Hongxing Generation 1 beautiful? Absolutely. The enthusiasm had noticeably increased, as the phone S design was commendable, available in various colors, and customizable with interchangeable shells. As long as the audience deemed the aesthetics of the Hongxing Generation 1 acceptable, our designers' efforts would not be in vain. Regarding the price, due to the adoption of self-designed and developed chips and lens modules, along with such rapid charging capabilities and a memory configuration of 1 GB and 8 GB, the price may exceed the audience's expectations. Observing Chen Chen's increasingly hesitant demeanor, the audience felt a sinking sense of dread. Surely, it couldn't be above 3,000. Could it? The senior executives at Hongxing initially considered pricing the phone at $29.99, but after a night of discussions, I persuaded the executives otherwise. Hence our prices. The audience held their breath, awaiting Chen Chen's revelation. The large screen gradually displayed the digits. $29.98. The audience gazed at the yet-to-be-finalized price, but their hearts began to lift. Even $29.98 is an exceptional value. Moreover, since Chen Chen has kept everyone in suspense, it is highly likely that the price is not $19.99. However, as Lei Jun gazed at the price tag of $98, his heart sank. Surely this lad isn't considering a price of $19.98? While I can overlook the imitation of our branding, and even the UI resembling MIUI, I genuinely worry that Chen Chen may act recklessly regarding the pricing. Our final price is $1,998. With Chen Chen's words, the audience erupted into an unprecedented cheer and applause. Lei Jun, astonished, sprang from his seat. How dare he? Our first-generation product's procurement price hovers around 2,000, and even if Hongxing sells at a slightly lower price of 1998, they won't make a profit. Unlike us, they lack any internet projects. What's their motive? Those nearby glanced at Lei Jun, compelling him to suppress his bewilderment and take his seat again. Is 1998 a sincere price? Indeed. Chun, you are the most impressive. Does everyone want one? Yes. Very well. Security, please ensure that each person purchases a first-generation Hongxing before they can leave. Haha. Laughter resonated through the venue. As a jest, I believe those in the know have already figured out that our Hongxing phone is selling at a loss, purely to forge friendships with everyone, making friends without any profit. Moving forward, our first-generation Hongxing will have a reservation channel opened on our official Hongxing website, and you can also download the Hongxing Mall app to place orders. We will officially launch the first batch of 200,000 units next Friday at 10 a.m., and we hope everyone will come to support us. This press conference has concluded. Please exit in an orderly manner. Thank you all. As Lei Jun vacated his seat, he felt disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? After a month of hard work, we managed to produce merely 10,000 units. Yet this Hongxing merely had to utter a few words to secure 200,000 units. Damn it, they even copied our launch time, Friday, at 10 a.m., watching Chen Chen briskly descend the stage. Lei Jun had no desire to converse with him and turned to exit. Conversely, Yu Chengbei, the new head of Huawei's mobile terminal, approached him enthusiastically. Chen, you truly are a prodigy. The 1998 Hongxing One has opened my eyes. Thank you, Yu. Huawei is the elder brother of domestic smartphones. I should be learning from you. The two exchanged warm handshakes and business cards. Chen, we also have a press conference at the end of the year. I hope you can attend. Absolutely, Chen replied. I won't disturb you any longer. As he watched Yu Chengbei leave, Chen Chen understood that he was not an easy opponent either. They were all seasoned veterans in the digital and software realm. Chapter 16. Hey, old ba, don't go. Hey. The brother who said the Hongxing One's price would be below 3,000 and would eat crow. Don't leave. Zhang Fuguei ignored the shouts behind him and hastily made his way outside. Damn, 1998. Did you ever consider my feelings? I'm not old ba. Is this Hongxing truly willing to lose money to befriend consumers? Zhang Fuguei certainly did not believe it. The press conference had ended, but news regarding the Hongxing One began to proliferate online. The trending topics on Weibo prominently featured the Hongxing One, surpassing even the news of celebrities' divorce and climbing to the top 3. Wait, was T Hongxing on the verge of collapse? How could they suddenly unveil self-developed chips and a new phone priced at $1998? One must admit, the configuration of the Hongxing One is indeed astonishing. With such specifications and a price cut to $1998, it directly strikes a lethal blow to Xiaomi. Have you all noticed that Chen Chen is rather handsome? He does not resemble the debauched character described in the news at all. Come off it. Someone upstairs replied. You can talk about the phone, but don't mention Chen Chen. He's merely a playboy. What does he know? Don't say that about my husband. Online comments and news were varied and eclectic. However, one consensus emerged. The Hongxing One had indeed garnered significant attention. It was only a short time ago that Hongxing trended for the loss of old Chen. Lu Weiping observed the news online, nearly moved to tears. Old Chen, rest in peace. It seems that this Chen Chen is capable of carrying on your legacy. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the Xiaomi headquarters in the Wanshi Tiandi building, Lin Bing was seething. This Chen Chen and Hongxing are truly shameless. They've copied our marketing strategy. And now, they've even imitated our MIUI and our path. In the office, Lin Bing's expression was one of indignation. After all, the configuration of the Hongxing One is nearly on par with the Xiaomi One, and leveraging Hongxing's powerful resource integration and bargaining power, they managed to price it at $1998. It is a direct challenge to the Xiaomi One. Lin, don't be upset. Hongxing will not grasp the concept of cost-effectiveness. They believe that selling at a loss will enable them to outdo us. Lei Jun calmly remarked as he nonchalantly sat on the couch. Do you know why Hongxing only dares to prepare 200,000 units of stock? At that price, their capacity should warrant 1 million units. Why? Because they are financially strapped. Just a few days ago, Su Guangyi mentioned that Lu Weiping's loan application was rejected by the bank. Lin Bing pondered this and realized Lei Jun had a point. Ever since Hongxing eliminated its operator channel devices, the company's revenue plummeted by 90, leading to the dismissal of Su Guangyi, the channel manager. Not only Su Guangyi, but many members of Hongxing's management were laid off, indicating significant internal financial issues, likely related to funding. Having worked at Motorola for many years, Lin Bing understood how costly chip development could be. numerous companies have gone bankrupt due to it. Lei, I apologize for my earlier outburst. After taking a sip from a can of cola on the table, Lin Bing continued, however, we cannot underestimate Hongxing's foundation. Their 18-watt charging technology is truly enticing. Achieving an 18-watt charging power is remarkable. Without elaborating on the chips, which Xiaomi currently cannot handle, this charging technology genuinely leaves Xiaomi envious. The 18-watt charging of the Hongxing One represents a revolutionary advancement in the charging domain. Most smartphones on the market today are stuck with a meager 5 watts. Even the latest HTC series barely reaches 7 watts, far from the 18 watts of the Hongxing One. Look, Hongxing is unveiling lens modules and showcasing their impressive 18-watt charging. I believe they're in a desperate fight for survival. If they win, they continue to shine. If they lose, they're not far from bankruptcy. In truth, Lei Jun's speculation was accurate. Even in failure, they would not face bankruptcy. They would merely fall behind by a few months or half a year in development. After the press conference, Chen Chen felt as though he had undergone a transformation. Initially, when facing over 2,000 individuals, he felt a tinge of nervousness. But as the event progressed, that tension morphed into exhilaration, much like a child eager to showcase a new toy to friends. With the sales preparations in place and the remaining matters entrusted to Lu Weiping, Chen Chen drove home, eagerly anticipating the rewards that Xiao AI would bestow this time. Xiao AI, are you there? I am here. What reward to accompany this product launch? This time's reward consists of technical documents and manufacturing processes for 1080p resolution screens. A screen? This reward is indeed impressive. With it, Chen Chen no longer needs to procure sharp screens. By manufacturing them himself, he can save a substantial amount of costs. Moreover, the current smartphones do not even possess 1080p displays. Suddenly unveiling a smartphone with a 1080p screen would certainly allow him to dominate the competition effortlessly. Xiao Ai, please transfer the data to the hard drive. I'm all set. Chen Chen connected a newly purchased top-tier hard drive to his computer, reluctant to format any of the drives in the drawer that contained invaluable educational materials. Host, the allocation has been completed. After backing up the data on the hard drive in 2 copies, Chen Chen finally felt at ease enough to sleep. Little did he know that the online community was already in an uproar. Red Star Generation 1 relies entirely on plagiarism. Promotional materials, UI, everything is copied. It's nothing but a counterfeit phone manufacturer. Hey upstairs, don't forget that Red Star was initially a counterfeit phone manufacturer too, just a larger scale imitation. Surprisingly, after more than a decade, Red Star remains true to its roots, simply imitating. You can get a rest. Who says the UI can only be developed by your me? Our Xingyao OS is also original, and besides, our Red Star Generation 1 is only priced at $19.98. Its configuration is superior to your Mi 1. You can argue all you want, but Red Star is still a copycat, devoid of any original design. What else with the so-called black technology of 18W charging? Everyone else is using 5W safe charging. Are you not afraid of blowing up the battery with your 18W? After posting this comment on the forum, Zhang Fugui flexed his wrist, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such vigorous debates after a long hiatus. And what about the 7-lens camera module? It feels remarkably similar to Sony's latest module. Could it be that they simply took someone else's and altered the branding? Chapter 17, Screen Patent. Moreover, their Lingxiao architecture's Lingxiao S1 feels like nothing more than a reskinned ARM architecture. Where's the so-called self-developed architecture? Do you even realize how challenging it is to develop your own chip, particularly the instruction set architecture? Hey upstairs, just stop it. You can argue all you want. But Red Star Generation 1 is priced at $1,998. You claim that the Lingxiao architecture isn't self-developed, yet its performance rivals that of the Gaotong S2, selling at $1998. You say its camera can compete with Sony's latest lens module, which makes the $1998 price even more justified. At this price, even if it blows up my battery, I'd still commend its speed. As a 10-year Red Star fan, I've come uninvited, having seen the analysis by the influencer, which has only solidified my resolve to purchase Red Star. Zhang Fugui sat despondently in his chair, staring at the incessantly flashing 1998. No, I can't compete. It's simply impossible. I don't know where all these decade-long fans have emerged from. No matter what you say, they just respond with, I'll take it for 1998. Clenching his fists, he thought, Red Star, just you wait. You made me lose face. When you launch, I will surely snatch one and thoroughly scrutinize it for flaws. As the launch date approached, many netizens eagerly prepared to purchase. The scenes of the Mi 1's rush to buy were still vivid in memory. One could only hope that Red Star, being a large manufacturer, would have higher production capacity. Soon, at 10 in the morning, as the purchasing interface opened, Eager netizens flooded into the Red Star store. "Huh, this is much easier to grab than the me. I got the blue one. I got the black one. Unfortunately, this time all that is available is the Unicom version. I wonder when the telecom version will be ready. Alas, I've already purchased the me one. Just don't know when it will be shipped." Contrary to expectations, the anticipated sellout within seconds did not occur. The initial batch of 200,000 Unicom 3G versions took a full 7 minutes to sell out. Chen Chen observed the sales data. Sometimes, rapid sales can be worrisome, but slow sales can be even more concerning, fearing that netizens might not favor this model. "Uncle Lou, please post a message on the official blog stating that our Red Star Generation 1 sold out its first batch of 200,000 in 5 minutes, and all will be shipped within a week." After arranging for Lu Weibei, Chen Chen prepared to head to the RD department, asking Dr. Zhou to examine the technical parameters of the 1080p screen and to expedite the patent application. As he walked, he contemplated whether to adopt the hunger marketing strategy used by me to promote Red Star Generation 1. After much consideration, he decided against it. While it could generate buzz, it would equally harm the brand's reputation. There was no need for deliberate hunger marketing in the early stages. Merely controlling the quantity would suffice. At the press conference, he would proclaim that they were not in it for profit, but merely to make friends. Yet, what business would truly engage in charity? The 1998 smartphone had material costs of only about $1,400, with the remainder comprising taxes and other expenses. It was merely a matter of controlling the sales volume initially, waiting for material costs to decrease and production capacity to increase before pursuing profits. Upon reaching the RD department, Chen Chen handed a hard drive to Dr. Zhou. "Uncle Zhou, this hard drive contains the latest screen technology. Please review it and expedite the patent application." Dr. Zhou curiously accepted the hard drive and inquired, "The latest screen technology? How new is it? We already have manufacturers in Huaxia producing 720p screens, albeit at a slightly higher price. It's 1080p. Not only do we have the technology, but also the complete production process." Dr. Zhou's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the hard drive. While the technical parameters were understandable, the production process was exceedingly difficult to obtain. For instance, the same chip produced by TSMC using different processes would yield vastly different performance. Without asking where this technology and process originated, Dr. Zhou connected the hard drive to the computer and began to examine it meticulously. After a while, he rubbed his temples and remarked, "I have only a rudimentary understanding of screen technology, and I'm not entirely clear on this. I'll call Old Lee over. Rest assured, he's been with us at Red Star for 7 or 8 years and is reliable." Nodding, Chen Chen watched his doctor. Zhou stepped out to bring in a middle-aged man. "This is Old Lee, who primarily oversees screens at Red Star. Mr. Chen has brought some technical documentation for you to review." Old Lee nodded at Chen Chen without further comment and approached the computer to examine the information. "Impressive. The technical parameters of this screen are entirely internationally leading, and it even includes a complete production process. With this, it would be feasible for us to establish a panel manufacturing facility. Mr. Chen, where did this technology come from?" As he read, Old Lee expressed his admiration. But after his last question, Dr. Zhou gently nudged him. Old Lee quickly realized he had overstepped and promptly rephrased, "Mr. Chen, should we consider establishing our own panel manufacturing facility? With this technology, we would undoubtedly be in a leading position. Building our own factory requires too much investment and time. We cannot afford the time or funds. The best approach is to apply for the patent and seek collaboration with an existing panel factory for joint development and production." This was a decision Chen Chen had long since made. After all, establishing a panel factory required resources beyond Red Star's current capabilities. The investment for a single factory would be no less than 4 to 5 billion. And to supply screens for all of Red Star's smartphones would likely require an investment of over 100 billion. Currently, prominent panel manufacturers in Huaxia included BOE, Tianma, and importantly, Huaxing Optoelectronics. This year, Huaxing had just launched a massive factory, a project jointly promoted by the Shenzhen government and TCL, reportedly with a total investment exceeding 20 billion renminbi. Old Lee was well-versed in domestic panel manufacturers and quickly identified several potential partners for collaboration. Huaxing Optoelectronics, right? I've heard about their Shenzhen project. The total investment is substantial, and TCL possesses formidable panel technology. Chen Chen ultimately decided to proceed with Huaxing for collaboration. Old Lee, Dr. Zhou, please expedite the organization of the materials and proceed with the patent application regarding the collaboration with Huaxing. Later, I will arrange for Uncle Lou and Old Lee to head to Shenzhen together. All right, Chairman Chen. Following the announcement from Lu Weiming on the official blog that the first generation of Red Star sold out 200,000 units within 5 minutes. He swiftly transitioned to overseeing the production of the next batch. It can be said that during Chen Chen's absence from the company, Lu Weiming was the busiest individual. However, upon Chen Chen's arrival, Lu Weiming's busyness intensified, though it was a source of joy for him, as it indicated promising prospects. Chapter 18. Bonuses are the true path to wealth. With the overwhelming success of the first batch of Red Star, when Chen Chen arrived at the company the following day, everyone sincerely greeted him with a unified, "Good morning, Chairman Chen." The triumph of the Red Star instilled a renewed sense of loyalty and fervor among the remaining employees. Yet, one must acknowledge that these sentiments are somewhat superficial. The underlying truth is that Chen Chen had dispensed bonuses to all, even the security guard at the entrance. A simple greeting costs nothing, so why not partake in it? As the saying goes, to aspire for wealth, one should bear fewer children and plant more trees. As long as wages and bonuses are sufficiently generous, employees will be enthusiastic and invigorated. Otherwise, even constant promotion of the 996 work culture would yield no results. As soon as Chen Chen entered his office, Lu Weiming followed closely behind. "Good morning, Chairman," Lu Weiming greeted, his face adorned with a smile. Addressing Chen Chen with a newfound respect. "Uncle Lu, please have a seat," Chen Chen offered, presenting him with a steaming cup of tea. After all, Lu Weiming was indeed the most occupied person in the company, managing everything from promotion to materials and production for the Red Star. "Chairman, I contacted Foxconn yesterday, and they have completed the preparation of 200,000 units. Shipments will commence today. I will continue to follow up on subsequent issues." Lu Weiming then opened his portable notebook, ready to take notes. "The materials for the second batch are ready for production at any time, but we currently have over 300,000 reservations. How many units should we prepare for the second batch?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chen replied, "Given the 300,000 reservations, and considering we expect this number to continue increasing over the next few days, let us prepare for 300,000 units for the second batch and open reservations once a week." 300,000 units? Isn't that a bit conservative? Our reservation count has already exceeded 300,000 since yesterday, and by the next sales event, it could very well surpass 1,000,000. Wouldn't 300,000 be inadequate? Lu Weiming expressed his confusion regarding such a modest stock. Consider the case of rice. It took 2 months to deliver fewer than 20,000 units. Yet consumers remained patient in their waiting. You are aware of the profit margins on our smartphones. The initial costs are not fully recouped, and each device yields only a modest profit of a few dozen yuan, barely 2 margin. Next month, the prices of components will further decline, and by following the example of rice, controlling the initial shipment volume will help maintain the smartphone's allure. Additionally, overstocking would hinder our cash flow, which I intend to allocate towards developing a truly flagship smartphone. Another flagship smartphone? Xiao Chun, I am merely concerned that we are just beginning to see some progress. Let's not take overly ambitious steps. Lu Weiming recalled the earlier turmoil surrounding the 903 series flagship and felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Had he not made the decisive call to halt production, enact price reductions, and negotiate with carriers for bundle contracts, the Red Star might have been dragged down by a single device. Even during the time of Elder Chun, selling a mere 100,000 units of a so-called flagship was considered a remarkable achievement. The idea of launching another flagship genuinely frightened Lu Weiming. "Uncle Lu, do not fret. Since I have the ambition to develop a flagship, I am confident it will succeed. Even if sales do not meet expectations, we will not incur losses, rest assured. Moreover, if we refrain from creating a flagship, we will forever be shackled by the label of a knockoff brand. There are still netizens who claim our Red Star is merely an old knockoff from over a decade ago." Chen Chen continued to reassure Lu Weiming. However, since Chen Chen had resolved to develop another flagship, Lu Weiming could only comply. "By the way, Chairman, the Red Star has now surged to the top 3 on trending lists, with an upward trajectory." Lu Weiming's excitement was palpable. As long as there was buzz, sales would follow. Even if the phone was subpar, there would always be skeptics willing to purchase one out of curiosity. "Hey, I'm eager to see just how poor your phone is. I'll buy one to test it out." Maintaining a buzz is indeed beneficial, but the primary focus now is to ensure that the first batch of phones is packaged and shipped. Once consumers receive our devices, we can maintain our momentum for a while longer. The two discussed other company matters in the office before Lu Weiming departed to attend to shipping logistics. In the capital, at the rice company, Lei Jun gazed at the news of the Red Star's 5-minute sellout of the first generation and felt an additional weight of worry settle on his already fatigued countenance. After tirelessly negotiating with suppliers, Securing a collaboration with Jinling Yinghua had taken tremendous effort. Now, with the first generation of rice generating significant buzz, they had orders for 100,000 units. Yet various issues hindered the shipment. Yin Kashing. How long will it take to resolve the issues in our factory? The Red Star has already sold 200,000 units. Yet our 100,000 orders remain unfulfilled. Lei Jun found himself compelled to personally call Yin Kashing, stationed at Jinling Yinghua. Lei, we're doing everything possible to resolve the chip processing issue. Please allow me a bit more time, at most 3 days, and I will ensure this matter is settled. Hearing Yin Kashing's estimate of 3 more days left Lei Jun feeling exasperated. 3 days to fix the problem, followed by production commencement, but given Rice's current output, delivering the remaining 90,000 units would likely require an entire week. From Lei Jun's perspective, Red Star's production capacity was approximately 200,000 units per week, even under limited operational conditions. If Foxconn were to operate at full capacity, they could potentially produce over 50,000 units daily. Fortunately, Foxconn's entire capacity was currently allocated to Fruit Phone, prioritizing the production for this major client. This was a moderately favorable development for Rice. Why is it that I initiated the internet smartphone trend only for you, Red Star, to leap ahead of me? In reality, Red Star's production capabilities were not as extensive as Lei Jun imagined. As he suspected, Foxconn was fully dedicated to producing Fruit Phones, leaving even long-standing clients like Red Star in a bind. However, what Lei Jun was unaware of was that Lu Weiming had already negotiated the manufacturing arrangement with BYD. Currently, Red Star's budget-friendly model, the Shining One, was being produced by BYD. This exemplified the strength and legacy of an established manufacturer. Just as in later years, after Huawei successfully transformed, it quickly leveraged its robust R&D capabilities and supply chain integration to surpass Rice in both sales and technology, even at times overshadowing Fruit before facing sanctions. Chapter 19. The Storm of Public Opinion as Time Flowed Gently. The first batch of 200,000 Red Star units was finally dispatched within a week. Consumers in cities like the capital, close to the factory in Langsheng, swiftly received their phones. At this juncture, all customers who had purchased or contemplated buying the Red Star were eager to ascertain whether this device truly lived up to the claims made by Chen Chen during the launch event. At the event, he had boldly criticized competitors, particularly emphasizing their superior charging capabilities. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. While it was true that the aesthetics of this phone could not compete with those of Fruit, at a price of 1,998 yuan, it was far more appealing than the Rice one. Wow, how did you receive it so quickly? Mine just shipped. Let us see if the charging speed is as impressive as they claim. The testing has commenced. I recently spent several hours watching videos on this phone, and the battery remains unscathed. I must say, I'm enamored with this substantial battery, which renders the need for charging irrelevant. Upon observing your Red Star one, I find my current device, the Rice one, suddenly lacking allure. However, having already made my purchase as one of the initial users, there's no turning back now. With the delivery of the Red Star one, a plethora of review videos have begun to emerge online. Most digital content creators have been relatively impartial, as few manufacturers were engaged in promotional tactics at that time, leading to a more objective evaluation of this device. Nonetheless, a particular video titled Old John Discusses Phones quickly captured everyone's attention. While others merely extolled the virtues of the device, Old John felt compelled to address its shortcomings. From my perspective, the rapid charging feature of the Red Star one, which was heralded by Chen Chen during the launch event, seemed almost fantastical. One might presume it was some groundbreaking technology from a distant star. In reality, such technological capabilities are already possessed by competitors like Apple and Samsung, who refrain from implementing them due to concerns about the immaturity of fast charging technology and the associated safety risks. This approach genuinely prioritizes user safety. Do you believe that Apple or Samsung lack the ability to develop rapid charging? They could introduce more efficient charging solutions at any moment. Apple would say, "You're right. It's all for safety." While Samsung would counter, "Don't be absurd. I genuinely lack such rapid charging technology." Furthermore, with the current trend of replaceable batteries, I can swap out a battery in just 20 seconds. What good is your fast charging compared to that? Thus, this so-called black technology of rapid charging is nothing but a gimmick, utterly useless. Now let's discuss the design. Just look at the Red Star one. Its back cover is oddly curved, the frame is plastic, and the 3 functional buttons are symmetrically arranged. Such design choices are simply unacceptable. A phone should be as rectangular and straightforward as an Apple device. That is true design and innovation. Chen Chen, I suspect you're alluding to me. Moreover, Chen Chen's lofty claims about the Lingxiao processor are futile. Having a processor is of little consequence if the IPS, baseband, and RF technologies still derive from foreign sources. Aren't we still obliged to pay patent fees? Therefore, let us refrain from boasting about domestic products. These so-called domestic phones are merely adept at price wars and little else. Having concluded my thoughts on the phone, let us turn our attention to the Red Star company itself. It is well known that Chun Yunlong's Red Star initially thrived through imitation and counterfeiting. A decade later, the company remains entrenched in replicating other phones, devoid of any core technologies of its own. In essence, it is merely an assembly factory. Let us not pretend it is a national enterprise. Counterfeiting is counterfeiting, and it will forever remain so. After posting his video and lengthy commentary, Zhang Fugue stretched his wrist. You call me old 8? Just watch how I critique you. Can you assert that my remarks lack objectivity? Or accuse me of maligning Red Star? That's impossible. With a replaceable battery, what does rapid charging even matter? Even if your Lingxiao chip is self-designed, the supporting solutions still rely on patented technologies from others. That is the truth. Truly, I am a little genius. Red Star, if you do not provide me with tea and snacks, I shall never delete my remarks. This is what I call compensation for mental anguish. Zhang Fugue intended to stir the waters, anticipating that Red Star would feel the repercussions and thus be compelled to clarify matters. However, what he did not foresee was that the outcome diverged from his expectations. The comments section was inundated with 1998. Old Zhang, I thought you were an objective blogger, yet you seem to be spewing nonsense. This phone costs only $19.98. What more do you want? As for safety concerns regarding charging, do I care? This phone is $19.98. If it explodes while charging, I would still commend it for doing so faster than others. Indeed, after so long, we finally have a company capable of independently designing and developing chips. And you belittle it? Yet, the blogger's assertions held some merit. The Lingxiao processor, baseband, and RF technologies indeed rely on foreign innovations and necessitate patent fees. This is a fact. Old Zhang upstairs. Use your main account to speak instead of sneaking around with a secondary one. How absurd that the buttons are symmetrical. Why not mention that the Red Star one can still make phone calls? Comparing it to a device worth over $5,000 from the moment you made that comparison? I was sold on the Red Star one. Lei Jun, upon seeing this commentary, felt a twinge of indignation. Although he often emphasized marketing, his genuine intention was to offer something distinctive to the Chinese market. This cannot be denied. What if this tarnishes Red Star's reputation and leads Chen Chen to believe Lei Jun and behind it? Of course, it could generate traffic and sales for our rice brand. Chen Chen, observing Zhang Fugue's video and commentary, merely chuckled. Such individuals are ever present, as if Apple and Samsung couldn't produce charging speeds exceeding 18 watts at any moment. Why don't they showcase such capabilities? Not even Cook could match our Red Star speed, let alone Jobs. As for the claims of Lei Jun's influence, that is even more ludicrous. Chen Chen has faith in Lei Jun's integrity, at least for now. However, what surprised Chen Chen was that the majority of comments were in defense of Red Star, lined up neatly proclaiming 1998. Indeed, it is 1998. What more do you want? Did you not notice that I only profit a mere dozen yuan from each phone? Oh, now it's dozens, as production capacity has increased and costs have decreased. After 2 days of fermentation, the repercussions of this video resulted in an influx of inquiries on Red Star's official blog for product availability, something Chen Chen had not anticipated. Hurry up, Red Star. Do not follow the example of rice. I ordered the rice one over a month ago, and it has yet to be shipped. I have already canceled my order in favor of the Red Star one. As the saying goes, a rotten boat still has 3 nails. Please expedite production. My anticipation can hardly be contained. I have no objections to a rush purchase, but could you perhaps increase stock? During the last sale, I encountered a network glitch and missed out. Chapter 20, New Model Proposals. In the realm of mobile phones, certain pivotal years herald significant transformations. Manufacturers that can seize these market shifts will rightfully earn their share. Over the past decade, the first major upheaval occurred with Apple's emergence, which redefined the smartphone landscape. Smartphones supplanted feature phones, capacitive screens replaced resistive ones, and full touchscreens eclipsed physical keypads. During this phase, Apple and Samsung rose to prominence, while BlackBerry, Motorola, and Nokia, which lagged in recognizing market shifts, gradually faded into obscurity. According to the current trajectory of global development, the next decade will witness 2 pivotal moments. The first occurred around 2016, with the advent of the rice mix introducing the concept of full-screen displays, while other manufacturers, led by Huawei, made breakthroughs in photography technology. Mobile photography evolved towards dual, triple, and even quad-camera systems, with pixel counts rapidly surpassing the 100 million and 200 million thresholds. At this juncture, the most significant change was that the original Chinese tech giants, apart from Huawei, began to exit the mainstream market, giving rise to a new quartet of major players: Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, and OnePlus, while Samsung lost its foothold in the Chinese market. From 2012 to 2015, the rate of mobile phone upgrades was not particularly dramatic. Some devices could even maintain a life cycle of up to 18 months, as seen with the Rise 2 and Rise 4 series. Due to the relatively modest breakthroughs in mobile technology at present, Xiaomi has adopted a strategy of scarcity marketing to enhance and prolong the lifespan of its smartphone sales, which serves as an effective means of maintaining the fervor surrounding its devices. However, this approach does carry certain drawbacks that may inflict damage upon the brand's reputation. Nevertheless, for a rapidly evolving company like Xiaomi, this is not a significant concern. The impact on brand reputation? Prioritize growth before addressing it. Conversely, Hongxin cannot rely on this tactic to sustain the allure of its smartphones indefinitely. Its primary objective now is to restore its reputation and regain user trust. Following a month of limited sales in October, the first generation of Hongxin smartphones has now transitioned to unrestricted availability. Consumers can purchase them anytime at the Hongxin online store, as well as on platforms like CatDog and Pinduoduo. The initial phase of Hongxin's online strategy has been largely accomplished. The next stage is to recommence the development of high-end devices while leveraging the substantial profits from these premium models to continue supporting the dwindling offline market. Today, I have gathered everyone here to discuss the revival of our high-end smartphone development. Please feel free to share your thoughts. The leaders of various departments at Hongxin exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, Chen Chen called out directly, "Chen, you suggested in the last meeting that we should fully commit to developing high-end models. Please share your insights." Reluctantly, Chen stood and addressed the room. "Mr. Chen, I believe it may not be the right time to restart the development of high-end models. Currently, the market's acceptance of domestically produced premium smartphones seems rather dismal, especially following the launch of the P series by Huawei." Chen's remarks elicited a nod of agreement from Liu Weibei. A cautionary tale indeed. The high-end models developed by Hongxin earlier this year met with complete failure, while Huawei's P1 and P1S, launched globally, also suffered dismal sales figures. The combined sales of these two models likely did not surpass 1 million units, even in the global market. Given that Hongxin currently lacks an international presence, venturing into high-end models seems unwise. Are you intimidated by the 903 series or by Huawei's missteps? The failure of the 903 series stemmed from the company's unclear market positioning. In today's landscape, can a side-sliding full keyboard device possibly succeed? As for Huawei, they simply have yet to find their direction, and aside from being ultra-thin, their phone lacks any standout features. The new device we are set to develop will mark a significant breakthrough and will undoubtedly justify a premium price point. Dr. Zhou, please share your insights to bolster everyone's confidence. After Chen Chen's remarks, he ceded the floor to Dr. Zhou, who approached the projection screen to elaborate. Our research team at Hongxin has recently achieved a technological milestone with our 1080p screen, for which the patent application has already been approved. Oldly is currently collaborating with Huaxing Optoelectronics for its development. This screen boasts world-leading technology. Our high-end model, equipped with this 1080p screen, will be the first smartphone globally to feature this resolution. Furthermore, we have also made advancements in charging technology. While the exact wattage we can produce is still in the experimental phase, it will undoubtedly exceed the 18 watts of our first-generation Hongxin model. In addition to the screen and charging capabilities, we have developed a new interface technology that can be inserted from either side, offering faster data transmission speeds and enhanced durability, with the patent application currently in its primary sequence. Regarding the chip, TSMC has confirmed the new 28-nanometer process will be launched in mid-next year, allowing us to mass-produce our Lingxiao S2. In summary, our upcoming high-end model is far from Mr. Chen's empty promises. With such an array of advanced technologies, I believe the possibility of failure is non-existent. Naturally, achieving sales exceeding 200,000 units would constitute success. Chen Chen added, in his estimation, the conservative sales target should hover around 1 million units. He mentioned 200,000 simply to alleviate the fears of those present. Failure does not equate to the end of the company. Hongxin has firmly established its foothold, having sold over 2 million units of the first-generation model after 6 sales events throughout October, resulting in a healthy cash reserve for the company. Moreover, the Shining One, priced at $799, continues to sell well, yielding over 40 yuan in profit per unit after costs are accounted for. Chen Chen picked up a blueprint from the table and handed it to several attendees, continuing. This outlines my vision for the new device. A screen larger than 5 inches. A battery capacity exceeding 3,000 mAh. A glass front panel, and a metal mid-frame and back, all in a unified design. The attendees began discussing the blueprint, quickly reaching a consensus. Mr. Chen, this is feasible, though the estimated cost will exceed 2,000 yuan. If we initiate the project now, we could align the timeline with the mass production of the Lingxiao S2 chip. Alright, Chen Chen, you were previously responsible for developing our high-end models. This new smartphone is now your project. You will serve as the product manager and report directly to me. Chen Chen, taken aback, stood up. Previously, he had solely been responsible for gathering development information, but had never led an independent project, as he had only worked with supplier proposals and managerial directives. The weight of responsibility felt heavy, yet he resolutely nodded. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will do my utmost to succeed. Chapter 21. Year-End Bonuses. As the year 2012 quietly approached, and with the Spring Festival on the horizon, the atmosphere within Hongqing was imbued with a celebratory spirit. This marked the first jubilant year-end since the passing of the late Mr. Chen, as it was rumored that Chen Chen intended to distribute year-end bonuses to all employees. In the months since the launch of the first-generation model, sales had surpassed 4 million units. Although a recent spike in production capacity for the first-generation model had caused some minor supply disruptions. However, this was of little consequence. The unassuming Shining One had achieved an impressive shipment volume of 7 million units over the past 6 months, bringing smiles to the founders of Pinduoduo. Despite nearly 200 million yuan being invested in subsidies for this smartphone, those funds belong to the investors intended for expenditure. What concern is it of ours? As the 12th month approached, Chen Chen pondered how to further unify the company. After much contemplation, he realized he lacked the oratory skills necessary to invigorate the staff. The only viable solution was to distribute monetary rewards. This, surely, would serve as the most effective motivational boost for the employees. Thus, early one morning, Chen Chen convened a high-level meeting. The sole agenda was clear: the distribution of bonuses. In the 6 months since my return to the company, I am immensely grateful for your support, which has enabled Hongqing to regain its footing. Today, we will not discuss projections for 2012 or KPIs. Our focus is simply on bonuses. I am not a miser like Zhou Bapi. I have witnessed your hard work, especially from our systems operations team, the hardware development group, and, of course, our diligent research and development department. As the company only turned a profit in the latter half of this year, the year-end bonuses may not be as lavish as you might hope. Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell silent, as everyone awaited the specifics of what not as lavish would entail. Were they to receive a few thousand yuan as a token gesture, or was something more substantial? This time, given our ample cash reserves, I have decided to allocate a portion as year-end benefits, and I hope everyone will continue to strive for our collective development in the coming year. A wave of applause erupted in the meeting room. Chen Chen was unaware that last year, due to the passing of the elder Mr. Chen, no bonuses had been distributed. Even during the elder's tenure, the company had never provided such generous year-end rewards, especially considering the numerous management layers that would have claimed the lion's share. The new management team consists predominantly of individuals with a technical background, fully aware of the previous circumstances surrounding the year-end bonuses at Hongqing. There is a collective belief that, with the progress of Hongqing, Chen Chen will undoubtedly dispense more generous bonuses and various benefits. This year, we shall conduct a simple year-end gathering, where everyone can enjoy a meal together and partake in a lottery, allowing us to unwind after a year of hard work. Following Chen Chen's remarks, a lively discussion ensued as everyone began to brainstorm and refine the plans for the year-end event. In the wake of the late Mr. Chen's passing last year, the company had faced considerable turmoil. Chen Chen, seemingly indifferent, had little inclination to organize a celebration during such chaotic times. Ultimately, there is hope that this year's bonuses will be distributed in a fair, just, and transparent manner, with no complaints regarding the amounts awarded. I firmly believe that as Hongqing continues to flourish, I will be able to allocate even more substantial bonuses next year. After a round of applause, the meeting concluded, but soon thereafter, numerous announcements were posted throughout the company, enabling employees to estimate their potential year-end bonuses based on the information provided. The snippets of Chen Chen's comments regarding the bonuses began circulating in various departmental group chats. Through the inadvertent disclosures of Hongqing employees, news of the nearly bankrupt company planning to distribute year-end bonuses spread rapidly online, quickly trending across multiple platforms. As the Lunar New Year approached, Many company employees were eager to ascertain the size of their own bonuses. Observing Hongxing's bonuses could only inspire envy and resentment. Our boss, in contrast, responded to my inquiry this year by stating that since I performed well, he would simply give me a sister-in-law as a reward. Such a company is indeed my dream employer. Does your company still require janitors? I would even accept a security position, not for the year-end bonus, but purely out of fondness for cleaning and keeping watch. While you all receive year-end bonuses, my boss has merely handed me a hammer. A hammer? That is quite good. Our company simply awarded AP. Regardless, employees from various companies were vocally lamenting their own situations and bosses. Despite being in the same industry, the disparities are astonishing. Nevertheless, this year-end bonus controversy has once again propelled Hongxing into the spotlight. Where there is attention, there is traffic, and where there is traffic, there are sales. It is only by maintaining this momentum that netizens will continue to remember you. The most successful marketing strategy in the past was the rice company spending $2 million to rebrand its logo, transitioning from square to a more rounded design. Many online expressed that they could achieve such a feat for just 200 yuan, claiming that the rice company had been swindled, urging Lei Jun to report it to the authorities. This ignited a significant buzz online. In truth, even if Lei Jun were to invest the $2 million to generate hype, he would struggle to achieve such an effect. Chapter 22, Core Technology is the Moat. In the capital city, at the vibrant Hongxing headquarters, Dr. Liu was intently focused on the screen, awaiting the results of the experiment. Behind him, colleagues were diligently recording data, while others monitored the screen and operated the computers. The lab's access control was swiped open by Chen Chen, who changed into appropriate attire before entering the laboratory. Dr. Liu, has the simulation test for Lingxiao S2 passed? Chen Chen inquired eagerly upon entering. Dr. Liu, engrossed in his work, looked up and responded, "We are currently conducting the tests. The circuit-level simulation results are in progress." He continued to explain, "Once the current circuit-level simulation passes, we will proceed with logical synthesis, transforming the circuit into gate-level circuitry, and conducting further simulation tests. Only after passing those can we assess the circuit's power consumption and timing satisfaction for our Lingxiao S2. You should take a moment to rest in the adjoining lounge. I will notify you once we have results," he suggested. Just as Chen Chen prepared to exit, he heard Dr. Liu add, "Old Joe mentioned that they have made breakthroughs in their fast-charging technology. You might want to check on that." "All right, I will visit Dr. Zhou," Chen Chen replied. As he took the elevator to Dr. Zhou's office, he reflected on how complicated the simulation tests were. It was no wonder so many manufacturers struggled with chip development. Unlike the future, where chips would frequently be at 7 or 5 nanometers, Hongxing's current chip team, consisting of just over 100 researchers, could not manage the design and development of chips without significant manpower. It was said that Huawei Company had a research team exceeding 10,000 personnel dedicated to chip development. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Chen Chen's spine. Arriving at the research department adjacent to the chip division, he deftly swiped the access control. Dr. Zhou was also busy at work. President Chen, upon seeing Chen Chen, Dr. Zhou immediately set aside his tasks and approached him. "I was just about to call you. Our fast-charging technology has made significant advancements based on your ideas. Let us take a look together." Ascending to the 3rd floor, the fast-charging team was preparing for a new round of experiments. Upon seeing Dr. Zhou leading Chen Chen, the team leader, Ding Ping, promptly stood and approached them. "President Chen, we have developed a new generation of fast-charging technology based on your Type-C interface and our previous dual-charge pump approach. It is truly revolutionary. Unlike the previous era, where technological rewards were distributed solely by systems, Hongxing possesses its own research team. Often, all it takes is a vision and direction for the future, and they can swiftly achieve technological breakthroughs." Chen Chen observed the confident, fast-charging team, curious about the technological advancements they could bring forth in the 6 months since acquiring the 18W charging technology and Type-C interface. Ding Ping led Chen Chen to an experimental platform and handed him a pair of safety goggles. "This is our dual-charge pump fast-charging system, designed based on your high-voltage fast-charging plan in conjunction with our earlier research on dual-charge pumps." Chen Chen looked at the thoroughly modified phone before him, gesturing for Ding Ping to continue. "Our previous 18W fast-charging utilized a high-voltage approach. However, there was a voltage reduction process before the current entered the battery, resulting in some energy loss, which not only decreased efficiency, but also caused the phone to heat up. I pondered, if the voltage reduction process incurs efficiency loss, why not integrate a charge pump? The principle of the charge pump is to generate high voltage through the capacitive accumulation effect, allowing current to flow from a lower potential to a higher one." "President Chen, look here." Ding Ping pointed to the modified Hongxing Generation 1 phone. and Chen Chen noticed something unusual. The power line at the phone's tail connector was composed of two lines, each connecting to different power sources. With a small device in between, presumably the charge pump they mentioned, we input a high-voltage current of 20V2A at the power source, and this current will traverse the dual circuit, which can split the 2A current. Thus, we obtain two streams of 20V1A current, which then pass through the dual charge pumps. The power line is also specially designed, having replaced the original copper wires with tin copper, capable of carrying larger currents and voltages. As the current passes through the charge pump, it undergoes voltage reduction, resulting in two streams of 5V4A current. President Chen, observe here. Following Ding Ping's indication, Chen Chen saw that the dual circuits converged. The two circuits merged into one, yielding a formidable 5V8A current, achieving a charging power of 40 watts. Impressive, truly impressive, Chen Chen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This dual charge pump scheme is indeed remarkable. Have you tested the single circuit's maximum output yet? Ding Ping promptly elucidated. We have achieved a power output of 33 watts for the single-channel configuration. Exceeding this threshold poses safety risks, necessitating further research. For now, 33 watts suffices. We must expedite our patent application, as I fear other manufacturers may discover the role of the charge pump after dissecting our smartphones and chargers. Our patent is already in the first application queue. At this juncture, Dr. Zhou interjected. Having worked at Hongxing for many years, he was acutely aware of the significance of this technology to the company. The patent had been submitted, but since the recent Lunar New Year, there have been no updates. With our current charging power of 40 watts, the Hongxing Generation 1 can be fully charged in under 30 minutes. As we continue to make breakthroughs, this power will only increase. Very well, I await your good news. I wish you success in surpassing 120 watts, even 200 watts. If dual-channel charge pumps are unfeasible, we can always explore 3 or 4 channels. Chen Chen's remarks elicited laughter from everyone in the laboratory. With the prospect of a technological breakthrough, spirits were high. In truth, no smartphone on the market had yet surpassed a power output of 10 watts. Even the relatively swift 7-watt HTC was modest compared to others. When compared with the likes of Apple and Samsung or other manufacturers' 5V1A outputs, even the Hongxing Generation 1's 18 watts was vastly superior to them. Is our 40-watt technical solution ready for application? Chen Chen posed a crucial question. Laboratories may be laboratories, yet some companies, as netizens claim, have been rumored to possess 200-watt or even 500-watt fast-charging technologies lying dormant, yet what they release remains the safe and rapid 5V1A. Indeed, Chen, our dual-channel charge pump solution is swift. However, do not hesitate. Speak plainly if there are issues. Our Type-C interface features 24 metal contacts, perfectly compatible with our new fast charging. However, the previous micro-USB interface is inadequate, with only 5 contacts, 4 of which are for data. Even with our modifications to the Hongxing Generation 1 to support 18 watts, the 40 watts cannot utilize the micro interface. That's not a concern. All our future smartphones will utilize Type-C, and eventually, the entire world will transition to Type-C interfaces. Additionally, we have yet to finalize the charger side. The charger requires an embedded chip to automatically recognize our smartphone's fast charging and adjust voltage and current accordingly. That's manageable. The issue is the charging management IC chip, correct? You should discuss this with Dr. Liu. If you can resolve it independently, do so. If not, seek custom solutions. It can certainly be addressed. However, the cost of the dual-channel charge pump is also a concern. As you continue researching the dual-channel solution, please also expedite the enhancement of the single-channel solution, ensuring that costs remain as low as possible without compromising safety. We aim to implement this in our flagship device this year. Understood, Chen. As he was about to leave, Chen Chen recalled something. Since the dual-channel charge pump can double the charging power, wouldn't using dual batteries also amplify the charging power? With this thought, Chen Chen turned to Ding Ping and inquired, Group Leader Ding, have you considered that if we can apply the dual-channel charge pump to enhance power? What about 2 battery cells? After Chen exited, Ding Ping stood there momentarily stunned. He quickly retrieved his notebook and began jotting down the proposal, muttering to himself. Dual battery cells for charge pumps. 200 watts, 500 watts. Just having left the fast-charging team, he arrived on the first floor to hear the internal phone ringing on the table. Dr. Zhou stepped forward to answer it and immediately grew animated. Old Liu, did we succeed? Chen is here. We are on our way. After hanging up, Dr. Zhou eagerly pulled Chen Chen towards the chip department in the adjacent building. Chen, Old Liu just called to say the simulation test has passed. Let us go see. Upon swiping into the chip laboratory, jubilant cheers rang out. Chen, our Ling Xiao S2 simulation has succeeded. The chip's performance design meets expectations. Power consumption is normal, and all functional modules are operational. Observing the elation of his team members, Dr. Liu wore a smile, yet he tempered their excitement with a dose of reality. Let us not celebrate prematurely. While we have passed the simulation test, we must wait for the actual performance results, post-silicon fabrication, to draw any definitive conclusions. The feasibility of the fabrication process remains a concern. Dr. Liu's words instantly hushed the laboratory, as everyone contemplated the reality that passing the simulation test does not guarantee that the produced chips will meet expectations, as production processes play a crucial role. That's all right, Dr. Liu. The fact that we passed the simulation test is still a cause for celebration. Chen Chen then addressed the laboratory members loudly. Once your silicon fabrication test succeeds, I will reward you with bonuses again. Starting this month, every member of the chip research department will receive a 20 salary increase. Thank you, Chen. Thank you, Chen. Do not underestimate this 20. These engineers were originally recruited by the late Mr. Chen from various places, some even brought in as entire teams. Their annual salaries are substantial, so an increase of 20 is no small matter. However, beyond monetary incentives, Chen Chen valued retaining talent. As long as he could keep the engineers, he would not hesitate to invest all of Hongxing's profits into research and development. Technology is the primary productive force, and engineers are a company's most precious asset. Chen Chen has always kept these two principles in mind and has acted accordingly. While pursuing financial gains may yield quicker profits, what significance does that hold? Certain technologies cannot be purchased with money. They must be developed painstakingly through one's own efforts. In research, there is never a shortcut. Today, Hongxing's formidable research capabilities have afforded him two trump cards, which will serve as the company's moat. Let anyone dare to claim that Hongxing lacks core technology. Chen Chen is prepared to throw the chips and fast-charging solutions right in their faces. For a technology company, core technology is indeed the moat. Chapter 23. There's only one God in Huaxia. Did you hear? The company has actually prioritized a chip production run for a company on the Huaxia mainland. It involves the highly challenging 28-nanometer process, which has already failed. When do we gain another chip company in Huaxia? It's not a chip company. It's a smartphone company. Their smartphone processor chip just failed the production run today. Experts from the United States are currently investigating. ISNT, our latest 28-nanometer chip process, only being tested by Gaotong? How did another mainland company emerge? Could it be that their circuit design is flawed? Unclear, but it seems to be our issue. On Huaxiao's treasure island, TSMC, a few engineers, taking a break, were animatedly discussing and sharing gossip. The failure of chip mass manufacturing is not uncommon for TSMC, the largest foundry, with most cases arising from issues in the chip company's design circuits. However, this time the situation is somewhat different. According to insider information, TSMC has convened a large number of chip experts and even recalled several prominent figures from American laboratories to address this process issue. To put it plainly, there are two types of chip foundries globally. One is TSMC, and the other is everyone else. TSMC commands an impressive 70% of the global semiconductor foundry market. Even such a titan finds itself grappling with the intricacies of the newly developed 28 nanometers manufacturing process, underscoring the significance of this breakthrough. It is essential to recognize that this 28 nanometers process will continue to evolve over the next decade, yielding an abundance of chips based on this technology. Some may question the existence of a market for 28 nanometers when advancements have already been made to 7 nanometers and 5 nanometers technologies. The answer lies in the maturity and cost-effectiveness of the process. Currently, TSMC's 28 nanometers process, known as 27 nmLP, signifies low performance and low power consumption. For instance, the recently trial-produced APQ8064 from Gaodong employs this process, which does not incorporate HKMG but utilizes Xiaoan technology, rendering it unsuitable for high-frequency operations. However, Dr. Liu's Lingxiao S2 and its associated processes are based on the subsequent 28 nmHP, representing the second generation of the 28 nanometers process, where HP stands for high performance. The introduction of HKMG allows for an increased chip frequency, while simultaneously reducing leakage current at the same frequency when compared to LP technology. Within TSMC's research facility, Wilson, a chip expert from the United States, gazes in awe at the circuit design of the Lingxiao S2, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" He is utterly astonished. Surrounding him, a cadre of individuals clad in lab coats expresses a mix of admiration and bewilderment, pondering when China produced another chip design team. The semiconductor community is indeed a small world. Any stirring of events is readily known, including which architectures excel and which circuit designs are exceptional. As this expert group continues its research, a TSMC liaison enters and inquires, Professor Wilson, esteemed experts, have you identified the cause of the recent tape-out failure? Our client has been pressing us and has clearly stated that their circuit design is flawless. The tranquil atmosphere is disrupted, and Wilson regains his composure. Oh my God, how could they know that the LP process they proposed is our latest technology? Moreover, their DSP processor design employs a dual-core architecture. This groundbreaking innovation requires time for us to refine. As Wilson's words settle, other experts begin to connect the dots. Upon closely examining the DSP processor's circuit diagram, they discern the root of the issue and understand why the tape-out failed. The Gaodong APQ8064, currently being processed by TSMC, is based on the LP technology, and the DSP processor is also single-core, leading them to assume that the Lingxiao S2 is likewise a single-core design. To their surprise, this innovative chip team from Hongqing has boldly ventured into uncharted territory. Which team masterminded this chip design? I must have a thorough discussion with them. It would be a tremendous loss for China to retain such a team. Only our country offers a proper platform for their development. Wilson openly expresses his desire to recruit talent, although his words may sound unflattering. The truth remains that prospects for development are indeed brighter in the United States than domestically. Leading the charge is Dr. Lu Yujiang from China, who is currently on a break. As he takes a moment to himself, TSMC's public relations manager sits beside him, persistently urging him to wait a little longer. Manager Lu, please bear with us. Our company has enlisted American experts to investigate the cause of this failure. Since you insist that your design is flawless, results should emerge soon. In the meantime, we could explore the beautiful landscapes of our island and enjoy the local delicacies. As the PR manager moves closer, Dr. Lu finds himself compelled to rise and pace the room. The fragrance emanating from the manager is rather enticing. Dr. Lu thinks to himself that this hardly resembles a chip foundry. It feels rather inappropriate. Our CEO, Mr. Chen, has issued a firm directive. I simply wish to receive the chips for testing promptly. If you cannot identify the issue, please proceed according to the contract. His words resonate with conviction, each syllable underscoring his resolve. Is this a ploy to charm me? After years of traversing the world, I have encountered every conceivable tactic. Dr. Lu cannot help but feel anxious. Having spent over 2 months on the island, he recalls that Gaodong launched their latest APQ8064, the S4 chip, just last month. The entire high-end project of his company hinges on this chip. Although TSMC has willingly accepted responsibility and cost for the tape-out failure, time has undeniably been squandered. Just as Dr. Lu is consumed by impatience, the door to the lounge swings open. An expatriate, speaking with a distinctly accented Mandarin, greets him. Lu Yujiang. I am honored to meet you. Recognizing the individual as a foreign chip expert, Dr. Lu deduces he is likely from the United States. You may speak English. I understand it well. He replies in fluent American English, as the foreigner's attempts at Mandarin discomfort him. Wilson promptly switches to English, stating, Dr. Lu, was a Lingxiao S2 chip designed by your team? Is there an issue? I have repeated countless times that our chip design is impeccable. The tape-out failure is unequivocally a consequence of your process. No, Dr. Lu, you misunderstand. I'm not implying there is a flaw in your chip design. It is indeed flawless, I can assure you. This failure is attributed to TSMC's process issues, which have now been identified, and efforts are being expedited for improvement. I have come to invite you and your team to join our laboratory. Your laboratory? Dr. Lu inquires, puzzled by the foreigner's intentions. Indeed, I wish to invite you to collaborate on cutting-edge technology. Talents like you should not remain in China. Our country can provide everything you require. I can guarantee that upon your acceptance, you will swiftly obtain a green card. Dr. Lu finally comprehends the expatriate's ulterior motives. He has spent nearly 2 months here, and rather than addressing the pressing issue, they are thinking of poaching talent and invoking the name of God as a guarantee for a green card. Does Lu Yujiang lack such trivialities? Absolutely not. Moreover, in China, we have only one deity, the Supreme Jade Emperor, the unparalleled sovereign of the heavens. Your God? How dare you? Dr. Lu suppresses his ire, addressing Wilson and the cameras in the room. If your company possesses limited technical capabilities, do not waste our time. As for your deity, I regret to inform you that I only believe in our Chinese God. Dr. Lu, I merely aim to provide you with a superior research environment and better compensation. Moreover, your country. Do not say another word. I have no interest in your insipid green card. My sole focus is on our chips. As soon as Dr. Lu finishes speaking, another figure enters the lounge. Observing Dr. Lu on the verge of anger, he speaks up. The issue has been identified. Our engineers are working diligently on upgrades, and the factory is expediting your chip processing. It is currently prioritized, and I assure you that the finished product will be ready within a month. Dr. Liu turns to the middle-aged man. Recognizing him as a vice president at TSMC, his presence indicates that the foreigner's views are merely personal opinions. Given the vice president's stance, Dr. Liu's tone softens. I shall wait a little longer, hoping that this time we can achieve success. Chapter 24. The Prospects of Huawei. Deep City. The terminal business division of Huawei has finally found its footing after a series of internal adjustments. The company's founder, defying conventional wisdom, appointed Yu Qingbei as the head of terminal operations. Upon assuming his role, Yu initiated sweeping reforms, and upon learning that operators intended to gradually abolish subsidy policies, he followed in Red Star's footsteps by eliminating 80 of the operator channel devices. In contrast to Red Star's approach, Yu decided to propel Huawei towards the high-end market, aiming to reshape the brand's image. As for the low-end market, there remained the remaining 20 of operator channels. Huawei possessed the capital to forego low-end devices and transition to the high-end sector, as the company's other ventures could continuously provide substantial funding. After all, how much profit could one truly glean from selling mere mobile devices? How could a chip team of hundreds be sustained? Huawei held a definitive advantage in global communication technology. Having thrived in the mobile market since the dawn of the 21st century, buoyed by its robust communication technologies. While not on par with giants like Nokia and Motorola, it had nonetheless carved out a respectable reputation. With its formidable base station technology, Huawei forged alliances with domestic operators, standing among the so-called four great domestic brands of China. However, just as Huawei's mobile operations were reaping significant benefits from collaborations with operators, the mobile market underwent a seismic transformation. The first change was the replacement of feature phones by smartphones, followed closely by the proliferation and promotion of 3G in the domestic market. Huawei's upper management and its founders swiftly recognized these market shifts and began altering the company's strategy. Previously, consumers primarily considered signal quality and call clarity when purchasing a phone. Yet, in the era of smartphones, communication technology no longer represented the primary allure of mobile devices. During this new phase, Huawei continued to rely on partnerships with operators to launch new smart products, but as subsidies and exclusive sales dwindled, such a developmental approach became ill-suited to the current mobile market. Within Yu Qingbei's ambitious plan to ascend to the high-end sector, the P1 and P1S emerged as two pivotal products. Regrettably, these smartphones failed to gain widespread acceptance, with global sales not exceeding 1 million units. Thus, the inaugural foray into the high-end market concluded in failure. Mr. Run, I am willing to take responsibility for the losses incurred by the company and resign. Hoping to provide an explanation to the company, Yu Qingbei lamented, his demeanor despondent in the presence of the founder. With the P1 series completely phased out and P2 sales languishing, Yu resolved to resign in hopes of quelling the internal discontent. In a rare display of frustration, Mr. Ren slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "It's not that simple. You think you can just resign after a failure? Do you expect me to pay for the next person's education? No. You must ensure the success of the mobile business before you even think about resigning." Subsequently, Mr. Ren calmly continued, "Why fear failure? You've only lost less than 200 million. It's not as if our company will collapse if your mobile venture falters." Mr. Run, Yu Qingbei, looking at the founder who had unwavering faith in him, found himself at a loss for words. "Do not fear failure. I encountered far more setbacks before founding Huawei. Did I retreat? Did I falter? I persevered, step by step, to build Huawei to its current stature. I trust your strategy is sound. Proceed boldly and confidently. The company will support you. Success in a high-end market is rarely achieved in just one or two attempts." Listening to the founder's encouraging words, Yu Qingbei felt his confidence rekindle. Mr. Run was right. Transitioning to the high-end market would not be an easy feat, Mr. Run. I understand what needs to be done. I will return to oversee the development of our new models. Please share your thoughts, Mr. Ren urged. Well, Mr. Run, it appears that Samsung is planning to launch a large-screen phone with a display size exceeding 5 inches. I was thinking, while we continue to develop the P series, why not create a large-screen, long-lasting new model as well? I have even thought of a name, the Mate series. Moreover, the other rising domestic smartphone manufacturers, aside from Red Star, are the Mi company. Their internet phones are also immensely popular with consumers. Given the current rise of mobile internet, we could establish a distinct internet brand under Huawei. We could spin off the Enjoy series into its own brand, focusing solely on internet products, our own Huawei internet brand. Upon hearing this, Mr. Rin nodded approvingly. After a moment of contemplation, He replied, "You certainly possess a wealth of ideas. I find your suggestions entirely viable. Once you've chosen your path, pursue it relentlessly. With Huawei's technological prowess, we will soon catch up to these manufacturers. Internally, I will support you. Go forth and execute your vision." As Yu Chungbei exited the Huawei headquarters, he felt an exhilarating lightness. With Mr. N's backing, there was nothing that Huawei could not accomplish. At last, Yu Chungbei felt his skills would find their rightful application. However, thoughts of the developing Huawei P6 series still plagued him. The overall development progress was remarkably swift, considering Huawei's extensive experience in mobile manufacturing. Yet, Mr. Rin insisted on leveraging the mobile division to drive the chip division. As Huawei's Kunping chip company had only recently made strides, with chips primarily supplied to the mobile division, one could only hope that the new generation Kunping chips would prove robust. With that, he opened the car door and departed from Huawei's headquarters. Meanwhile, Chen Chen gazed at the message from Dr. Liu, feeling overwhelmed. The chip tape-out had failed, and the next attempt would not be possible for another month. At the same time, Red Star's next generation model had nearly finished development, still awaiting chip compatibility. Chapter 25. A 14mm phone? Are you joking? In contrast, Lei Junami Company found himself feeling quite at ease. The Mi 1, after several months of adjustment and ramping up production in 2011, was now maintaining a steady output of over 500,000 units per month. The entire Mi Company was thoroughly satisfied with this sales figure. Furthermore, the development of the next generation model, buoyed by the experience gained from the Mi 1, was progressing smoothly. This month, May 2012, Gaodong held a global launch event in the United States, unveiling their new processor, the Gaodong APQ8064. Lei Jun promptly reached out to Gaodong, securing the latest flagship chip, codenamed S4. Thanks to the successful collaboration between the previous generation and Mi, Gaodong once again dispatched their engineers to assist Mi's team in adapting this chip. Through scientific internet access, Chen Chen also learned about Gaodong's S4 launch event. At this time, Gaodong was not yet like Intel in later years, gradually releasing updates. They consistently provided the latest processes and technologies. Gaodong announced that the S4 series will be the final line of chips bearing the S designation. Future chips will be named numerically, with high-end chips designated as Series 8, mid-range as Series 6, and low-end as Series 4. This naming convention would allow manufacturers and consumers to easily differentiate the performance levels of various series. The previous APQ and S-series naming methods had led to a lack of clarity regarding Gaodong's mobile processors. Only those who genuinely studied these matters could discern whether a particular phone utilized a high-end flagship chip. For instance, some manufacturers in later years touted their products as true octa-core processors or Gaodong octa-core processors, merely masquerading low-end chips as high-end offerings. This time, the Gaodong series is named according to numerical values, allowing consumers to discern the processing power of a smartphone simply by observing the sequence. During the launch event, Gaodong emphasized that the S4 chip is manufactured using TSMC's 28nm process technology, with the core upgraded from a dual-core configuration to a novel big little architecture featuring 4 cores, achieving a remarkable clock speed of 1 GHz. In terms of GPU, it boasts the Adreno 320, an upgrade from the previous generation Adreno 310, enhancing graphical processing capabilities by a staggering 40. Overall, this is an exceptionally impressive smartphone processor. After consulting with professionals from his company's chip research department, Chen Chen learned that their own Lingxiao S2 performs comparably to the Gaodong S4 in design capabilities, although it falls short in GPU performance, with overall graphical processing power approximately 20 lower than that of the Gaodong S4. Nevertheless, this is still commendable. At least the new generation Lingxiao S2 has incorporated a DSP digital processor, marking a significant advancement compared to the Lingxiao S1. Chen Chen is confident that, with the assistance of Xiao AI, his chip team will undoubtedly develop a complete SoC in the future, unlike the current situation where they possess only a standalone processor. With the ISP and baseband requiring external components and incurring additional patent fees, the road ahead is long and arduous. We will once again debut the latest flagship processor, the Gaodong S4 series. Stay tuned. Looking at the announcement released by Xiaomi, Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder, is Lei Busi really that anxious? Just as Gaodong unveiled the S4 in the United States, Lei Busi immediately announced the intention to debut this chip domestically. What Chen Chen does not realize is that Lei Busi is also in a difficult position. Clearly, the Xiaomi first generation was the first to be launched, and it was also the first to venture into the internet arena. However, due to production capacity issues, they rose early but arrived late. losing all the limelight to the Hongxing first generation. With the sales of the first generation meeting expectations and the development of the second generation progressing smoothly, Lei Busi was eager to kick off the preheating of the Xiaomi second generation this June. However, Chen Chen is not in a hurry, according to the timeline. The Gaodong S4 has yet to enter mass production, and Xiaomi prefers to hold its launch event on August 16th, which is also the anniversary of its establishment. Therefore, the current preheating is of little consequence. He still has over 2 months to prepare for the new high-end series and the Hongxing second generation. At present, domestic smartphone brands such as Zhonghua Cool Union, Xiaomi, Meizu, as well as Jiani, TCL, Bodeo, and Qianyu are undergoing a gradual reshuffling process. Established manufacturers are falling behind, while emerging companies are on the rise. This time, the Hongxing second generation will not utilize Sharp screens, although Sharp's display is indeed outstanding. Its cost is considerably higher than that of domestic screens. In light of the deep collaboration with Huaxing Optoelectronics, our D department, alongside engineers from Huaxing's laboratory, has successfully developed a 720p screen based on our own technology, and this time we will employ our proprietary display. Mr. Chen, the primary cost of the customized screen from Huaxing lies in the mold development, and Huaxing has already completed the production line modifications, ready for immediate production. Lao Li's insights are indeed accurate. As long as our sales figures are sufficiently high, the cost per screen will decrease correspondingly. I will ensure that the finance department issues you a bonus in the coming days for your hard work at Huaxing these past months. After spending several months at the Huaxing factory, Lao Li returned to Hongxing after the production line was revamped and a batch of trial screens was produced in June. With the life cycle of the Hongxing first generation now reaching its midpoint and the second generation already under development, Chen Chen naturally harbors high expectations for the new Hongxing second generation, aiming for sales to surpass 10 million over its entire life cycle. And even aspiring for 20 million is not out of reach, since it still positions itself as a cost-effective model. Unlike the new flagship that adopts a metallic chassis, it will continue to utilize high molecular nanomaterial plastics to save costs without compromising quality. However, in contrast to the previous generation's hurried launch, the company's design team will meticulously refine this smartphone. Firstly, a specific coating and frosted treatment will be applied to the back cover. Thus, although it remains plastic, the overall tactile experience will possess a certain level of sophistication. While plastic has its myriad drawbacks, it does have the advantage of minimal interference with signals. The engineers have struggled with this issue for a considerable time concerning the new flagship model, ultimately leaving plastic antenna openings along the metallic frame. The Hongxing second generation will not face such troubles, as it is entirely plastic, eliminating any signal obstruction. Nonetheless, regardless of the design, every aspect must yield to the battery and performance requirements. The first version of the design had reached a daunting thickness of 14 millimeters. A thickness of 14 millimeters truly made Chen Chen contemplate throwing the design blueprint at their faces. Brother, it's 2012. What do you mean by a 14 millimeters thick phone? Have you not seen that Huawei's phones are less than 7 millimeters? Chen Chen finally understood why Hongxing's market share had been steadily declining. Who wouldn't shake their head with a development department like this? Chapter 26. I made a decision that defies ancestral principles. Xiaomi second generation has confirmed the adoption of the Gaodong S4 chip. Once again, Xiaomi is set to debut. Is the preheating for the Xiaomi second generation starting so soon? I just bought my Xiaomi 1 not long ago, and unexpectedly, it is already outdated. What do you know? Xiaomi has been pushed to the edge by Hongxing. Just look at the sales figures for Xiaomi 1 and compare them to those of Hongxing 1. It feels like the two companies are preparing for a showdown. Let them fight quickly. It would be best if they directly dropped the price to $15.99. Ultimately, we consumers stand to benefit. One price, $999. Link it. $999? Are you kidding? The preheating by Xiaomi ignited fervent discussions among netizens, with everyone speculating whether the Xiaomi second generation would maintain the same price of $19.99 or go even lower. However, this trending topic was soon overshadowed by another news story. The domestic antivirus software company 390, led by Zhou Hongyi, announced its entry into the smartphone market. In today's society, high-flying elites possess a smartphone each. Do we common folks have no choice but to use cheap phones? I vehemently disagree with this notion. Our 390 aims to provide quality smartphones at affordable prices for the vast user base. Therefore, I, Zhou Hongyi, have made a decision that defies ancestral principles. We will venture into hardware. Our 390 will collaborate with the renowned domestic manufacturer Coolpad to launch a special 390 smartphone priced at only $14.99. Once Zhou Hongyi's announcement hit the internet, It caused an immediate uproar. Since when did making phones become so simple? A company known for antivirus software can also produce smartphones? It felt as though I had traversed through time. Just a year ago, the only options for purchasing a phone were those foreign brands priced in the 3 to 4,000 range. And now, in less than a year, we have Xiaomi at $1999, followed by Hongxing at $1998, and now the 390 special model at $1499. This seems utterly surreal. What time travel? Ask me if the odd changes, and even don't. It's not like you step outside to see cars flying in the sky. Foreign manufacturers have harvested profits in our homeland for too long, and it is time for our domestic brands to rise. Why is there such a tendency to undercut prices? I long out yin, am not short of money. What do I lack? Can't we produce a high-end domestic phone? Day in and day out. It's either Apple or Samsung and HTC. I am thoroughly tired of it. I look forward to high-end domestic products. I eagerly anticipate high-end domestic products. 10,086. Yuching Bei, observing the comment from these affluent netizens, almost burst into tears. Isn't it high-end domestic phones that you all desire? We have an Huawei, P2, P2S, all at high-end prices, yet I have not seen you buy any. Long out yen. I'm not short on funds. Yet your mobile phone has not been promoted domestically, leaving us entirely oblivious to its quality. Is there truly such an urgent demand among consumers for high-end devices? Shouldn't we, at Xiaomi, also consider developing a premium model? Otherwise, if we persist with our offerings at $1999, consumers might mistakenly believe we're only capable of producing budget phones. Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Lin Bing furrowed her brows. Lei's perspective held merit. Without a high-end model, consumers might doubt our ability at Xiaomi. Lei, I firmly believe we must venture into the high-end market, but it is certainly not the right time. We have only just established our foothold in the smartphone arena. Have you forgotten last year's Hongxing 903 series and this year's Huawei P2 series? Although consumers vocally express a desire for premium devices, their wallets tell a different story. They still opt for the cheapest options available. After Lin Bing concluded, Lei Jun pondered for a moment and replied, since the time for high-end models is not ripe, why not develop a budget phone instead? A model priced below 1,000, perhaps around $899, seems quite suitable. Lei Jun had long harbored the idea of creating a budget device, but the fledgling status of Xiaomi had previously hindered their capacity to do so. Now, with revenues nearing 10 billion in just half a year, securing additional funding could indeed allow Xiaomi to penetrate the low-end market. The low-end market is characterized by high volume and affordability. To enter this arena, sufficient capital is essential. Otherwise, with meager orders amounting to mere tens of thousands, one would be unable to negotiate the best prices. In Lei Jun's vision, establishing a stronghold in the mid-range would ultimately lay the groundwork for success in a low-end sector. His aspiration was to craft an affordable device that did not compromise on quality, capturing users' attention. Once Xiaomi amassed a substantial user base, they could then embark on subsequent plans. As for the notion that low-end devices do not yield profit, that is certainly true. However, how much can one truly earn from low-end models? Once the user base expands, simply pre-installing a few applications and pushing advertisements could prove more lucrative than solely selling hardware. Blue and green factory. Who says low-end devices are unprofitable? They indeed bring in revenue. Consider the many young individuals freshly graduated and entering society, often with limited financial resources. These users may require years of development before they become loyal Xiaomi customers. However, if we offer a budget phone, they could become Xiaomi users right away. Since you are keen on developing a low-end device, we at Xiaomi must prepare for a new round of financing. Moreover, this new project requires a suitable leader. Currently, I am managing another project and cannot stretch myself further to oversee a new model, Lin Bing reflected. It was true. As the president of Xiaomi's mobile division, Lin Bing was already stretched thin, and adding the budget series to his responsibilities would be overwhelming. With this in mind, Lei Jun asked Lin Bing, do you have anyone in mind to recommend? You have been in this industry longer than I have. Who could manage this new series? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bing's eyes lit up. I have someone in mind, but you'll need to recruit him. He is still employed. Who? Lu Weiqi. Indeed, Lu Weiqi. He is currently with Jiani, likely overseeing their overseas operations. His professional abilities are exceptional. I have interacted with him several times during my time in Europe. Lin Bing exclaimed excitedly. Since you vouch for his capabilities, I shall investigate his background and see if I can establish contact, Lei Jun replied. He searched for Lu Weiqi's resume online and called a few acquaintances. However, after reviewing the information, he found nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yet, since Lin Bing claimed he was competent, it was worth reaching out. Unbeknownst to Lei Jun, he was not the only one eyeing Lu Weiqi. Chen Chen had also set his sights on the man who had propelled Redmi to its zenith. Chapter 27, Lu, come to my bowl. The reasoning was simple within Hongxing. Aside from a handful of specialized engineers, there was a dearth of individuals who truly understood the market and could independently manage a project. Although Lu Weibing possessed strong capabilities, he still adhered to the outdated mindset prevalent at Hongxing, making it challenging for him to adapt to market changes. He could handle human resources and company affairs with ease, but in Chen Chen's eyes, he was merely a cog in the machine. Lu, we can initiate the preheating for our new flagship as planned. Capitalizing on the buzz surrounding the 390 Special Edition, haven't netizens been clamoring for a high-end flagship? We at Hongxing can deliver it promptly. Also, please assist me in contacting someone. I wish to recruit him. Who? Lu Weibing was curious. Yet upon noticing the stack of documents on the desk and Chen Chen's dark circles from overwork related to the new device, he quickly understood. This was a quest for a professional manager. Lu Weibing was aware that his slow reactions to market changes were becoming a liability, particularly regarding the current landscape of internet marketing. Lu Weiqi, he should be the vice president at Jiani now. I want to lure him over to manage our mobile division. Lu Weibing paused to consider. He had heard of Lu Weiqi, who had previously overseen Jiani's overseas operations. However, with the advent of the smartphone wave, Jiani's overseas business began to decline, diminishing even their domestic market share. The board of Jiani recalled Lu Weiqi, hoping he could halt the decline in revenue. Lu Weiqi had spent a year in the vice president role, but Jiani's situation had not improved. In fact, they faced a shortage of funds. Now, as Chen Chen sought to recruit him, Lu Weibing was compelled to weigh his capabilities. Chen, I know a bit about Lu Weiqi, but he doesn't seem to possess any outstanding qualities. If you're looking for a professional manager or assistant, I can reach out to some headhunters. No, Lu. You don't comprehend how capable he truly is. His lack of performance at Jiani stems from the company's shortcomings, not his own abilities. Placed in our Hongxing environment, he would undoubtedly excel beyond your expectations. Please help me reach out and see if we can arrange a meeting. All right, I will contact him shortly. But I advise you to consider this carefully. Rest assured, Lu, I'm fully aware of what I am doing. Chen Chen thought to himself. How could I not know of his capabilities? In the previous life, Lu Weiqi was pivotal in establishing Xiaomi's presence in the Indian market and other international territories. Upon returning to China to lead the Redmi brand, he elevated it to heights it was not originally meant to reach. After Lei Jun ventured into automotive, Lu Weiqi took charge of the entire Xiaomi group's mobile business, even leading the presentations at press conferences. Netizens claimed that if he merely swapped the Xiaomi logo for Jiani's, it would signal a triumphant return to Jiani's glory. Recently, Lu Weiqi found himself perplexed. He had not indicated any intention to resign, yet several headhunters had reached out to him in recent days. Jiani was not in a dire state, despite declining market share. His efforts over the past year had at least halted the rapid descent in revenue. Given 2 more years, he firmly believed he could restore Jiani to the ranks of leading domestic manufacturers. The only caveat was securing sufficient authority. Otherwise, with a president above him and several executives behind him issuing arbitrary commands, little could be accomplished. Not only headhunters were contacting him, even Lei Jun, the founder and chairman of Xiaomi, personally called to arrange a meeting. Sighing, Lu Weiqi lamented, "Here I am, brimming with potential yet nowhere to unleash it." The thought of changing jobs began to take root in his mind. Let us meet, then. First, I will have a conversation with Lei Jun. Perhaps I might genuinely consider joining their company in the future. With this thought in mind, Lu Weiqi tidied up his belongings, preparing to leave work. Just as he was about to rise, the phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID indicated as Lu Weibing, Lu Weiqi paused momentarily. Could it be that Hongxing also wishes to recruit me? After exchanging a few words with Lu Weibing over the phone, Lu Weiqi reflected that it was indeed the case, as Hongxing wanted to meet him to discuss potential opportunities, likely with the intention of enticing him away. Having a decent rapport with Lu Weibing, he ended the call and drove to Blue Island Cafe. Inside the cafe, a server approached with a menu, presenting it to Chen Chen and Lu Weibing. "Gentlemen, what would you like to drink?" "I would like a latte, please. Just a glass of plain water for me." "Thank you." "Certainly, gentlemen, no need to be formal." Chen Chen, disliking the bitter taste of coffee, opted for a simple glass of water. After the server departed, he gazed out the window. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached, accompanied by another server. "Mr. Lu, it's been a while." "Mr. Lu, please take a seat. What would you like to drink?" Lu Weibing hastily pulled out a chair for Lu Weiqi to sit down. "An Americano for me." "Thank you," Lu Weiqi instructed the nearby server. "This must be the remarkable Mr. Chen. A pleasure to meet you." "You flatter me, Mr. Lu. Compared to you, I am but a novice. I have much to learn from you." After some brief pleasantries, Chen Chen got straight to the point. "Mr. Lu, I would like to invite you to join us at Hongxing. Lu Weiqi was not taken aback by Chen Chen's straightforwardness. Rather, he inquired, Mr. Chen, I'm doing quite well at Jiani. I see no reason to consider Hongxing. Mr. Lu, I am aware that you're not flourishing at Jiani. Your superior, the president, frequently interferes, undermining your strategic plans. Moreover, Jiani is currently facing financial difficulties. I assent it. After receiving the coffee from the server, Lu Weiqi took a sip and remarked, It seems Mr. Chen has conducted a thorough investigation into my situation at Jiani. Indeed, I am currently the vice president, but I believe it will not be long before I ascend to the position of president there. If you join Hongxing, you will be our president. Ignoring Lu Weibing's anxious demeanor, Chen Chen continued, Not only will you assume the role of president, but you will also be directly responsible for our new brand. Lu Weiqi nearly lost his grip on the coffee cup. This young man, Chen Chen, certainly had audacity, offering him the position of president outright, which genuinely stirred Lu Weiqi's interest. A new brand? What brand is this? The Hongxing Shining series we launched last year. I intend to establish this series as a standalone brand, focusing on the budget smartphone market, and no one is more suited for this role than you. Lu Weiqi remained silent, sipping his coffee contemplatively. Observing his demeanor, Chen Chen did not rush him, continuing, Not only will we have a new brand for budget phones, but Hongxing also has plans for a new flagship device. I trust you will soon see the promotional materials. And I wonder if you have the confidence to lead Hongxing to become the leading domestic brand and break out of this market. Mr. Chen, your business vision is impeccable, but I am no longer a hot-blooded youth in my 20s. You wish to ignite my passion and ambition to entice me to switch companies, don't you? Chen Chen, having his intentions uncovered, remained unperturbed, gazing earnestly at Lu Weiqi. I sincerely wish to invite you to join Hongxing as I seek your guidance. I hope we can collaborate to make Hongxing a great company. Lu Weiqi, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle, remained motionless, and Chen Chen did not interrupt. What about the compensation? Lu Weiqi articulated each word with care. Chen Chen, filled with joy, promptly replied, Rest assured regarding the compensation. I will offer you a salary that is 30 above the market rate, along with stock options. Upon hearing the mention of stock options, Lu Weibing interjected anxiously, Mr. Chen, while compensation can be negotiated, you must be cautious regarding equity. Currently, at Hongxing, aside from Lu Weibing's 7 share, all other shares were held by Chen Chen, equating to hundreds of billions in value. Do not worry, Uncle Lu, I've thought this through. Mr. Lu is worth it. Lu Weiqi understood that Hongxing was almost entirely controlled by Chen Chen, who had never relinquished any shares for financing during the time of Chen's grandfather. The fact that Chen Chen was offering stock options indicated how much he valued Lu Weiqi. In that case, Mr. Chen, this is a significant matter. I must contemplate it further. If that is the case, I will await your favorable response. I believe Hongxing will be your best choice. Perhaps, Lu Weiqi sighed. Chapter 28. A foldable phone? I can handle 5 tons of nonsense. Ever since the emergence of rice, Hongxing has experienced a resurgence. While offline competitors like Oppo and Vivo have been expanding relentlessly, leading to Chinese market share dwindling rapidly. Yet, that was not the primary concern. The real issue lay with Chinese owner, who had a penchant for dubious practices, which ultimately became the final straw for Lu Weiqi. Lu Weiqi has joined Hongxing. We were a step too late. As Lin Bing relayed this news, Lei Jun felt little turbulence within. He had always held doubts regarding Lu Weiqi's capabilities. Even if he had reached out to him, it had been with a trial-and-error mentality. If they could recruit him, they would evaluate his performance for a time before deciding whether to entrust him with significant responsibilities. If not, they would incur no loss. Not to worry. I've already contacted a headhunter. They have found a professional in mobile management named Wang Huading. Wang Huading? Lin Bing was unfamiliar with this name, having never heard of such a figure in the domestic market. Yes, he is a product manager from Lianxiang. I reviewed his resume and found it impressive, with significant capabilities, so I had the headhunter recruit him. He should be starting in a few days. Seeing that Lei Jun had secured a suitable product manager, Lin Bing ceased further discussion. On the other hand, Chen Chen was genuinely delighted about Lu Weiqi's joining. After leading Lu Weiqi through an in-depth understanding of the company, Chen Chen, with a serious expression, addressed Lu Weiqi, Old Lu, you have just joined the company, and I initially intended for you to acclimatize first. However, time is of the essence. I must assign you the responsibility for the new model right away. Mr. Chen, whatever task you assign, I, Lu Weiqi, will certainly accomplish it. Our Shining series has not seen a new product in over a year. It is time for an upgrade. I am currently focused on the new flagship and Hongxing's 2nd generation, so I am entrusting the upgrade to you. Are there any specific requirements for the upgrade? Should we maintain a low-price strategy? Indeed, While ensuring a certain level of performance, we should strive to make it as affordable as possible. Presently, in the budget smartphone sector, Hongxing is already ahead of the curve, and we must continue to expand this lead by utilizing low prices to capture market share. Understood, Mr. Chen. Observing Lu Weiqi diligently researching the materials, Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. He felt confident in entrusting the Shining series to him, just as long as he does not produce something like the K20 or K50 to undermine the Hongxing series. In a previous life, the Rise brand had only formally initiated its budget phone project in the latter half of this year, with a launch set for the following year. However, Chen Chen had already begun planning this budget smartphone series the previous year, effectively getting a head start of over a year. As for other manufacturers, they would likely not enter the budget smartphone market until the year after next. Even the relatively quick-reacting Huawei would probably have to wait until the latter half of the year to unveil new devices, as they were currently focused on high-end markets. As for the Berry Group's Berry Blue series, they only began to enter this sector after witnessing the success of Rice. Since Red Star has strategically positioned itself ahead of the competition, it is imperative to amplify this advantage. Chen Chen eagerly anticipates the expressions on Lei Jun and Yu Chengbei's faces when they venture into the budget smartphone market, only to discover that Red Star has already established a commanding lead. That would surely be quite entertaining, as the second wave of new Red Star devices is being teased. Netizens seem to be catching on. Does Red Star truly intend to produce a flagship? Mr. Chen, while I have no objection to your pursuit of a flagship device, please, for the love of all that is holy, do not subject us to another side-sliding cover. That terrifies me. Insider information suggests that Red Star's new flagship will be fully equipped, featuring an upgraded version of their proprietary Lingxiao S2 processor, which boasts significantly superior performance compared to Gaodong's S4. Is that a jest? Aside from Apple's processors, which domestic chip could possibly rival Gaodong's S4? After all, S4 is currently the reigning champion in benchmark scores. We have just stated our intent to create a domestic flagship, and you immediately announce your flagship device. What if I were to say we want a foldable phone? Would Red Star be up for that? Those in the upper echelons should stop dreaming. A foldable phone? What a farce. If a phone could fold, I would live stream myself consuming 5 tons of dung. Screenshot taken. 5 tons? You certainly have a large appetite. Nevertheless, to speak candidly, the 2 models helmed by young Mr. Chen are indeed quite impressive, and I personally look forward to your new flagship. 2 models? Didn't young Mr. Chen only unveil the first generation of Red Star? What could the other possibly be? Clearly, one who is not engaged with the cutting edge knows nothing. Currently, the top contender in the budget smartphone category is the shining first generation released by a young Mr. Chen last year. A phone priced at 799 yuan with only 1 gigabyte of RAM, even before last year's Rice model. 799 yuan for just 1 gigabyte of RAM? Had I known, I would have advised my father against purchasing the Lianxiang, which cost over 900 yuan for a mere 512 megabytes of RAM. Chen Chen observed the comments from netizens, particularly liking the remark from the brother who proposed eating 5 tons of dung if a foldable phone were to materialize. However, it is indeed true that insider information is genuine, as it originates from Red Star employees acting on directives to stir the pot and heighten discussions. The rationale is straightforward. Dr. Lu's second round of chip samples has been successful, and once tested and adapted by Red Star, the chip's performance exceeded expectations. Following Q production at TSMC, Chen Chen eagerly disseminated news about the Lingxiao S2 online. Currently, the online discourse surrounding Red Star's new flagship is rife with skepticism, while domestic competitors are feeling anxious. All have previously attempted high-end flagships, only to falter. Take Kupai as an example. They once aspired to be a leader in the domestic high-end market and launched several models priced over 4,000 yuan, yet ultimately faced ruin. Now humbly focusing on mid-range and budget devices. The saying goes, it's not the scarcity that worries us, but the inequality. Why should we, as several manufacturers, fail while Red Star succeeds? It is impossible. Among the most unsettled is Yu Chengbei from Huawei, who, upon seeing the Red Star promotional posters boasting larger-than-life announcements, surmises that Chen Chen has also observed the market for large-screen phones and intends to enter that arena. His own large-screen phone is still under development, and although engineers are working overtime, completing it within 2 months is unfeasible. Red Star's launch event is typically scheduled for September, and with July already upon them, it is unlikely Huawei can rush a release unless they resort to presenting a mere PPT phone. Yu Chengbei scorns such an endeavor, knowing that if they do not capitalize on the initial fervor post-launch, but instead delay for months, the excitement would have surely dissipated by then. He has poured his heart and soul into the new large-screen Mate series, meticulously overseeing every aspect of design and component compatibility. If this phone fails, even the founder may not be able to preserve his position. There would be no alternative but to resign. At the same time, the folks at Rice are feeling quite conflicted while observing Red Star's promotional buildup. During last year's launch event, Red Star had strategically positioned its unveiling right after Rice's first-generation announcement, undercutting with a price of 1,998 yuan against Rice's 1,999 yuan, offering superior specifications at a lower price. A clear affront aimed directly at them. Is this not a targeted assault on my brand? This year, Lei Jun is also apprehensive that after the Rice second generation is unveiled, Red Star may once again present a device priced at 1,998 yuan. However, the launch date for Rice 2 has already been set for August 16th, with the price firmly established at 1,999 yuan. It is akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors, where Lei Jun makes the first move, followed by Chen Chen. How on earth is this to be played out? Chapter 29. The impressive Rice 2. Observing the invitation sent by Rice, Chen Chen summoned Lu Weiqi to ask if he would accompany him to the event. As expected, Rice 2's launch date, like last year's, is set for August 16th. Old Lu, Lei Jun has sent over a few invitations. Would you like to join me in attending? After pondering for a moment, Lu Weiqi replied, Mr. Chen, I am swamped with my own affairs, and I have yet to finalize discussions with Huaxing regarding the new screen collaboration, so I shan't attend. Come on, it will only take 2 or 3 hours. Let's see what surprises Rice 2 has in store for us and learn from each other. After some persuasion from Chen Chen, Lu Weiqi reluctantly agreed to accompany him to the Rice 2 launch event to observe and learn. As an internet company, the buzz surrounding Rice is certainly palpable. Even before the event commenced, fans had gathered from across the nation, engaging in lively discussions about the star of the show. Rice 2, dressed in his customary shirt and jeans, Lei Jun began by reminiscing about last year's Rice 1 before officially unveiling Rice 2. He then announced that Rice 1 had achieved cumulative sales of 5.3 million units. As a company that has been established for merely 2.5 years, our first smartphone has garnered immense popularity among consumers, which further fuels my determination to ensure the success of our Rice 2. I hope today's Rice 2 will deliver a satisfactory response to all our fans. Observing Lei Jun on stage, his youthful countenance still radiating warmth and charm, Chen Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. At this moment, the wrinkles on Lei Jun's face had not yet multiplied, as they would after he ventured into the automotive industry. He appeared invigorated, as though the world were at his fingertips. And what of Lei Jun post-automobile venture? Faced with the onslaught from various automobile enterprises, he could be described as haggard, only finding relief at the moment the price was announced. How I wish to continue collaborating with Lei Jun on smartphones. Alas, your Xiaomi legal department is far too formidable, leaving no viable path for collaboration. This lifetime must be spent as rivals. Unbeknownst to Chen Chen, Lei Jun continued passionately detailing the features of Rice 2 on stage, a presentation Chen Chen had witnessed 4 times already and could recite from memory. Meanwhile, Lu Weiqi appeared thoroughly engrossed, seemingly absorbing some essence of knowledge. The Gaodong S4 is a remarkably powerful chip featuring 4 cores, 2 large cores dedicated to multitasking and 2 smaller cores for everyday low-load scenarios, striking a balance between performance and energy efficiency. Rice 2 will be the global debut of this benchmark champion, the Gaotong S4. Our Rice 1 utilized a custom display from Sharp, and I believe many fans using Rice 1 can directly appreciate the excellence of this screen. Rice 2 will once again feature a high-resolution display customized by Sharp, boasting a staggering resolution of 1280 by 720. As this is a bespoke component, its cost is considerable. However, we have invested significantly to provide our fans with an exceptional visual experience. Following the discussion of the chip and display, Lei Jun emphasized the internal components of the Rice 2, such as the touch panel and antenna. Until the very end, it was revealed that the Mi second generation employs a 2,500 mAh battery, with a charging power of 18 watts. Chen Chen was taken aback by Lei Jun's mention of the 18 watts. Indeed, one cannot underestimate domestic manufacturers. The Mi has not adopted a Type-C interface, retaining the original Android port, yet within a mere year, it has elevated the charging power from 5 watts to 18 watts. It is evident that considerable effort has been invested. I can only describe our Mi second generation with 3 words. It's phenomenal. Our Mi second generation is truly remarkable. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the audience, Lei Jun steered the launch event towards its conclusion, leading into what was sure to be the exhilarating segment where the price would be announced. What will the price of our Mi second generation be? 1,799. 1999. The audience shouted various numbers, with the majority calling out for 1999. Regardless of whether their guesses were correct, they shouted with abandon, for who knows? What if, just what if? Lei Jun truly set the price at $17.99? Chen Chen waved his arms and joined the crowd in chanting 1999. Sitting beside him, Lu Weiqi looked at this new boss with a hint of exasperation, thinking to himself that he was merely a young man in his 20s. Yet the atmosphere was undeniably electric. The collective shout of 1999 grew louder and louder, almost as though it might shatter the roof. Lei Jun had just unveiled a new phone, yet the price of $19.99 had already resonated deeply with the audience. With a smile, Lei Jun raised his hands to quell the fervor and then exuberantly declared, "You all guessed correctly. The price of our Mi second generation remains at $19.99. Instantly, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. With such an upgraded configuration, the Mi second generation, yet still priced at $19.99, can be deemed remarkably conscientious. Featuring the world's fastest Gaodong S4 processor chip, a custom 720p resolution screen by Sharp, a 2,500 mAh battery, and 18-watt fast charging, all for just $19.99. As Lei Jun finished speaking, the specifications and price of the Mi second generation were displayed on a large screen. 216-1999, 232-2199. Lu Weiqi curiously observed his excited boss and remarked, "Hold on. Aren't you the head of Red Star? Aren't you competitors with me? Why do you seem just as much a fervent Mi fan?" Chen Chen replied, "Indeed. I have been an ardent Mi enthusiast for 4 generations. This time, our Mi production capacity has seen a significant boost, with an initial stock of 300,000 units available for sale next Friday. I hope everyone will lend their support." With the conclusion of the launch event, discussions regarding the Mi 2 surged to the top of trending topics online. 2,000 specifications. 1999, remarkable. Yet, much of the conversation focused on the upcoming Red Star launch event 2 weeks hence, as everyone speculated on how Red Star would price their offerings. The Mi has revealed its cards. Now, Red Star, let us see what groundbreaking technology you will unveil. This time, I have not pre-ordered the Mi, but I'm rather waiting for you. With the Mi 2 priced at $19.99, will you dare to undercut it at $19.98? Based on my extensive experience in the digital realm, I suspect Red Star may find it challenging to set a competitive price. After all, the previous generation of Red Star phones was sold at near cost price, potentially even incurring losses. It is unlikely they would again opt for such a pricing strategy for the sake of reputation and sales, as a company of their scale requires funding and profit for development. I hazard a guess that the Red Star may second be priced at either $2,299 or $2,499. As for their so-called flagship, the information currently available is too scant, based on posters and some rumors. They seem to be employing the Lingxiao S2 processor and a distinctly different screen. I surmise the price may range between $29.99 and $34.99. Any higher, and domestic brands may struggle to sustain themselves. The analysis by a blogger known as Old Fish is fairly reasonable, garnering numerous likes. While I find Old Fish's conjectures to be quite sound, I must disagree with the notion that domestic brands cannot support prices exceeding $3,000. As long as Chen Chen can deliver innovative technology, I believe there are plenty of consumers in our land willing to pay. Old Fish stated, "It's not that I underestimate domestic phone manufacturers, just look at Huawei. And then consider the early days of Lianxiang and Coolpad. Didn't every manufacturer have high-end aspirations from the outset? It is not merely a matter of stacking configurations. It is about brand positioning. Many consumers today harbor a blind admiration for foreign brands, considering that anything foreign must justify its price. Currently, our domestic brands have yet to establish a high-end image in consumers' minds. I fear that Red Star's so-called flagship may also meet a similar fate." Chapter 30. The Chen-Lei Comparison Method. Chen Chen and Lei Jun took note of the video by Old Fish, and indeed, he spoke the truth. Despite years of effort, domestic brands have yet to penetrate the high-end market dominated by the fruit and the 3 companies. The only contender capable of matching them, Huawei, has directly faced sanctions from the United States. Observing the myriad discussions online, Chen Chen's only point of interest was that Lei Jun has surprisingly learned to sell stock directly. Lei Jun remarked, "We can't afford not to have stock. If you follow closely behind me and I have no goods to sell, you'll seize my spotlight." The initial sale of 300,000 units of the Mi second generation sold out within a mere 3 minutes. And Lei Jun breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the figures, while some netizens expressed a desire to wait and see Red Star's pricing for the second generation. Many devoted Mi fans opted to purchase the Mi second generation at the earliest opportunity. We must expedite the shipping of this batch of phones. We need to get ahead of Red Star's launch event and make another sale. I can't shake this ominous feeling. Why is Chen Chen so intent on competing with us? We are at 1999, and he is at 1998. Lin Bing found Chen Chen's close-range skirmish perplexing, as he too worried that Red Star 2 might continue to be priced at 1998. It isn't that me couldn't price lower. Based on the current sales volume, they could. However, the break-even point would be excessively prolonged. Lin Bing calculated that if priced at $17.99, each Mi second-generation unit would incur a loss of over 100 yuan initially, requiring sales of over 4 million units to reach the break-even point. This implies that the Mi second generation must sell 4 million units before subsequent sales would not result in losses, and profitability would not be achievable until 6 to 7 million units were sold. The risk is too great. Following internal discussions, it was decided to maintain the price at $19.99. Although there might be slight pressure from Red Star's potential pricing, it isn't overwhelming. Adjustments can be made a few months after launch. Thus, Lei Jun resolved on $19.99, regardless of whether me and Lei Jun are willing to accept it. The launch event for Red Star 2 proceeded as scheduled. This time, Chen Chen chose a sports venue at a certain industrial university in the capital. Unlike last time, through various channels and fan circles, nearly 3,000 attendees joined this launch event. Chen Chen also sent invitations to well-known domestic manufacturers, digital bloggers, and media outlets. In the venue, seated in the front row, Lei Jun toyed with the Mi second generation while observing the audience queuing to enter. He turned to Lin Bing and said, "You know, this invitation is quite interesting. I wonder whose idea it was. I suspect their screen will feature something impressive. The screen size will likely be substantial, as indicated by the touch panel included in the invitation." The invitation from Red Star contained a meticulously packaged phone screen touch panel, hinting at the screen size for the Red Star 2 or their new flagship. The 55-inch screen raises questions about market acceptance. This size is rather audacious for Hongxing. Observing Lei Jun's silence, Lin Bing refrained from further comments, contemplating whether Dami should venture into producing a large-screen smartphone. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Chen Chen briskly ascended the stage, adorned in a custom-tailored casual suit, exuding a more pronounced business aura. "Hello everyone, welcome to the Hongxing product launch. I am Chen Chen." He concluded with a respectful bow to the audience. Chen Chen is adopting a notably humble demeanor this time. This exemplifies the attitude that young individuals ought to possess. When it comes to crafting smartphones, he still has much to learn. Lei Jun, overhearing the discussions among the leaders of several established brands in the front row, wore a look of disdain. In the realm of smartphone innovation, aside from myself, Lei Jun, only this Chen Chen holds any merit. As for the rest of you, you're destined to become relics of history. Last year, following the launch of the Hongxing One, which swiftly dominated the market at the competitive price of $1,998 with outstanding specifications, I am here today to unveil its upgraded version, the Hongxing 2. Let us first examine the aesthetics of the Hongxing 2. Upon completing his introduction, a rendering of the Hongxing 2 appeared on the large screen behind him. The image displayed the Hongxing 2 in 4 distinct colors, standing prominently at the center of the screen. Visually, the second generation maintains the design ethos of its predecessor, but leans towards a more youthful aesthetic. The available colors include orange yellow, black, white, and sky blue. Judging solely by the rendering, the Hongxing 2 does not appear cheap. In fact, the matte finish on the back imparts a sense of sophistication to the user. Once again, the Hongxing 2 employs high molecular nanomaterials. However, we have innovatively altered the craftsmanship of the back cover, which undergoes 6 processes and 3 coloring phases to present this varied texture and color before your eyes. As for the mid-frame, it remains plastic. Though Chen Chen chose not to mention this, it is not the focal point. What truly matters in a smartphone is the core processor within. The Hongxing 2 is once again equipped with our self-developed processor, now featuring the latest Lingxiao S2 chip. This processor boasts 4 cores with a clock speed of 1.7 GHz, built upon TSMC's cutting-edge 28nm process, delivering both robust performance and exceptional power efficiency. Our tests show that this chip can easily achieve a benchmark score of 27,000. Admittedly, our engineers did not manage to procure the Gaodong S4 from the lakeside of Zhongwankan, but on my way to this launch event, I fortuitously found a competitor's second-generation phone. Let us compare it with the competitor S device. In the Antutu benchmark, their second-generation scores 25,000, while our Hongxing 2 with the Lingxiao S2 effortlessly achieves a high score of 27,000. Regarding the competitor's claim that the Gaodong S4 is the benchmark king, I must respectfully disagree. For the new benchmarking is undoubtedly our Lingxiao S2. The screen size of our Hongxing 2 measures 47 inches. This time, we have opted for a domestically produced Huaxing Optoelectronics LCD Retina display rather than a customized sharp screen. Its resolution stands at 1280 by 720. And we have improved the touch response rate by 25, enhancing responsiveness. To provide a more tangible demonstration of our device's capabilities, I will once again utilize the competitor's second generation that I found today for comparison. As Chen Chen pressed the remote, a comprehensive comparison chart appeared behind him. You gotta be kidding me. Lei Jun's expression darkened upon seeing the comparison chart on the large screen. Comparing the specifications of a competitor's phone is one of his favorite tactics, designed to highlight the superiority of his own brand. However, witnessing his newly launched phone being juxtaposed against Chen Chen's presentation left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Chapter 31. The terrifying charging power. Although the chart displayed the name of the competitor's second generation, anyone familiar with recent events would recognize it as Dami's second generation product. Lei Jun reflected on the exhilaration he felt during his own launch event last month when he compared the Samsung N390, now feeling utterly deflated. Chen Chen quipped, "You taught me well." The audience included many who were well acquainted with Dami phones, as the user demographics of the two brands largely overlap, making it evident that the chart referred to Dami's second generation. My apologies for showing too much. I overlooked the introduction of our other configurations. I might have to dock the graphic designer's dinner tonight. Chen Chen turned to the chart, making a jest. Laughter erupted from the audience. The chart not only displayed comparisons of screens and processors, but also encompassed battery and charging capabilities, along with camera specifications of both devices. Processor, Lingxiao S2 versus Gaodong S4. Screen, Huaxing customized HD 720p versus Sharp 720p. Camera, 6-piece stacked 13-megapixel lens versus 13-megapixel. Operating system, Xingyao OS versus MIUI V4. Charging, 27 versus 18. Battery, 2,700 mAh versus 2,500 mAh. Regarding the screen, I need not elaborate further. However, when it comes to charging, I trust everyone has a clear understanding of Hongxing's prowess. The comparison chart reveals that our competitor, after a year of effort, has finally caught up to the charging power of our Hongxing One from last year. This is undoubtedly a significant advancement. The competitor has indeed worked diligently and deserves recognition. However, I must apologize, as our Hongxing 2 has now reached a charging power of 27W, significantly surpassing that of our competitor. We hope they can expedite their progress. In terms of battery life, our Hongxing 2 is equipped with a robust 2,700 mAh battery, complemented by our 27W fast charging, essentially alleviating any concerns regarding battery endurance. As I have reiterated, we are light years ahead in charging technology. The Hongxing 2 boasts the fastest charging speed globally. Of course, records are meant to be broken, and this one may only stand for a few minutes. Chen Chen's remarks piqued the audience's curiosity. Could it be that upcoming smartphones will feature even greater charging power? Before introducing the next smartphone, let us first review our memory and pricing. As for the price, there is little to elaborate on. When the competitor reveals their pricing, we shall respond in kind. Our Hongxing 2 remains at the competitive price of $19.98. Now, regarding our second smartphone, allow me to create a bit of suspense. First, I would like to share why I am pursuing the high-end smartphone market. During my university years in the United States, I rarely encountered domestic smartphones. Even when I did, they were perceived by foreigners as being far inferior to brands such as Apple, Samsung, and Nokia BlackBerry, with many openly declaring that our domestic phones were nothing more than electronic waste. My father began his career in the mobile phone industry when I was very young, and I have witnessed a myriad of smartphones. While he was alive, I often heard him lament, wondering when our domestic phones would be sought after by international consumers, to the point of prompting a god. Chen Chen's words cast a spell of silence over the audience, particularly among the representatives of domestic brands seated in the front row. Although his comments may be harsh, they reflect the unvarnished truth. The decline of domestic products is a reality. In many minds, domestic brands simply cannot compete with international giants. This notion persists even after several years, with some individuals deliberately pursuing foreign brands when purchasing products. Ever since I took the helm at Hongxing, the dream of creating a high-end smartphone has lingered in my heart. I yearn for the day when our Chinese mobile phones can astonish the world. To this end, I have named our flagship phone Kunpeng. As the saying goes, the great rock soars with the wind, rising up to 90,000 miles. I hope that one day our Kunpeng phone will also spread its wings and ascend to unimaginable heights. Chen Chen's words garnered a round of applause. This aspiration resonated not only with him, but also with countless fellow Chinese. Who does not wish for our domestically produced smartphones to achieve the global recognition and admiration akin to that of Apple? Yet, a few established manufacturers shook their heads, dismissing the notion as youthful naivety. After all, had they not all strived for high-end status only to meet with failure in the unforgiving market? Only Lei Jun silently clenched his fists, for Chen Chen's words echoed his own sentiments and represented the goal he had long sought to achieve. Let us speak directly about charging. Our new Kunpeng phone has shattered the charging record set by the recently launched Hongxing 2, showcasing a groundbreaking technology. In less than an hour, in fact, in just 28 minutes, our Kunpeng phone will complete its charge. This is made possible by our latest interface technology, which you may refer to as the Hongxing interface or the Type-C interface. As the audience gazed at the image of the Type-C interface displayed on the large screen behind Chen Chen, a question marked their brows. It is only 2012, and we have yet to fully unify around the ordinary micro USB standard. Yet Hongxing is poised to introduce a new interface standard. Many may be unfamiliar with this Hongxing or Type-C interface, so allow me to provide a brief explanation. Chen Chen pressed the remote and proceeded to elucidate the Type-C technology to the audience. In summary, the advantage of Type-C lies in its speed. Not only does it facilitate rapid data transfer, but it also charges at an astonishing pace. In the future, when using our Hongxing phone, you will simply need to plug in the charging cable without concern for orientation. Either way will suffice. Furthermore, all future Hongxing phones will adopt this solution, including the recently introduced Hongxing 2, which also features a Type-C port. Now, what is the charging power of our Kunpeng phone? A staggering 40 watts. The charging power of our Kunpeng phone reaches a formidable 40 watts. 40 watts? Is that for real? Is 40 watts safe? Chen Chen's mention of 40 watts drew an audible gasp from the audience, while other manufacturers had only just transitioned to 10 watts. Here he was proposing a shocking 40 watts. Chapter 32. The starting price of the Kunpeng phone. Mr. Chen, how did you achieve such rapid charging speeds? A fan eagerly stood up to ask. In addition to the Type-C interface technology, our swift charging capability is further enhanced by a groundbreaking innovation known as the charge pump technology. This principle utilizes capacitive charge accumulation to create high voltage, allowing current to flow from low to high potential, thus enabling rapid charging while ensuring safety. Many may wonder if such rapid charging implies a smaller battery. However, this is not the case. The battery of our Kunpeng phone is larger than that of any smartphone currently available, boasting an impressive 3,000 mAh. Having discussed charging and battery, let us now turn our attention to the processor. Regarding the processor, many may have already guessed. It is still our Lingxiao S2, but for the Kunpeng phone, the main frequency has been elevated from 1.6 GHz to 1.0 GHz. As for the most crucial component, the display, this brings me to my second piece of groundbreaking technology. The Kunpeng phone features a 1920x 1080p screen. It is the world's first smartphone with a 1080p resolution. This screen has been collaboratively developed by Hongxing and Huaxing Optoelectronics, representing a true domestic screen. Chen Chen's announcement instantly ignited fervent discussions among the audience. At present, there exists no other smartphone with a 1080p resolution. How could Hongxing present such a product, especially as a domestic offering? Some skeptics questioned whether this was merely an exaggeration, noting that many domestic panel manufacturers struggle even to produce 720p screens without issues of light leakage. Mr. Chen, as far as I know, no manufacturer in China possesses the capability to produce 1080p screens. Is Huaxing truly that formidable? Surely, you cannot be passing off Samsung screens as domestic. Soon, a knowledgeable audience member voiced this doubt, yet Chen Chen remained unperturbed, patiently explaining. This screen was developed in the first half of this year in our Hongxing laboratory. After presenting the complete set of data and processes to Huaxing Optoelectronics, we collaborated to bring it to fruition. The patent for this screen is already accessible, and you can verify it on our national patent website. I assure you, this crucial component of the phone is unequivocally a domestic product. Lei Jun, listening from the audience, felt a sense of discomfort. During the introduction of the Hongxing 2, the emphasis had been on the processor, contrasting it with the Xiaomi 2, and now the focus shifted to the screen. It seemed that whatever was deemed superior was suddenly of paramount importance. Yu Chungbei, upon hearing Chen Chen claim the technology originated from Hongxing's lab, felt his earlier excitement plummet. He had initially believed that Huaxing Optoelectronics had achieved a breakthrough in screen technology while Hongxing merely procured it. If Hongxing could acquire and utilize it, then surely Huawei could do the same. As a high-end device intended for a global market, how could the Mate series forego such an advanced display? However, Chen Chen's assertion of Hongxing's research and Huaxing's role in production meant that Huawei had lost its opportunity. It seemed likely that Hongxing would monopolize this screen for a considerable time. Regarding other manufacturers' 1080p screens, they do exist, yet none have officially launched a smartphone featuring one. Samsung's latest screens have 1080p resolution, and Yu Chengbei had inquired about pricing, only to find the manufacturers asking exorbitantly high prices, asserting their exclusivity while dismissing any negotiation. This infuriated Yu Chengbei, who had never before endured such indignities. Yet, Chen Chen's approach inspired him. If he could collaborate with Huaxing Optoelectronics to develop screens, why couldn't he Huawei? Recently, a manufacturer named Jingdong Feng had approached Huawei to discuss cooperation. Putting aside these thoughts, Yu Chengbei continued to listen to Chen Chen's presentation on the Kunpeng phone, eager to see what other innovations Hongxing would unveil. Next, I would like to introduce the exterior design of the Kunpeng phone. Admittedly, the sequence of our launch event may appear somewhat inverted. Typically, one would present the design before discussing the specifications. However, the extraordinary configuration of our Kunpeng phone has rendered its equally impressive appearance somewhat secondary. On the large screen, the design of our Kunpeng phone is displayed. The device features a non-removable battery, with a seamless integration of the middle frame and back cover. Crafted using a brushed metal technique, further enhanced by a sandblasted finish. This treatment yields a more comfortable tactile experience. Many fans may wonder why our phone appears to have two camera lenses on the back. Indeed, the Kunpeng phone employs a dual lens design. The primary lens boasts an impressive 16 million pixels, while the secondary lens is a 2-megapixel depth sensor, enabling the capture of depth in photographs to accentuate the subject being photographed. The technique of blurring the background significantly aids in isolating the subject from a cluttered backdrop, mitigating the impact of unavoidable environmental factors on the focal point of the photograph. In other words, utilizing our Kunpeng smartphone to capture portraits allows the subject to appear more vivid and pronounced. Although the current smartphone photography landscape has not yet reached the intense competition of the future, and such capabilities are not yet mainstream parameters for mobile devices, possessing exceptional photographic quality remains an undeniable selling point. This method of shooting is typically reserved for cameras and film production. However, we at Hongxing have boldly introduced it to mobile photography for the first time. This initiative is a daring endeavor, as we aim to democratize advanced technologies, making them accessible in devices that we can personally engage with. Chen Chen commenced the presentation by displaying samples taken with the Kunpeng smartphone on a large screen. Observing the lively portraits against a blurred background, many photography enthusiasts in the audience found themselves irresistibly drawn in. Notably, several female attendees could not contain their excitement, exclaiming in awe, "Here's our Great Wall of China captured through our smartphone. Does it not appear especially majestic? And look at our portrait mode. Doesn't the beauty in the photograph radiate charm?" Next, he showcased a selfie, highlighting the exceptional quality of our 5-megapixel front camera. As sample images scrolled across the screen, the audience gained a clearer understanding of the Kunpeng smartphone's photographic capabilities. The subsequent segment, which likely holds the utmost significance, pertains to pricing. Let us first review the specifications of our Kunpeng smartphone. It is equipped with a globally leading Lingxiao S2 processor, boasting a staggering clock speed of 1,000 GHz. It features the world's fastest charging speed with a 40-watt super fast charge that can fully power the device in just half an hour. Furthermore, it is the first smartphone to sport a 1080p display with a brightness of 420 nits, encapsulated in a seamless all-metal body. The dual-camera module and newly developed photographic algorithms enhance its capabilities. Such a device is difficult to encapsulate in mere words. The technologies it employs are, for us in 2012, best described as black technology. Naturally, a high-end smartphone commands a certain price. Hence our starting price is set at $3,499. As the audience gazed at the displayed price, the reaction was less fervent than anticipated. Perhaps this figure exceeded many expectations. However, the Hongxing second generation, starting at $1,998, presents an enticing option for those seeking a more straightforward choice. Most individuals had presumed that Hongxing's foray into premium devices would not surpass $3,000. Thus the $3,499 starting price deterred quite a few potential buyers. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, as those individuals were not the target demographic for the Kunpeng smartphone. They belong to the audiences of the Hongxing second generation and the Xiaomi second generation. The user profile for the Kunpeng smartphone can be characterized predominantly by tech enthusiasts and business professionals. The Hongxing second generation and the Kunpeng smartphone will officially go on sale on the 12th of this month at 10 a.m., with reservations commencing immediately after the conclusion of this launch event. Thank you all for attending this presentation. Chapter 33, 4G Modem. Xiao AI, are you there? I am here. What rewards do I receive for launching this product? Considering the host has independently advanced fast charging technology, the rewards are as follows. Reward 1, a new battery enhancement plan. Reward 2, a groundbreaking 4G modem chip technology. Reward 3, an artificial intelligence data model. The battery technology improvement plan appears to have limited immediate impact. It seems that the original reward system was indeed focused on fast charging, but since Hongxing Labs has already made strides in advancing charging technology independently, it has been adapted to battery technology. The most valuable reward is likely the 4G modem technology. It is crucial to note that the current 4G technology standards are primarily controlled by a few foreign corporations. Utilizing 4G necessitates paying them patent fees. And starting from the end of next year, 4G networks will begin to be established. As for the artificial intelligence data model, its implementation will allow for an earlier introduction of Xiao AI into the market. After claiming the rewards, Chen Chen finally had the opportunity to explore online discussions regarding these two smartphones. The Kunpeng smartphone has a 3000 mAh battery. My fruit phone only has a little over 1000. This battery life must be extraordinary. Is this new phone truly revolutionary? Why install such a massive battery? The Hongxing second generation's battery isn't small either. Is Chen Chen suffering from battery anxiety? Who knows? It seems that Hongxing has become engrossed in charging technology. Last year, it was 18 watts. This year, 27 watts. And now the Kunpeng has aggressively reached 40 watts. However, this phone indeed has potential. If not for my financial constraints, I would certainly purchase one. The launch event was impressive, but the real question remains, how does it perform in practical use? Is it worth the nearly 4000 price tag? Old Fish, come out and provide a review. Old Fish, please come and evaluate it. Old Fish, I appreciate everyone's support and also thank Mr. Chen Chen for the invitation. I attended the entire launch event, and to summarize, there are two key points, cost-effectiveness and localization. The cost-effectiveness is straightforward. The Hongxing second generation and Xiaomi second generation are priced at $1,999 and $1,998 respectively, making them easy choices. It simply depends on which system you find more user-friendly. As for the distinctions between the two phones, they primarily revolve around the differences between domestic screens and sharp screens, as both devices exhibit similar performance. If you're a gaming user, I would recommend the Xiaomi second generation, as the Snapdragon S4's graphics processing capabilities surpass those of the Hongxing second generation. This is evident in the Antutu benchmark scores, where the S4's GPU score exceeds that of the Lingxiao S2 by 25 points, although the Lingxiao S2 boasts a higher clock speed. It is indeed a challenging choice, especially since the Hongxing 2 charges faster. Regarding the Kunpeng smartphone, I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts prior to the launch. I had asserted that domestic smartphones could not support prices exceeding 3000, and that domestic manufacturers lacked advanced technology to justify such pricing. However, Mr. Chen's Kunpeng smartphone has certainly refuted my claims. First, let us discuss the charging capability, which is undoubtedly the fastest in the world. A power output of 40 watts is a remarkable feat. I estimate it would take other manufacturers 2 years to catch up to this speed. I recall last year, there were claims of faster charging technologies developed in certain labs, yet I have not seen them implemented. I was pleasantly surprised by Xiaomi. They managed to achieve an 18-watt output within a year, which is commendable and indicates that late June's assertion of Xiaomi being a technology company is not mere rhetoric. Now, regarding the screen, I wish to emphasize that this display represents a significant advancement for domestic manufacturers. Historically, panel technology has been our Achilles heel. When TCL advanced the Huashing optoelectronics project, Samsung invested in technology and introduced their entire production line. Presently, I observe that Samsung's share in Huashing has dwindled to less than 10, while Hongxing now holds 7, becoming the 4th largest shareholder in Huashing optoelectronics. This indicates that the 1080p technology was indeed developed collaboratively by Hongxing and Huashing, possibly through an equity stake in the project, demonstrating Hongxing's commitment to promoting localized components. As the actual devices have yet to be obtained, I cannot evaluate the quality of this screen or compare it with other smartphones, as no other 1080p resolution phones are available on the market. The significant battery and fast charging capabilities are likely intended to support the Lingxiao S2 in this display. Otherwise, with a 1080p resolution and a 5.5-inch large screen, A typical battery of around 2,000 mAh would scarcely last a day. Considering the configuration and technologies of the Kunpeng smartphone, the starting price of 3,499 is undoubtedly worthy of consideration. However, the ultimate question remains, how many individuals will make a purchase? I speculate that in 2012, sales might reach 500,000 units. Many internet users have perused the comments of an old fish and have taken to Old Zhang Says Machine to voice their opinions. Who claims that the internet lacks memory? Everyone distinctly recalls his assertions last year regarding the superior charging technology of Fruits and Samsung, and yet here we are a year later, and manufacturers still languish at a mere 5v1A power. Zhang Fugue, observing the exasperated netizens, lamented, "Is it really necessary to cling to a few words I uttered about your Hongxing from last year?" However, he has witnessed his fair share of online spats, and in comparison to those, this exchange is rather feeble. Stretching his wrist, he promptly launched a counterattack. Old Zhang Says Machine. Though I did not attend the press conference, I have garnered sufficient insight from online reports and live broadcasts, leading me to a clear conclusion regarding these two phones. They are utterly mediocre. One domestic screen was lauded to the heavens at the event. Those unaware might presume it to be extraterrestrial technology. Yet, after all is said and done, it is merely a 1080p resolution. I fail to comprehend what is so praiseworthy about this. Samsung discontinued this resolution last year. It was simply that the initial production costs were high, preventing its usage in phones, which allowed Hongxing to seize the first launch. As for the touted brightness and resolution, they are of no consequence. Aside from increasing power consumption, a 1080p resolution does not enhance image clarity. Furthermore, the human eye cannot discern differences beyond 720p. What is the purpose of such a high resolution? Setting aside resolution, let's discuss domestic screens. It is not that I harbor disdain for Huaxing Optoelectronics. Their production lines are all courtesy of Samsung. How could they possibly surpass Samsung? And as for charging, I maintain my stance. Fast charging is futile. Do not speak of charging to full in 30 minutes. Even if it takes merely 3 minutes, it cannot compete with the swiftness of swapping out a battery, which I can accomplish in just 20 seconds. And what of the Type-C interface developed solely for charging? A connector that even Apple has yet to perfect. And you believe a domestic manufacturer can master it? With the micro interface just now standardized, you introduce a Type-C? If I venture out with your Hongxing phone and it runs out of power, I cannot even find a compatible charging cable. This is not convenience. It is a regression in history. While everyone else is content with micro, Hongxing insists on being exceptional. As for the starting price of 3,499, that is even more unrealistic. I wager with an old fish that by the end of this year, calculated from New Year's Day, the Kunpeng phone will sell a mere 200,000 units. And if it sells more, I shall eat my words live. Haha, this old Zhang is back at it again, seeking food and drink, and I have taken a screenshot. I will remind you then. Old Zhang Says Machine. The Kunpeng phone has a unibody design. The battery is not replaceable. Yet I must admit, Old Zhang is not entirely wrong. The Kunpeng phone may indeed struggle to justify such a lofty starting price. Huawei has released several high-end models, with starting prices at just $26.99, never exceeding $3,000. Yucheng Bei. Finally, someone remembers that I too have crafted a few high-end models. Feel free. I am merely preparing to purchase the top-spec Kunpeng phone online, not for any other reason, but to witness its charging speed firsthand. The rise of domestic phones. The Kunpeng phone. Domestic processor Lingxiao S2. Domestic 1080p screen. Truly Huaxia manufacturing. Domestic flagship. Starting at $3,499. Shockingly, domestic phones, actually. Much like the differing opinions of an old fish and Old Zhang Says Machine, the online community has divided into two factions regarding the Kunpeng phone. One faction believes that Hongxing cannot support the $34.99 price tag, and that the Kunpeng phone is destined for failure. Regardless of the discussions online, the second generation of Hongxing and the Kunpeng phone have both approached their inaugural sales. Prior to the release, the pre-order figures for the Hongxing second generation had already exceeded 1.9 million, while the Kunpeng phone garnered over 700,000 pre-orders. As the clock struck 10, the purchasing portal on the Hongxing official website opened punctually, and to everyone's astonishment, the Kunpeng phone sold out within mere seconds. The Hongxing second generation also vanished in under a minute. Excuse me, General Chen, how many units did you actually prepare? Why did the Kunpeng phone disappear in the blink of an eye? Did everyone not claim they would not purchase this phone? I specifically selected the most expensive version, and yet I could not secure one. Compete? The Kunpeng phone requires a competition? Look at my screenshot. Accompanying image. Kunpeng phone 464 silver successfully paid. The shameless upstairs, honestly, this time Hongxing wouldn't release just a few thousand units, would they? It feels like everyone failed to grab one. In truth, Chen Chen had indeed prepared a substantial inventory for the Kunpeng phone, with an initial batch of 50,000 units, never anticipating such fervent interest for netizens. The 300,000 units of the Hongxing second generation selling out in 1 minute was merely standard procedure. Look at me, selling out in just 1 second. Whether they truly had 200,000 units remains uncertain. We sincerely thank everyone for their support of Hongxing. The next batch of Hongxing second generation and Kunpeng phones will go on sale next Friday. Deep City, Huawei headquarters laboratory. So, have you figured it out? In a laboratory, Yu Chengbei anxiously inquired while observing the disassembled Kunpeng phone on the testing table. We are currently testing. Please wait a moment, General Yu. Suppressing his growing impatience, Yu Chengbei pulled over a chair and sat beside it, waiting. Having acquired a Kunpeng phone through other channels since its release, he was eager to uncover the secrets of its charging capabilities. At present, Huawei could only produce a charging power of 12 watts, and even in the laboratory, it barely reached 15 watts, falling short of Mi's 18 watts. The engineering units of the Mate series had already been discontinued, yet the release of the Kunpeng phone had reignited his awareness. They boast a charging power of 40 watts. The Mate series offers consumers a mere 12 watts. Yet both target the high-end market. Yu Chengbei was unwilling to accept such a vast disparity. Resolutely, he remained in the laboratory, hoping to discover their fast-charging technology through disassembly. General Yu, we have succeeded. With the technician's exclamations, Yu Chengbei promptly stood up. General Yu, as Chen Chen mentioned, both their Kunpeng phone and Hongxing second generation employ the charging pump technology he discussed at the press conference, with an added charging control IC at the charger end. I'm not concerned with that. I merely wish to know if we can utilize this technology to enhance our charging power. The technician sighed. General Yu, I have just checked. Hongxing has patented their charging pump technology, not only the single-path pump technology, but also the dual and triple-path technologies, all under different patents. Can we circumvent these patents and develop our own fast-charging solution at Huawei? Yu Chengbei was indifferent to the existence of patents. He believed that if there were patents, they should find a way around them, and if that failed, they could negotiate with Hongxing. Hongxing is pushing for domestic chips. They must certainly lack certain communication technology patents, which could be resolved through patent cross-licensing. Finding a workaround is certainly possible, but it requires time, and moreover, we need to perform significant modifications to the traditional micro interface. As micro has only 5 contact points while the Type-C interface boasts 24 contact points, inherently supporting fast charging. Otherwise, even if we transplant this technology, we cannot achieve Hongxing's power. Upon hearing that time was a necessity, Yu Chengbei felt a twinge of anxiety. The Mate series is currently most in need of time. He wished to seize the momentum of Hongxing's so-called high-end domestic flagship to launch Huawei's Mate series directly. The high-end market is, after all, quite limited. If Hongxing secures a foothold in this market first, the difficulty for Huawei to compete will increase exponentially. As for the comments circulating online regarding the exorbitant price of the Kunpeng smartphone, Yu Chengbei dismisses such claims as mere nonsense. In his view, the Kunpeng phone possesses remarkable competitiveness and stands a good chance of being the first domestic model to establish a foothold in the high-end market. Should we utilize the other parties' patents and adapt their technology, how long would it take us to match the power output of the Kunpeng smartphone? After a moment of contemplation, the technician responded. If we employ a Type-C interface and leverage their patents and solutions, we could potentially surpass 18 watts within a month. How much? Surpass 18 watts? Indeed, Mr. Yu, if we aspire to achieve the 40 watts of Hongxing, we still have a considerable journey ahead of us. I will discuss the Type-C interface with Hongxing. Since Chen Chen is keen on promoting this interface, I believe he would not mind cooperation with our domestic manufacturers. As for the charge pump scheme, I urge you to expedite your efforts to explore alternative solutions that circumvent Hongxing's patents. With that, he hurriedly departed the laboratory. The technicians inside shook their heads, pondering the difficulty of evading established patents. Chapter 35, The Alliance Formation. Within the DAMI laboratory, after disassembling the Kunpeng smartphone, the engineers concluded that the Type-C interface, in every conceivable aspect, outperforms the previous micro interface. The only drawback is that DAMI lacks the authorization to use this interface. After deliberation, Lei Jun decided to personally visit Hongxing to discuss the authorization for this interface with Chen Chen. Each time he encountered Chen Chen, Lei Jun felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Their first encounter was at the launch event of DAMI's first generation, where he experienced a profound sensation, particularly in the complexity of Chen Chen's gaze directed at him. Due to their brief and hurried first meeting, they had minimal interactions in the subsequent year, especially after Chen Chen introduced the 1998 version of Hongxing, marking them as true competitors. On September 16th, Hongxing received a visit request from Dami. Lei Jun opted not to contact Chen Chen through personal channels, but chose to follow corporate protocols, suggesting there were business collaborations to discuss. Chen Chen found Lei Jun's unexpected request for a meeting somewhat perplexing, but after a moment's contemplation, he agreed. Currently, there was no business interaction between Hongxing and Dami. So for Lei Jun to come personally, it implied that he had a request, likely concerning charging technology, screen panels, and the Type-C interface. Dami had already achieved 18 watts in charging technology, which, while still somewhat behind Hongxing, did not seem sufficient motivation for Lei Jun to make the journey. The matter of screen panels was even less likely. Hongxing held exclusive rights to the screen on the Kunping smartphone, and given that Dami was currently in a fruitful partnership with Sharp, there seemed little reason to abandon that relationship for a discussion with Chen Chen. Realizing this, Chen Chen deduced that Lei Jun was indeed there to negotiate the Type-C interface authorization. The launch of the Kunping smartphone had brought significant attention to this interface and its rapid capabilities, and Lei Jun would not overlook this opportunity. Dami's ambition for faster charging hinged on this interface, making Lei Jun's purpose abundantly clear. The significance of Lei Jun's visit was underscored by observing the fates of Geely and Meizu. With these thoughts settled, Chen Chen felt a wave of relief, primarily because he was genuinely apprehensive. A visit to Meizu revealed their core in mobile and marketing had vanished, and a trip to Geely exposed the absence of engineers at their research institute. Now, with Lei Jun visiting Hongxing, how could he not feel trepidation? The atmosphere at Hongxing regarding Lei Jun's arrival was notably solemn, with Chen Chen and Lu Weiqi personally attending to him. After some pleasantries, the two finally broached the main topic in Chen Chen's office. "Mr. Chen, I am here today to discuss." Lei Jun began, only to be interrupted by Chen Chen, who posed a question that left Lei Jun bewildered. "Mr. Lei, how do you perceive our Hongxing?" "Well, it is quite impressive, given that your company has cultivated the mobile sector for many years," Lei Jun responded. "As for your purpose today, I have my suspicions, and it likely pertains to the Type-C interface authorization. I am willing to grant your company free usage." "Mr. Chen, that's not." Lei Jun stumbled, finding Chen Chen's straightforwardness disorienting. He had expected to engage in a lengthy negotiation, even preparing to consider payment, but to his surprise, Chen Chen had consented before he could even voice his proposal. "Mr. Lei, you are aware that our charging technology is globally leading. While I am granting you free usage of the Type-C interface, your future charging solutions must align with our Hongxing charging protocol. Mr. Chen, I will pay annual licensing fees for your Type-C interface. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Lei Jun stated, rising to depart. Chen Chen, sitting on the sofa, gently remarked, "Mr. Lei, your Dami has been chosen for the 863 program, hasn't it?" Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Lei Jun was momentarily taken aback. Halting in his tracks, the 863 program had only recently been communicated to him by the government. So how could Chen Chen be aware of it? Could it be that Hongxing had also been selected for the 863 program? "Mr. Chen, you jest. Dami is merely a nascent company, having been established for just 2.5 years. How could we be selected for the 863 program? It is you, Hongxing, who is now venturing into domestic chips and screens. Surely, the municipal government would choose you." "Very well, I shall see you off, Mr. Lei. As for the Type-C patent licensing fees, I will take the lead in establishing a Type-C alliance to collectively promote the proliferation of this interface. The patents will soon be internally authorized for public use." After bidding farewell to Lei Jun, Chen Chen scarcely had a moment's respite before receiving a call from Yu Qingbei. Without needing to guess, it was undoubtedly about the Type-C interface authorization. After sharing his plans to establish an alliance, Yu Qingbei refrained from further commentary. Observing Lei Jun's reaction, it appeared that Dami had indeed entered the 863 program. Initially, Chen Chen believed the Redmi series was merely a strategy employed by Lei Jun to seize users, but it now seemed there was substantial backing propelling Redmi forward. It was time to recruit an assistant. Otherwise, managing every matter alone was truly exhausting. Being with Lei Jun made things easier, as he only needed to articulate his ideas. As he stretched and contemplated the qualities he desired in an assistant, black silk, white silk, he realized that no matter the choice, the talent beneath him could not rival the founders of Dami. Each possessed exceptional capabilities and professionalism. It could be argued that Dami's success was largely attributable to these co-founders. Why not recruit one? Wang Chuan was out of the question. He was a close friend of Lei Jun and had developed the Dami television. Huang Jiangji was also not a viable option, being Lei Jun's university classmate and roommate. Suddenly, a name sprang to Chen Chen's mind. Zhang Feng had likely just resigned. If he could secure him, Chen Chen could delegate responsibilities for the Hongxing Power Bank and other projects. As for the television project, Hongxing was certainly committed to it, as it was a crucial component in bridging the home screen ecosystem. TCL also produced televisions and was indeed a leader in the domestic television industry. Yet procuring screens from Huaxing remained a feasible option. Currently, Hongxing had established a deep collaboration with Huaxing, not only exchanging screen technology for equity stakes, but also jointly creating a new screen laboratory to develop small panel screens. Chapter 36, The Standard of the Red Star. On his way back, Lei Jun pondered the significance of Chen Chen's numerous remarks and the implications of the so-called alliance. Shaking his head to dispel such unrealistic thoughts, he began to contemplate the details of the 863 project. In fact, even without this initiative, Lei Jun had already intended to launch a budget smartphone with acceptable performance. The rationale behind this was quite straightforward. The market had long suffered from subpar imitations. Of course, such statements about eliminating the existence of counterfeit phones or promoting advancements across the entire industry were mere platitudes. The underlying truth was singular. The current income and consumption levels in Huaxia were insufficient to sustain a mid-range market worth billions. For the average consumer, the price remained paramount when considering the purchase of a smartphone. After all, the economic climate in Huaxia was still in its preparatory phase for takeoff, indicating that it had yet to soar. Only an affordable budget phone could achieve widespread distribution, thereby capturing market share and attracting users. As for the name of the budget phone series, Lei Jun had already decided on Redmi, signifying red rice. Indeed, we are a manufacturer with a red background. Upon returning to the company, Lei Jun convened an executive meeting. Lin Bing, Hong Feng, and the others observed Lei Jun's serious demeanor with curiosity. Given the recent developments of the rice brand over the past year, it had been a while since Lei Jun had displayed such an expression. Did you not reach an agreement with Hongxing today, General Lei? Dr. Zhou inquired cautiously, as he was responsible for hardware development and possessed in-depth knowledge of the new Type-C interface. Hongxing has agreed to grant us the authorization to use the Type-C interface, and it will be free of charge. Free? Since when has Hongxing been so accommodating? Several co-founders expressed their curiosity. Are there no additional conditions? None whatsoever. It is completely free. Chen Chen intends to establish a Type-C interface alliance, wherein manufacturers joining this alliance can freely utilize the interface. The group expressed their astonishment. Hongxing's ambition was indeed substantial. As the saying goes, third-rate enterprises produce products, second-rate enterprises build brands, while first-rate manufacturers establish standards. This modest Type-C alliance plan from Hongxing clearly demonstrated their ambition to set standards. Joining this alliance and utilizing the Type-C interface would necessitate that our chargers comply with their charging protocol. I believe mutual compatibility would be advantageous for us, the domestic manufacturers of Huaxia, so I have resolved that we shall be the first to join. After a moment of contemplation, the others concurred with Lei Jun's assessment. Considering that this standard interface and charging protocol could potentially be promoted by Huaxia manufacturers on a global scale. Posing briefly, Lei Jun continued. After the initial sale of the Hongxing second generation, our Redmi 2 did not suffer significantly. However, I have an inkling that Chen Chen is orchestrating a grand scheme. Thus, I have decided to open purchases for our Redmi 2 once a week, and after a month, we will transition to direct sales. I am concerned that if we continue with hunger marketing, users will inevitably gravitate toward Hongxing. General Lei, I acknowledge that Hongxing's phones are indeed commendable, but they currently lack inventory. Should we reconsider? Initially, my plan was for our Redmi 2 to be fully available for purchase by December, remarked Li Wangquan, who was focused on marketing. In truth, Li Wangquan was overly fixated on marketing, neglecting the differing production capacities of the two companies. Given Redmi's current production capacity, as Lei Jun mentioned, they could essentially complete the ramp-up within a month and make purchases available at any time. However, Hongxing was a different story. They had decades of collaboration with several OEMs. Currently, BYD and Foxconn were among their major clients, and they could easily ramp up production. The time required for production ramp-up was minimal. From launch to completion, it would take less than a month. If Hongxing completed its ramp-up and began selling while Redmi was still engaged in hunger marketing, the users unable to acquire Redmi would undoubtedly shift to Hongxing, as the user demographics of both brands overlapped significantly. while Redmi was preoccupied with concerns over Hongxing poaching their users and online market share. No, it should be market share rather than merely online market share, for Redmi had no offline presence. Offline, only scalpers were selling at inflated prices. The 20-plus distributors nationwide were the extent of Hongxing's existing offline channels. Previously, under the stewardship of Chen Chen, Hongxing had no exclusive stores, mostly collaborating with offline distributors and carrier points. During a year of turmoil, Hongxing's products had underperformed, and with Chen Chen's arrival focusing on two online value-for-money models, distributors were naturally disinclined to engage. Fortunately, this time, the Kunpeng phone targeted the high-end flagship market, allowing for a relatively higher price that provided ample profit margins for offline sales. Now, with these remaining 20 or so distributors, they were not major local distributors. But Chen Chen was satisfied with this outcome. This time, he offered 200,000 units of the Hongxing second generation and 100,000 units of the Kunpeng phone to concentrate on offline sales. Upon careful calculation, each distributor would only receive a few thousand units. Although these distributors were not large provincial agents, they did have several smaller distributors under their purview, capable of absorbing this inventory. 4 high-end models like the Kunpeng phone. While there was demand in the offline market, it was by no means the most popular model. A single store would not stock too many. 3 or 4 units at most would be the limit. With a total of 300,000 units between the Hongxing second generation and the Kunpeng phone, the distributors had few objections. Their sole concern was pricing. They understood that value-for-money models did not yield substantial profits, merely serving to attract customer traffic. What price can General Chen offer us for the Hongxing second generation? As the eager distributors looked on, Chen Chen revealed the supply price for the Hongxing 2, 1840. Upon hearing this figure, the distributors frowned. Hongxing did not allow them to mark up the price, meaning the profit on each unit was less than 200, an unacceptably low margin. And what about the Kunpeng phone? With a starting price exceeding 3,000, it cannot have such a high cost price, can it? Chen Chen, noticing the distributors' intense scrutiny, understood that they were dissatisfied with the profit margins of the Hongxing second generation. For a 2,000 yuan phone, a profit of less than 10 was far too low for offline sales. Chapter 37, the Ecological Chain Plan. The low-end model is priced at 3,000, while the high-end is set at 3,300. Chen Chen slowly articulated the prices of the Kunpeng phone. Though the distributors remained somewhat dissatisfied, they refrained from further complaints. The Kunpeng phone boasted an impressive array of features, coupled with global first-release charging technology and screen innovations, demonstrating Hongxing's earnest intent in offering competitive pricing. With profits of 500 for the low-end and 700 for the high-end model, these margins were on par with the profit space offered by Oppo and Vivo, who focused on the offline market, thus reflecting Hongxing's genuine commitment to collaborating with distributors. The total cost for the Kunpeng phone was 2,900 yuan for the low-end and 3,200 yuan for the high-end, with a majority of profits allocated to the distributors. For Chen Chen, who sought to rebuild offline channels, this was a favorable arrangement. For smartphone manufacturers to thrive in the long run, they must recognize the future trajectory of mobile phone development while also learning to concede profits to consumers, aiding in the cultivation of a positive reputation. Only through a collaborative approach to profitability can sustainable business practices be achieved. This is also a lesson that Chen Chen learned from Lei Jun. He only invests in acquaintances when conducting business. Even when dealing with rice, despite possessing ample funds to invest independently, he still seeks partners and investment institutions to collaborate with. The online market represents a substantial opportunity, but the offline market is arguably an even larger one. Initially, when the online rice market faced stagnation and he sought to expand offline, he discovered that manufacturers OPQO and VLVO had been cultivating that territory for years, reaping substantial rewards. Currently, Hongxing lacks sufficient capital to establish its own offline stores, and Chen Chen does not have the bandwidth to develop the offline market. Consequently, to promote and develop the offline market, Hongxing must resort to collaborating with these distributors. After all, in today's market, partnering with distributors and operators is the quickest route to offline growth. Kunpeng Mobile and the Hongxing series have chosen to collaborate with distributors, while the forthcoming Shining series will undoubtedly focus on online sales and operators. The pricing and costs are evident. How can a phone priced in the hundreds still yield a profit of 1 or 200? Would such a phone even be functional? I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. Rest assured, our production capacity will ramp up this month, and I will ensure the goods are delivered to you by the end of the month. For any future matters, please contact General Manager Liu from Hongxing directly. He will be responsible for our offline channel operations. I believe you're all somewhat familiar with General Manager Lu. Hello everyone, I am Lu Weiqi, and I will be your liaison moving forward. We are all old friends here, so please feel free to discuss any matters with me. General Lu, well said. The distributors had dealt with Lu Weiqi on multiple occasions, even during his time at Jiani, where many had interacted with him. They were surprised to see Lu Weiqi now at Hongxing. This collaboration with distributors has progressed smoothly, although the profits from the Hongxing second generation are not exceedingly high. They generate sufficient interest to drive foot traffic to the stores. With Kunpeng Mobile offering such a generous profit margin, all distributors are naturally eager to continue their partnership with Hongxing. After bidding farewell to the distributors, Chen Chen smiled and remarked to Lu Weiqi, "Old Lu, you'll have to take on more responsibilities now, huh? It seems you recruited me just to wear me out. I'm now in charge of the Shining Phone, managing the company brand and overseeing offline distributors. Even a workhorse in a production team wouldn't have such a workload." Lu Weiqi, his sporting glasses, chuckled as he bantered with Chen Chen. "Those who can do more must bear more. Perhaps I shall increase your salary. By the way, old Lu, if you know any capable managers, please introduce them to Hongxing. Relying solely on yourself won't suffice. Once our business expands further, you may find yourself overwhelmed. Indeed, we are lacking in talent." At this point, Chen Chen felt a tinge of regret for having too many personnel in the management layer. However, such regrets are fleeting. If he had retained those individuals, he would likely have regretted it even more. As they conversed, they exited the elevator and encountered a hurried Lu Weibing. "Xiao Chun, I was just looking for you. The general manager of Yinghua you mentioned recently, Zhang Feng, has been contacted." "Oh, what did he say? Is he willing to join us at Hongxing?" "Zhang Feng hasn't given a definitive answer, but he is willing to visit our company, and we can discuss it further then." "Great. If Zhang Feng joins us, we will have a project leader," Chen Chen exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist. "What project? What new project? Why was I not informed?" Lu Weiqi, intrigued by the conversation, noted that the company had not recently initiated any new projects, and, as the CEO of Hongxing, he expected to be the first to know of any new developments. "Well, General Lu, I only have a preliminary idea at this stage, and it is not yet formalized. It's the ecological chain plan." "Ecological chain plan? What is that?" Both Lu Weibing and Lu Weiqi inquired simultaneously. "I plan to invest and incubate a number of subsidiaries and products over the next 2 years. They will primarily manage our peripheral products, leveraging the Hongxing brand for sales and operations while advancing our integration of people, vehicles, and home initiative. Initially, I intend to start with common items such as mobile power banks, desk lamps, and power strips, gradually expanding to small household appliances and eventually to frequently used home electronics like televisions and air conditioners. By utilizing gateways and Wi-Fi, we will connect all these devices to our smartphones, which will serve as the control and computational hub, achieving the Internet of Everything. Originally, this was merely a smart home initiative, but I believe that in the next decade, new energy vehicles will emerge as a significant trend. The screens in these vehicles will form the final link in our integration plan. Once this loop is completed, Hongxing will be positioned to remain invincible. Chen Chen succinctly outlined his plan, which, although articulated lightly, left both listeners gasping in astonishment. The ambition of the plan was undeniable, yet it was fraught with challenges. "So, you're saying that we will not only venture into home appliance products, but also into Hongxing automobiles?" Lu Weiqi inquired seriously, narrowing his eyes. "Precisely. New energy vehicles will undeniably be a massive trend in the next decade. This year, the government plans to introduce Tesla to our homeland, intending for it to serve as a catalyst to stimulate the development of our domestic new energy vehicle industry. Hence, we must strategize early." Lu Weiqi had also heard of Tesla's impending entry into the market. He had even considered purchasing a vehicle, but decided to wait, as it would no longer need to be imported. The CEO's funds do not grow on trees. As the three continued their discussion, under Chen's deliberate guidance, they arrived at the Chip Research Institute within the Hongxing Industrial Park. Currently, the Hongxing Chip Research Institute employs over 200 engineers, which Chen Chen deemed insufficient. "We need to recruit more talent from the chip industry." Lu Weibing lamented, "Xiao Chun, it's easier said than done. Finding qualified chip industry professionals is no simple task. This team was painstakingly assembled by your father, who traveled to the United States multiple times to persuade Dr. Lu to join Hongxing. Despite Lu Weibing's efforts over half a year, the team has only expanded by a few dozen members, totaling barely 200. While this size is considerable for many companies in our homeland, it is insignificant compared to giants like Huawei and Sanctions. Chapter 38. Signing the Confidentiality Agreement. When Dr. Lu led the team in designing the Lingxiao S1, The entire team comprised over 100 individuals. The reason they could achieve this with so few personnel was primarily due to the simplicity of the chips at that time. Last year, they were still working with 45-nanometer and 32-nanometer processes. This year, they have already upgraded to 28-nanometer technology, followed by 14-nanometer, 7-nanometer, and 5-nanometer processes. This progression indicates that the number of transistors and chips is increasing, thus complicating the design requirements. The development of chips is not limited to CPUs. There is a growing trend toward integrated SoCs, leading to distinct teams for CPU, GPU, ISP, DSP, and more. As the number of transistors and chips increases, the design complexity escalates, necessitating a larger number of engineers. Chen Chen surveyed the 100 or so engineers before him, confident that as Hongxing continues to evolve, more talents will gravitate toward this platform, and the chip team will undoubtedly expand. After all, top talent tends to earn similar amounts wherever they go. They are more concerned with the future development of the company or platform. Today, I present this technical document, and all present must sign a confidentiality agreement. Aside from the already informed Dr. Liu and the guard Liu Wei, all engineers, including Liu Weiqi, gazed at Chen Chen in astonishment. After signaling Dr. Liu to present the confidentiality agreement, Chen Chen continued. In the next 2 to 3 years, we in Huaxiao will progressively commence the full-scale promotion of the 4G network. During the 3G era, all patent technologies were monopolized by foreign companies. Now, we have proactively unveiled the 4G baseband chip, which not only fully supports existing 4G network standards, but also accommodates our own TD-LTE 4G network standard. Most importantly, this baseband completely circumvents current foreign patents and is equipped with complementary communication technologies, featuring multi-mode, multi-band capabilities, LTE dual SIM, and radio frequency, among others. This marks a crucial step in our endeavor to break through the technological blockade imposed by foreign entities. After all parties had signed a confidentiality agreement, Chen Chen entrusted Dr. Liu with a hard drive containing the complete set of technical documentation, hoping they would thoroughly comprehend this technology within the next 1 to 2 years and integrate the baseband into their own CPU. On their way back, Liu Weiqi, brimming with excitement, inquired of Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, where did you acquire this technology, considering even our own engineers had to sign a confidentiality agreement?" The guard, Liu Wei, nudged his arm, suggesting he refrain from asking too many questions. Observing Chen Chen's enigmatic smile, Liu Weiqi prudently chose to remain silent. The mobile baseband is merely the initial step. In the future, Hongxing will undoubtedly strive to develop its own independent ISP and DSP, as well as integrate a neural processing unit, NPU, within the chip. By the way, Uncle Liu, have any other domestic manufacturers released new devices recently? Liu Wei opened his phone's notes and browsed briefly before responding. Next month, Meizu will hold a dream launch conference at the Water Cube, and Huawei is expected to announce a new device in November, rumored to be a flagship phone with a large screen. Yes, Meizu should also be gearing up for their concert. I must attend. As for Huawei, I hope their new device isn't part of the Mate series. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but it's said that Yu Chengbai has assigned the codename MTO, the new device. Chen Chen pondered internally. It appeared his butterfly effect had instigated a shift in the timeline. Traditionally, Huawei's Mate series would not debut until March of the following year, but now it seems poised for a November release. Either Yu Chengbai is anxious, or the success of the Kunping phone has instilled a measure of confidence in him. Chen Chen understood that from next year onward, competition in the smartphone market would intensify, giving rise to a plethora of diverse devices. Presently, aside from the screen and charging aspects, Hongxing's other specifications still rely on solutions from suppliers. This does not imply an inability to design independently. Hongxing is diligently expanding its engineering team, with several engineers dispatched to various suppliers to foster collaborative development of innovative functionalities. As for the new battery technology, Chen Chen had entrusted it to the fast-charging laboratory, as fast charging and battery technology are inherently linked. A higher charging power necessitates superior battery cells for support. Currently, the fast-charging laboratory has expanded to over 30 individuals, divided into 3 groups: the fast-charging team, the battery team, and the power team. Chen Chen harbored little concern regarding the new battery, as Xiao AI had already provided a comprehensive improvement plan. They merely needed to replicate the new battery according to the technical documentation, apply for a patent, and eventually collaborate with battery manufacturers for production. He held great anticipation for the performance of the new battery. As September drew to a close, nearly a month had passed since the launch of the Kunping phone and Hongxing's second generation, with 3 sales events having already generated a burgeoning reputation for both devices. Users who purchased the phones began to share their insights online after several days of use. The distinctive features of the Starry OS 20, which powered the Kunpeng phone, started to be unveiled by netizens. Its operation was smooth, design aesthetically pleasing, user-friendly, and functionality exceptionally comprehensive. I initially planned to wait for the new Apple phone, as I believed Apple was the true harbinger of mobile evolution. However, upon witnessing the specifications and technology of the Kunpeng phone, I could not resist acquiring one. After using it for half a month, I find that while it may not match Apple in system fluidity and animations, an inherent flaw of Android, it utterly outshines Apple in other aspects, particularly in charging and photography. Old Yao, a seasoned enthusiast in the digital realm, offered an evaluation that left many incredulous. From his post, it was evident he regarded the Kunpeng phone as a worthy contender alongside Apple. The rise of smartphones can be traced back to Apple. For many domestic players, Apple phones and Steve Jobs are eternally revered. A multitude of other Kunpeng phone users chimed in below, affirming Old Yao's sentiments. The Kunpeng phone could indeed justify a price point exceeding 3,000 yuan. Old Zhang, remember the bet you made? I've screenshotted it. You'll definitely be in for a surprise. Haha. Currently, across both cat and dog platforms, the Kunpeng phone has sold over 40,000 units. With several thousand more on Pinduoduo, I suspect this time Old Zhang will be quite satisfied. An old fish, setting aside Old Zhang's matters. Let me share my impressions from the past half month. Just one word, fast. Not only is the system swift, but charging and photography are also rapid. Chapter 39. The Arrogance of HTC. To begin with charging, at a room temperature of 18 degrees Celsius. I used the Kunpeng phone until it shut down before plugging it in. At the 15-minute mark, it had already reached 54, and by 27 minutes, it was at 81. Ultimately, it was fully charged in 38 minutes. Although this is a few minutes longer than the under half hour promised during the launch event. Achieving this within 40 minutes is still a remarkable feat globally. Regarding the system, I initially assumed the absence of mention during the launch indicated a lack of noteworthy features. However, using it revealed that indeed, there was little to critique. This is not sarcasm. It highlights the stability of Starry OS 20. It lacks ostentatious features and instead focuses on solid optimization. Throughout this half month, I encountered hardly any bugs. Fluidity was the first impression Starry OS 20 left me with. Both the software response speed and application launch speed were exceptionally smooth, evidencing the system team's significant efforts in foundational optimization. Lastly, concerning photography, I am uncertain whether the multi-camera approach is the right path, but currently, the dual camera indeed achieves better results in portrait photography than a single camera. Compared to the latest Apple model, it holds its own in terms of speed and image quality, marking a significant advancement for domestic phones. As for drawbacks, the primary issue is weight. The large battery and metal chassis result in a total weight of 179 grams, considerably heavier than most phones on the market. Additionally, while normal use does not induce significant heat, playing games while charging causes noticeable warmth. I hope Hongxin can optimize this in the future, so that charging while playing is not so aggressive. That concludes my thoughts. Accompanying image. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Old Fish's post garnered over 10,000 likes within days, prompting even Chen Chen to comment, received. Indeed, charging while playing does lead to the phone heating up, and although the metal body aids in heat dissipation, it also makes users acutely aware of the phone's rising temperature. Energy conservation is an immutable law. Chen Chen reviewed the sales data since the launch in early September. With 3 sales events, each featuring 100,000 units, the total sales of the Kunpeng phone had nearly approached 350,000 units. For a phone priced over 3,000 yuan, Chen Chen was exceedingly satisfied with this achievement. Regarding the Red Star 2, there is no cause for concern. Within a mere 3 weeks, total sales across all platforms have already reached 1 million units, a figure not far removed from the pre-release of the Rise 2. In the land of Huaxia, at HTC's headquarters, General Yang was presented with data indicating that overall sales in the mainland had experienced a year-on-year decline of 17 in September, with models priced above 3,000 yuan plummeting by 9. The chief operating officer placed a stack of reports on Yang Quan's desk, signaling him to take a look. Decline? Yang Quan inquired, intrigued as he opened the report. Since HTC's entry into the mainland market this year, overall sales had consistently risen. Never had there been a month or quarter with such a significant downturn. Chief Operating Officer Sun Jia observed Yang Quan perusing the documents and continued, "Indeed, General Yang, our investigations reveal that 2 manufacturers focusing on cost-effectiveness have emerged in the mainland, Red Star and Rice. Their models, priced at 1,999 and 1,998 yuan respectively, have been experiencing a frenzied surge in sales. Last month, Red Star even launched a model priced at 3,499 yuan, which has adversely affected the sales of some of our models. After reviewing the report, Yang Quan tossed the document aside with a dismissive expression, exclaiming, "Is that the same Red Star that recently announced plans to establish a Type-C interface and charging protocol alliance?" "Yes, General Yang. They have already sent us an invitation to join this alliance," Sun Jie replied. "Presumptuous. A mere mainland company dares to form such an alliance? It is sheer folly. They presume their lead in charging power entitles them to unify charging protocols. I cannot fathom what their CEO, Chen, is thinking. Even during Chen Yunlong's tenure at Red Star, he would never have approached us in such a manner." Noticing Yang Quan's rising irritation, Sun Jie cautiously asked, "Should we send someone over?" "Absolutely not. We will expedite the launch of our HTC Butterfly in the mainland this month. I intend to demonstrate to Red Star what a true flagship device looks like. We should have been the first to debut a 1080p display, yet this Red Star has beaten us to it." Yang Quan's impatience was palpable as he recalled that the HTC Butterfly was initially set for release in October. Boasting a 5-inch 1080p Full HD display with a pixel density of 440 ppi. This screen, sourced from Samsung, was the primary selling point, yet was overshadowed by the September release of the Kunpeng phone. Last year, HTC's market capitalization surpassed Nokia for the first time, reaching 33.8 billion, making it the second largest mobile manufacturer in the world, trailing only Apple. Yang Quan had believed this was merely the beginning, but he now realized it had marked the peak. In June, HTC announced its exit from the Brazilian market and shuttered a research center in North Carolina. By July, it withdrew from the South Korean market. This year has proven tumultuous for HTC. Following a patent lawsuit against Apple last year, several models faced sales bans in the United States. And the new flagship HTC One X was beset by issues due to its NVIDIA Tegra 3 processor, which generated excessive heat and caused significant performance lags, resulting in considerable hardship for HTC. Consequently, this year's HTC Butterfly opted for a Qualcomm processor. General, is the pricing in the mainland still set at 4,799? Sun Jie inquired cautiously. Since the second half of this year, Yang Quan had been teetering on the edge of fury. Yet Sun Jie mustered the courage to voice his concerns, asserting that the fate of HTC in the latter half of the year hinged on the Butterfly model. In Sun Jie's view, the mainland market differed vastly from the international arena, with fierce competition, especially in the 2,000 yuan price range. While the flames of competition had yet to reach HTC's price point, it was only a matter of time. "Sun, is this a matter you ought to be concerned about? What can those mainland companies do besides compete on price? Has HTC, the world's second largest manufacturer, truly fallen to the level of price wars with mainland firms?" Sun Jie sighed. Indeed, General Yang remained ensnared in the illusion of HTC's second-place status. The price of 4,799 yuan remained exorbitantly high for the mainland, arguably making it the most expensive region for the same model. As Sun Jie exited, he glanced back at the slowly closing office door, contemplating that perhaps arrogance would close the door to the Huaxia market for HTC. Chapter 40. Sales of the Kunpeng phone following its international release. The Huawei M series made a swift debut domestically, generating considerable excitement. As Huawei's first large-screen flagship phone, it boasted a 6.1-inch IPS display with a resolution of 720p, a substantial 4,100 mAh battery, and a latest K2V3 processor. The domestic pricing, unexpectedly set at 3,299 yuan, seemed to mimic or target a particular competitor. Chen Chen observed this unusual shift with interest, though he held no strong opinions, even if the competitor was evidently aiming at his own Kunpeng phone. Presently, in the price range of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, Red Star's Kunpeng phone stood unchallenged. Feedback from various regional distributors indicated that this all-metal dual-camera phone possessed formidable market strength, particularly appealing to female consumers who, after experiencing its unique dual-camera capabilities, promptly placed orders. By December, the Kunpeng had achieved a total shipment of 1.8 million units across all online platforms, with nearly 800,000 units contributed by the offline market. This sales figure firmly established Red Star's foothold in the 3,000 to 4,000 yuan segment. As for the price range above 4,000 yuan, it remained dominated by HTC, Samsung, and Apple. The HTC Butterfly, often referred to as the Butterfly phone, faced significant competitive challenges in the 4,000 yuan and above segment, as its product capabilities paled in comparison to the Kunpeng phone. The ability to command such a high price was purely a result of brand premium. Chen Chen had contemplated the creation of a model to directly compete with Samsung and Apple in the 4,000 yuan range. However, he recognized that domestic brands lacked sufficient brand power to confront these established players, which would impose considerable pressure, particularly in terms of finances. The projected sales forecast for the entire life cycle of the Kunping phone stood at approximately 5 to 8 million units, while expectations for the Red Star 2 sales hovered around 15 million units. Due to the elimination of numerous low-end channels, it became impossible to boost shipment volumes, resulting in Red Star's relatively low sales ranking. Nevertheless, within just over a year, the transition from chaos to a flourishing state left Chen Chen quite satisfied. Currently, Red Star's focus was entirely on the impending launch of a budget-friendly model, which would be pivotal for their shipment volume. Under Liu Weiqi's direction, rumors began circulating online that Red Star aimed to redefine the budget smartphone market. Subsequently, a flurry of speculations erupted across the internet. What? Red Star intends to redefine the budget smartphone? Didn't they just strive for the high-end market? Now, they are reverting to budget phones? Those upstairs, clearly uninformed, failed to recognize that Red Star's Shining One had consistently topped the sales charts on Pinduoduo for several months, accumulating over 3 million units sold. It's time for an upgrade. While your Shining One offers ample memory, the 6725 processor is quite outdated, someone remarked. Chun, you really should expedite the development of a budget phone. Currently, aside from your Shining One, the low-end market is almost entirely filled with counterfeit devices. Moreover, the specifications of your Shining One are indeed comparable to those of counterfeit models. Speaking of counterfeits, consumers in Huaxia had quite a disdainful view of them. The quality of various counterfeit mobile phones varies significantly, particularly after purchase, as there is often no after-sale support and no guarantee of quality. Users may find that even launching an application can lead to freezing. Currently, China's economy has just begun to gain momentum, and people's lives are starting to improve. However, the majority of consumers still rely on inexpensive devices priced around 100 yuan. It is in this environment that a counterfeit phone manufacturer named Nietzsche has embarked on a frenzied expansion, bolstered by an overwhelming advertising presence and over 6,000 retail outlets nationwide, achieving an annual shipment volume that surpasses even that of the entire Hongxin company. With its low-price, fruit-like aesthetics, and a user interface reminiscent of premium brands, it is in essence an unadulterated counterfeit device. Many users who purchased Nietzsche phones soon discovered that their experience did not align with the advertised promises, as crashes and lag became persistent issues. Chen Chen is aware that this is not Nietzsche's most frenzied period. Between 2013 and 2014, the company astonishingly established stores across the country, and the business within these outlets was surprisingly thriving. However, their relentless expansion, compounded by the competition from Hongmi, ultimately led to their downfall. Without reliable after-sales support and with excessively low performance, this once prominent brand in China swiftly fell victim to Hongmi's competitive edge. Rumors circulating online have also raised alarms among counterfeit manufacturers, as the strength of Hongxin is evident to all. Currently, the most frequently imitated models among counterfeit manufacturers are the Hongxin second generation and the Dami second generation. Domestic counterfeit phone manufacturers have endured several setbacks, the first of which was the collaboration between carriers and phone manufacturers to promote 3G, wherein carriers provided subsidies to these manufacturers, resulting in promotional activities that offered free phones with prepaid plans, consequently eroding a portion of the market for counterfeit brands. Furthermore, the emergence of the first generation Dami inflicted another blow, as these counterfeit manufacturers found themselves unable to compete in the mid-range market against Hongxin and Dami, relegating them to survive solely in the low-cost segment. If Hongxin were to seriously penetrate the budget phone market, the fortunes of these manufacturers would likely come to an abrupt end. Some counterfeit manufacturers are even contemplating a transition or directly emulating the Meizu brand in an effort to upgrade and rebrand themselves. Others, however, remain unconvinced, dismissing the rumors as mere gossip, believing that Hongxin could not possibly dominate the entire low-end phone market in China. The veracity of online information is often dubious. Various claims circulate, yet Lei Jun perceives the news as credible because he is preparing to enter this market. His new product line, codenamed H, has already discarded one version of the design, resulting in a loss of over 50 million in development costs. Nevertheless, Lei Jun remains undetailed, insisting that the product must be functional. What is the purpose of employing last year's MediaTek chip if it leads to frequent crashes and poor performance? This new model is crucial to Dami's strategic development over the coming years. Ultimately, Lei Jun must personally oversee the creation of this new device. Observing the developments surrounding Hongxing, Lei Jun quietly sighs, lamenting, "Why does Demi always lag behind?" His H-series budget phone has only recently begun development, while competitors are already launching their products. Thankfully, the Charlotte's Worries promotion has yet to commence. Otherwise, Lei Jun would undoubtedly utter that classic line. Tiekte in ofera, Lei Junis speculation. With the arrival of New Year's Day, Hongxing officially began promoting the Shine second generation, employing a pre-launch strategy that closely mirrors Lei Jun's approach. It cannot be deemed mere imitation, as Demi's H-series is still facing developmental hurdles. In his previous life, Lei Jun recognized the potential of the Homie series, particularly in targeting young individuals who had just entered the workforce and possessed limited financial means, an ideal demographic for the Homie series. This marketing strategy was, of course, directly replicated by Chen Chen. Leveraging QQ space activities during the new year, the Shine's second generation released promotional posters, granting successfully pre-registered users the chance to win premium memberships. Within just a few days, the number of pre-registrations for the new phone soared to over 6 million. Lu Weiqi, observing the staggering pre-registration figures, gasped in astonishment. Incredible! Collaborating with a traffic powerhouse like QQ has proven remarkably effective, hasn't it? He could not help but commend Chen Chen, who wore a broad smile. Chen mused. How could a marketing strategy validated by Lei Jun not be effective? After discussing the pre-registration details, Lu Weiqi expressed concerns. Little Chen, are you truly certain that the Shine second generation will maintain its price of $799? That price leaves little room for profit. With marketing and logistics costs factored in, our expenses have already reached over 760. We stand to make less than 40 yuan in profit per unit, and that doesn't even account for design costs. Design costs for a budget phone? Just slap a plastic shell on it based on the supplier's proposal, and it's done. Chen retorted. Old Lu, you still don't fully grasp our strategy. Profit is secondary. Our primary goal is to swiftly capture users. Do you have any idea how little profit we made on the Shine first generation? Just 13 yuan per unit. Remember my earlier mention of the ecological chain plan? The user base of this series is a critical component of our strategy. Its sales cannot simply be measured in millions or tens of millions. I anticipate that in the coming year, our Shine series will surpass 20 million units in shipments. Chen Chen was cautious not to overstate his expectations. The previous year's Shine first generation achieved sales of over 40 million units without competition, whereas now Hongxing faces formidable rivals like Demi Lei Jun. Seeing the success of the Shine series would undoubtedly respond swiftly, likely not waiting until July to launch his own product. He may already be preparing it. All right, Mr. Chen. I understand, Lu Weiqi replied as he left the office. Chen rubbed the back of his head, pondering if Lu Weiqi was inherently contrarian. At Huawei Company, Yu Qingbei was currently receiving praise from the founder, who commended the success of the Mate series, which not only bolstered Huawei's reputation, but also achieved a global shipment of 700,000 units within a month of its launch, indicating its undeniable success. Mr. Run, Hongxing is planning to enter the budget phone market, and I wish to leverage our Changwan brand to respond accordingly. Go ahead and pursue that direction. Since we have already found initial success in the high-end market, continue to execute your vision. I have faith in you. With renewed affirmation, Yu Qingbei exited the chairman's office. Although he was unaware of the configuration and pricing of Hongxing's Shine second generation, he was certain it would not be excessively high, likely around $899 or $999. Yu Qingbei's confidence stemmed from an understanding of costs. Like Hongxing, Huawei was an experienced player in the low-end market with a keen sensitivity to expenses. During the Shine first generation's development, Yu Qingbei had dissected that model, and based on calculations by the company's professionals, the cost of the phone, including taxes and logistics, was approximately 785 yuan. This meant that Hongxing would only make a profit of a few dozen yuan per unit, and, if calculated from the initial launch, they would likely incur losses. Yu Qingbei decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach, observing how Hongxing would strategize before determining his own course of action. If Hongxing set its price at $999, he would develop a competing device priced at $899. If Hongxing maintained its price at $799, he would reconsider his own pricing strategy for the new device. At this moment, Yu Qingbei remained unaware that the budget phone market resembled a veritable slaughterhouse, with competition intensity surpassing that of any other price segment. In contrast to Lei Jun's previous frugal online launch events, Chen Chen prepared to unveil the Shine second generation with grandiosity at the 798 Art District in Beijing. The venue, accommodating over 500 individuals, was predominantly filled with media representatives and enthusiastic fans. Seated in the front row of the guest area, Lei Jun was deeply moved as he glanced around, noting that not only had he arrived, but also esteemed figures such as Lao Huang, Zhou Hongyi, and Yu Cheng-bei were present. Mr. Lei, care to venture a guess on the pricing of the second generation of the Red Star Shine? Inquired Yu Xingba, toning Tolz Li Yunya. I believe it should be around $999 or $899. Anything lower would leave no profit margin, interjected Zhou Hongyi, who sat to Yu Qingbei's right, before Lei Jun could respond. I concur with Mr. Zhou. It is likely to be priced at $899. What do you think, Mr. Lei? After contemplating for a moment, Lei Jun remarked, I suspect that Chen Chen will set the price at $799, similar to the first generation. $799? Is that really $799? Both men displayed expressions of disbelief, prompting Lei Jun to propose, how about we make a wager on the pricing? A wager will be $799, and we could bet a meal on it. At this moment, Yu Cheng-bei appeared conflicted. Let us wager on a meal, but you, Mr. Lei, better not take me to a street stall. He remained resolute in his belief that the price would not reach $799, predicting it would be $999 or $899. Very well, then let us allow Mr. Yu to indulge. Lei Jun replied with a smile. Mr. Lei, the conference has yet to commence. How can you be so certain of your victory? What if I win? I need to consider which hotel to choose, Yu Cheng-bei retorted, slightly dissatisfied. Given that the event had not yet begun and Lei Jun was already so confident in his estimate of $799. Who would instill such audacity in Chen Chen to price it at $799? Liang Suiping? Meanwhile, Huang Zhang, who had been listening to their conversation, was taken aback, realizing that Mei Group was also preparing to launch its own 1,000 yuan series. Little did he expect the competition among these manufacturers to be so fierce. With initial prices starting at $799 or $899, Lei Jun mused to himself, no one understands this kid better than I do. To capture the market at a low price, one must set the price sufficiently low, even if it means selling a loss. Only then can one swiftly penetrate the market. Chen Chen is merely playing with the remnants of my strategies. Chapter 42. Technology no longer exalted. Thank you all for attending the launch event for our Shine brand's new device. I am Chen Chen. Today, we shall unveil the second generation of our Shine brand, Shine 2. Let's welcome Mr. Lu Weiqi, the brand manager of Shine, who will be leading this presentation. Thank you. Chen Chen's words ignited a wave of speculation among the audience, as they pondered the implications of his reference to the Shine brand rather than the Shine series. The heads of several phone manufacturers suddenly displayed concern. The distinction between a series and a brand was significant. Chen Chen's statement suggested that the Shine series had been entirely separated to form a new brand, no longer reliant on the Red Star brand. As Lu Weiqi took the microphone and stepped onto the stage, he bowed to the audience and began his introduction. Hello everyone, I am Lu Weiqi, the head of the Shine brand. Our Shine brand is dedicated to offering high-cost performance and quality. Last year, our Shine 1 was launched and quickly stirred the market. Today, I am excited to present to you Shine 2. With a press of the remote control, the large screen displayed renderings of Shine 2's exterior. We have continued with the relatively square design of Shine 1, while re-engineering the rear shell material and overall feel of the device. Compared to the previous generation, our Shine 2 will be more durable and offer a superior tactile experience. In terms of display, we have equipped it with a 4.5-inch IPS screen with a resolution of 720p, a feature that significantly contributes to the overall cost. Many flagship devices currently utilize 720p displays, and our Shine 2, as a model priced below 1,000 yuan, also boasts such a screen, providing you with a flagship experience. Is it truly that fierce? A 1,000 yuan device featuring a 720p display? Don't they care about costs? Yu Cheng-bei in the audience wore an expression of astonishment. Though the screen's quality was surely average, it was still 720p. It is likely that Huaxing is supplying them with screens at a low price. I've heard they recently revamped several production lines specifically for small-size panels. Once the audience quieted down, Lu Weiqi continued his presentation. Apart from the display, the processor is also a crucial component. Our Shine 2 has been developed in deep collaboration with MediaTek, fine-tuning their latest quad-core processor, the MT6589, which is built on a 28-nanometer process and boasts impressive performance. The 4 cores can reach a maximum frequency of 1.6 GHz, making it a bona fide flagship processor. Despite its formidable capabilities, we have incorporated it into our Shine 2, priced below 1,000 yuan, to enhance your experience. Lei Jun recognized the processor, as his own company was also adapting it for their budget devices, albeit with less than ideal progress. MediaTek's processors, as understood by those in the know, were akin to wild stallions. They required calibration and taming. Otherwise, Even the most robust performance would go untapped. Lei Jun had not anticipated that Red Star would collaborate with MediaTek for adaptation, a realization that prompted him to consider reaching out to MediaTek for assistance in fine-tuning the processor for his own products. In terms of camera specifications, Shine 2 is equipped with an 8-megapixel rear camera, which delivers commendable resolution, coupled with the expertise and algorithms from our Red Star camera department. The photographic experience is on par with that of high-end devices boasting 10-megapixel cameras. As for the battery, Red Star thoughtfully provides a substantial 2,200 mAh battery. In terms of charging, we remain at the forefront of global standards and are committed to offering faster charging speeds for Shine 2. At this juncture, Lu Weiqi paused, with the audience eagerly anticipating the charging power that the Shine 2 would support. It certainly cannot be 5 watts. If Red Star dares to pair it with such a low wattage, even at $499, I would not consider it, as it would demonstrate a lack of sincerity. Possessing superior charging technology, yet withholding it is unacceptable. Our charging power is 18 watts. Regarding charging, I have had numerous discussions with Mr. Chen. Our Shine 2 features a removable battery, so when it runs out of power, one merely replaces the battery. There is no need for excessively high charging power, which would only inflate costs. Realistically, implementing such a charging solution would cost quite a bit. However, the costs associated with 5-watt and 10-watt charging capabilities are minimal. Nonetheless, Mr. Chen dismissed my concerns. He emphasized 2 words: sincerity. Given that we possess superior charging technology, why not utilize it? If Shine 2 were to be equipped with just 5 watts of charging power, how would consumers perceive Red Star? In the end, I was persuaded by Mr. Chen. So we have decided that Shine 2 will feature an 18-watt charging power utilizing a Type-C interface. Since Red Star has superior technology, better interfaces, and an exceptional display, even as a budget device, we must implement these features. We have allocated 1 gigabyte of RAM and 8 gigabytes of internal storage, with support for an additional 32 gigabytes of expansion. After several rounds of discussions and negotiations with suppliers, Red Star has ultimately resolved to maintain the price at $799. There is nothing to conceal. Our shining second generation truly seeks to befriend everyone, entirely devoid of ulterior motives for profit. With an 18-watt charging power, a 45-inch 720p resolution screen, a MediaTek quad-core MT6589 processor, and a memory combination of 1 gigabyte RAM and 8 gigabyte storage, alongside a meticulously calibrated 8-megapixel camera by Red Star. We remain at the price of $799. As the large screen displayed the memory configuration and price of the shining second generation. Lu Weiqi continued passionately into the microphone. In my view, technology is no longer an aloof entity. It must serve every individual. Therefore, Red Star's ambition is to create high-quality technological products that are affordable for everyone. His words garnered a storm of applause. Lei Jun in the audience felt a deep resonance, recalling that his own founding of Xiaomi was driven by similar ideals. We at Red Star have prepared a gift for each attendee present today. Everyone will receive our latest shining second generation. Oh, thank you, President Liu. You're amazing. With Lu Weiqi announcing that each person would receive a shining second generation, the brief press conference reached its zenith, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. With such a gesture, Lu Weiqi is indeed quite charming. Of course, who wouldn't be charming when giving away phones? They exclaimed, continuing their rapturous applause. Seizing the momentum, Lu Weiqi added, our first batch of shining second generation will debut tomorrow at 10 a.m. on QQ Space. And purchasers will also receive a month of free yellow diamond membership. Thank you all. This press conference concludes here. Remember, the launch is tomorrow on QQ Space. And don't forget about the yellow diamond. With that, Lu Weiqi stepped off the stage, but the audience continued their fervent cheers. Chapter 43. President Yu. Don't forget to treat us. After the conference, the expressions of Lei Jun and his companions were far from pleasant, as they pondered how to respond to the shining second-generation specifications. A price of $799 for such a configuration is nothing short of a game-changer. If this phone were to be sold by Huawei, it would undoubtedly be priced at $999. If Oppo were to handle it, the price would likely hover around $1,500. Now, with Red Star selling it for $799, how could they compete? President Yu, remember to treat us. Lei Jun turned to Yu Chengbei as they walked to the parking lot. President Lei, how can you be so certain that the shining second generation's price is $799 rather than $999? Lei Jun replied nonchalantly, in truth, I'm not entirely sure that Red Star will set the price at $799. This statement only deepened Yu Chengbei's confusion. In fact, Pricing it at either $999 or $899 is feasible, but lacks the wow factor necessary to captivate consumers. Red Star's strategic intent is clearly to seize the market while major smartphone manufacturers remain oblivious to the budget phone segment, utilizing an extraordinarily high configuration at an exceptionally low price to swiftly capture market share and define their user base. However, Lei Jun refrained from voicing his final thought, as it was his own strategy that Red Star had preempted. It seems we must indeed cry wolf. With that, Yu Chungbei got in his car, preparing to catch the next flight back to Shenzhen. Alas, this Chen Chen has truly mastered the art of futures trading. Although Red Star consistently emphasizes friendship and a lack of profit motive, they still aim to stimulate purchases. The initial batches might not yield profit or may even incur losses. But as orders accumulate, a qualitative shift will occur alongside Moore's law, continuously driving down supply chain costs, thereby generating profit. Furthermore, thin margins with high sales volume are crucial. Currently, the bulk of Huaxia mobile sales still come from low-end devices. Despite the impressive online sales of the Shining second generation and Xiaomi second generation, their sales figures, while in the millions, pale in comparison to the low-end sector. Let's head back to the company. Understood, President Lei. The driver, receiving the response, steered the iconic Maybach slowly towards Xiaomi's headquarters. In the car, Lei Jun closed his eyes, contemplating strategies. As the press conference had illuminated Red Star's grasp over the supply chain and their product positioning, this was far from advantageous for Xiaomi. Red Star's progress has been remarkably swift. It transformed from a traditional channel vendor to an internet channel vendor in just 1 year. As fellow internet channel vendors, Xiaomi has been overly passive, initially believing that joining the 863 plan would secure some government support. However, given the current circumstances, it is evident that Red Star has also joined the 863 plan and may have even strategized their entry into the budget phone market prior to joining. The Shining second generation at $799. Unlike the relatively low-key launch of the Shining first generation, within just over an hour after the press conference, the Shining second generation's entry surged to the 4th place on trending searches, with its popularity continuing to climb. The entire internet buzzed with excitement. No one anticipated that Red Star would enhance specifications without raising prices, maintaining the cost at $799. In comparison to other manufacturers, the counterfeit phone makers are now quaking in their boots. The market share available for counterfeit devices is already minimal, relegating them to merely scraping by in the budget phone segment. Now, with Red Star's $799 budget phone, it seems poised to consign counterfeit phones to the annals of history. As for other manufacturers, many have yet to grasp the immense potential of the budget phone market. By the time they recognize this segment, prices will have already begun to engage in fierce competition. For consumers, the presence of a manufacturer genuinely committed to producing products at this price point is wholeheartedly welcomed. Furthermore, younger consumers, upon discovering that the Shining phone has partnered with QQ Space and offers a free yellow diamond membership upon successful purchase, feel as though they have struck gold. With the first batch of 300,000 Shining phones going on sale the following day, they were sold out in less than 10 seconds. Lu Weiqi swiftly announced that the first batch of 300,000 Shining second generations sold out in under 5 seconds. This news rocketed to the 2nd spot on trending searches. President Lu, we're out of stock. When will the second batch go on sale? President Lu, please expedite the restocking. 300,000 units aren't enough. We need another 300,000. Daily sales of 300,000. As numerous netizens flocked to Lu Weiqi's social media and Red Star's official accounts to demand restocking, Lu Weiqi had no choice but to release another announcement. The second batch of Shining 2 is currently in intensive production, and we will launch it next Friday on CatDog, Red Star's official website, and Pinduoduo for a limited time. Pinduoduo seized this wave of excitement, launching a reservation campaign, prominently advertising limited-time subsidy for Shining 2 at only $769. The second batch consists of an order of 500,000 units, with plans to allocate 50,000 units across various platforms and 300,000 units to the Red Star official website. As for the third batch, its release remains uncertain, as it is contingent upon further price reductions from suppliers. After all, one must eat, mustn't one? Additionally, maintaining momentum is crucial. Chen Chen estimated that even if Xiaomi, spurred by Red Star's influence, rushed to produce their own Redmi phone, it would likely not debut until after the Spring Festival, possibly not until May. With several months required for production ramp-up, there remains ample time for the Shining 2. They could control the shipment volumes according to their plan. In addition to the success of the Shining 2, there was another piece of good news from Lu Weibing. After resigning from Manhwa, Zhang Feng, having taken a brief respite, has agreed to join Red Star and will soon commence employment. Upon receiving this news, Chen Chen was genuinely elated, fully aware of Zhang Feng's capabilities. Aside from the lapse in trademark registration that resulted in theft, his strengths are undeniable. After all, he had achieved the position of general manager at Manhwa. Currently, Chen Chen is solely managing projects related to power banks and air purifiers. However, his inherent laziness and lack of familiarity with the intricacies of these projects mean he can only provide a general direction. The specifics of implementation must be executed by others. Upon Zhang Feng's entry into Hongxing, all these matters could be entrusted to him in one fell swoop. Indeed, the entire ecological chain of products could be handed over to him. Naturally, equity options would be indispensable. Chen Chen did not wish to emulate Lao Huang, who was reluctant to part with shares, only to see his subordinates poached. Chapter 44. My name is Zhang Feng, and I am quite anxious. I am Zhang Feng, a professional manager devoid of emotional ties, utterly astonished by my own desirability. The esteemed Lu De of Dami fervently invited me to join their company. An old friend from Hongxing, Lu Weibing, also warmly urged me to visit Hongxing for inspection before making my decision. After a few months of contemplation, I ultimately chose Hongxing, yet I soon found myself regretting that choice. I had anticipated a resurgence in my career, and upon joining Hongxing, I was appointed head of a department. Now, however, I am beset by anxiety, as I am faced with a formidable new challenge immediately upon my arrival. General Manager Zhang has tasked me with creating a power bank at a cost not exceeding 80 yuan, which must not only support our rapid charging at Hongxing, but also adhere to stringent standards of quality and design. I am genuinely apprehensive. How can this possibly be accomplished? The young General Chen enthusiastically patted my shoulder, painting grand prospects of the future, assuring me that options and shares had been reserved for me, and that if I succeeded in this project, I would be entrusted with the entire ecological chain of Hongxing, which would burgeon into a vast market. With me at the helm of the department, I swallowed this enticing prospect, but when I arrived at what General Chen described as the immensely significant ecological chain department, a chilling breeze swept through and my heart sank. The entire department, including myself, comprised merely 20 individuals. With Chen's lofty ambitions in mind, I steadied my resolve and consulted with the members of the ecological chain department, deciding to give it a try. Armed with the design schematics provided by Chen, I visited numerous factories and suppliers, only to be met with a singular response. No. My anxiety escalated. As a professional manager, I could not simply declare my inadequacy upon entering a new company. No man would admit to failure. I must succeed. I traversed many factories in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, and at last, I discovered a factory capable of producing our power banks casing. Overjoyed, I watched the skilled craftsmen deftly operate the mold, nearly moved to tears. Utilizing Panasonic's 18650 battery cells, aluminum alloy casing, sandblasting techniques, and a rounded grip for tactile comfort, I infused my inaugural product with a distinct industrial design aesthetic. While power banks on the market typically exceed 100 yuan, with those of decent quality hovering around 200 yuan, I meticulously managed to keep the cost of my Hongxing power bank to just 77 yuan, meaning our profit per unit would be a mere 3 yuan. When I excitedly presented my creation to General Chen, he merely smiled and patted me again, assigning me yet another task, to develop an air purifier for Hongxing. I confess my lack of experience in this area and my uncertainty regarding the design of an air purifier, but Chen swiftly educated me. He took 2 layers of filter media, affixed them to an oscillating fan, and upon activating the fan, proclaimed, "This is an air purifier." I was baffled as to why there was a fan in his office during the winter months, yet I felt a spark of understanding. An air purifier is simply a fan combined with filter media. I could manage this. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, Chen Chen savored a can of cola as he gazed out the office window, relishing his moments of leisure. Nearly 2 years into this world, he had come to comprehend the challenges of running a company. Every facet and department required his personal oversight, with only Lu Weiqi able to share some of the burden since Zhang Feng's arrival, allowing him to focus on the company's overarching strategic direction. At times, managing a company resembles navigating a ship. While the surface may seem tranquil, beneath the waters, treacherous currents may be surging, and a misstep could lead to irrevocable disaster. Fortunately, the company had now firmly established itself on the right path. The Hongxing 2, Kunpeng smartphone, and Shining 2 were continuously injecting life into the company, providing a steady stream of cash flow. At the beginning of the year, under his guidance, Liu Weiqi invested in several small enterprises, or rather, studios. In his previous life, Chen Chen had been quick to secure investment in the Huami team and the Stone Company, determined not to repeat the mistakes of Dami's early days, wherein he merely invested without obtaining control, ultimately losing oversight of the company. This led to a situation where all supply chain companies sought independence, culminating in Dami's own ecological chain products failing to support their proprietary systems. Such a scenario was absolutely intolerable for Chen Chen. While he could demand that Hongxing refrain from participating in company management, he insisted on absolute control, ensuring that Hongxing held definitive authority within the company. Chen Chen had already witnessed Zhang Feng's capabilities, from proposal to product completion. He accomplished this in a mere 2 months, an impressive speed surpassing that of Dami in his previous life. The invested Stone team was also diligently engaged in the development of their first-generation product, and a fan company acquired in a swift month produced a finished product based on Chen's design, soon to debut in the Hongxing marketplace. Curiously, Zhang Feng noted that the fan had been delivered by the manufacturer, albeit its presence in the winter office seemed somewhat incongruous. Equipped with a built-in Wi-Fi module, the fan could connect to Hongxing smartphones for remote control and adjustment. In the future, aside from items that could not feasibly incorporate modules, such as towels and power banks, Chen planned to emulate the model from his previous life at Dami, ensuring all products would be internet-enabled. The central control hub would bear the cheeky name Xingjia, with its interface and operation meticulously crafted to align with Chen's vision. Chen Chen mused, "Lazy, in this life, I shall take the lead. Will your Mijia still be launched?" In the span of 2 months, the Shining 2 had swept the market with unstoppable momentum, facing no competition whatsoever. In January alone, it was launched twice, moving 800,000 units with ease. Following the Spring Festival, Liu Weiqi unveiled a new marketing narrative, positioning the device not only as the first smartphone for the youth, but also as the first smart device for parents. This campaign sparked a mini-boom for the Shining 2. During February's 5 sales events, the total sales reached an astounding 3 million units, coupled with shipments through offline operators, bringing the total to an impressive 5 million units within just 2 months post-launch. This led to the BYD factory operating at full capacity. In the new year, while the Kunping smartphone targeted the high-end market and Shining focused on the low-end, Hongxing aimed at the mid-range. Chen also planned to introduce a new product line, aptly named the CC series, emphasizing sleekness and photography, specifically catering to the female market. The price would naturally fall between the Hongxing 2 at 1,999 yuan and the Kunping smartphone at 3,499 yuan. It is well known that in Huaxia, the purchasing power hierarchy ranks women above the elderly, children, dogs, and finally men. If the aesthetic appeal is sufficiently high and the photography capabilities are exceptional, performance becomes secondary. Few women today concern themselves with such matters. After all, didn't TOV capture the female market by promoting softlight selfies? Now, Chen Chen intended to utilize offline distributors to strategically position himself in this market. Chapter 45. The Pocket Guarding Lei Jun. In a corner of a cafe in the imperial capital, Lei Jun was enjoying coffee with a sharply dressed woman. "Mr. Lei, I sincerely appreciate your prioritization of funding for our Qiming." The woman, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup and a serene smile, gazed at the man seated across from her. Lei Jun flashed his characteristic smile. He was no stranger to the woman, named Su Ling, hailing from Qiming Investment. Her boss, Tang Mingyuan, was an old friend of Lei Jun, having been the first to invest when he founded Dami. In subsequent rounds of financing, Qiming Venture Partners had a hand in the proceedings. This time, Lei Jun, aiming to tackle the challenge posed by the second generation of Hongxing, resolved to secure additional funding. This notion had been brewing since the previous year, though he had yet to determine the appropriate institution. After the new year, Lei Jun's rice company was poised to embark on a fundraising journey, and Su Ling, who had been closely monitoring the developments of the rice venture, promptly reached out to Lei Jun. Following several days of negotiations between their respective teams, Su Ling, leading Qiming Venture Partners, successfully partnered with Lei Jun's Shunwei Capital to invest 300 million, acquiring a 19% stake in the rice company. This substantial sum was earmarked by Lei Jun for the forthcoming launch of the Redmi series. Since he had decided to penetrate the budget smartphone market, he was prepared for fierce competition against other manufacturers. "Miss Su, we are old friends, so I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. I am genuinely grateful for Qiming Venture Partners' willingness to provide this funding," Lei Jun remarked. Su Ling smiled, recognizing that Lei Jun's words were merely formalities. In business, he had never been one to hoard success for himself. Rather, He believed in collective prosperity, especially since Tang Mingyuan of Qiming Venture Partners was an old acquaintance of his. In truth, it was Lei Jun who deserved gratitude, as the rice company was experiencing rapid growth, with various capital sources eager to partake in its success. After concluding its Series B financing, the rice company would not be inviting new investors in the near future, making Qiming's election a nod to an old friend. Mr. Lei, I presume you won't solely focus on smartphones, correct? Su Ling inquired, setting down her coffee as she gazed at Lei Jun. As a professional manager at an investment firm, she possessed a keen intuition and had been closely observing the rice company's trajectory. Lei Jun was momentarily taken aback by her question. His plans for an ecosystem chain had not been disclosed to anyone, not even investors. How could she have known? Mr. Lei, there is no need to be anxious. I've observed that Hongxing's investment arm has been actively investing in smaller companies, particularly in the small appliance sector. I suspect they have grander designs. Given that both your rice venture and Hongxing are leveraging the internet to expand their mobile business, I surmise that you will not limit your development to just the smartphone sector. That information comes at a cost, Lei Jun retorted, noticing the playful glint in Su Ling's eyes, yet he did not provide a direct answer. Currently, the mobile sector is the principal revenue stream for our rice company. All subsequent ventures will hinge upon the mobile business. This somewhat non-committal response seemed to satisfy Su Ling, as she discerned that Lei Jun's ambitions extended far beyond mere mobile devices. Mr. Lei, you shall cover the coffee bill today. As a form of payment for the information I provided, Su Ling quipped. Lei Jun, observing her, suddenly entertained an idea. Me Su, our company's new venture requires a leader. Would you be interested in joining us at the rice company? The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Recognizing Su Ling's formidable capabilities and extensive investment experience, her potential role in overseeing ecosystem investments would be a perfect fit. However, she was still a manager at old Tang's firm, making his suggestion somewhat impolite. I tend to want to gather talent whenever I see it, Lei Jun lamented. To his surprise, Su Ling did not outright decline. Instead, she replied, I could consider it. Though I am curious what aspect of the new venture you would have me oversee. Lei Jun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated her acquiescence. Su Ling's response gave him a sense of disorientation. Really? What is it, Mr. Lei? After all these years, you still don't know my character? Su Ling scrutinized Lei Jun's expression, aware that she too had her own strategies. His earlier remarks had revealed his ambitions, indicating he would not confine his development to mobile phones alone. Had he not divulged this, she might not have so readily agreed. The hardware-software ecosystem was the triad Lei Jun had initially proposed for the rice company, representing a highly promising direction for future internet enterprises. While the rice company currently focused solely on mobile devices, Lei Jun was indeed committed to this trajectory. Had it not been for the failure of MeTalk in its competition with WeChat, the market valuation of the rice company would likely have surpassed $50 billion by now. Having observed the rice company's trajectory for an extended period, Su Ling was confident in its future development and thus had no intention of declining Lei Jun's invitation. Old Tang's Qiming will require a new captain, though I wonder if he will let you go. Rest assured, you can invite Old Tang to a meal afterward. I doubt he will be displeased. Moreover, after so many years in the investment industry, I genuinely wish to change my environment and working style. Lei Jun regarded Su Ling with a mix of resignation and delight. He had merely asked out of curiosity, yet her affirmative response meant he owed Old Tang another favor. Nevertheless, he felt an immense sense of joy. With Su Ling's involvement, he could entrust the ecosystem investment responsibilities to her and focus solely on the mobile business, striving for victory in the impending fierce competition. Welcome to the rice company. Lei Jun extended his hand, resolute in his decision to embrace Su Ling into the fold. For nothing was more vital than talent. After finishing their coffee, they departed the cafe, as Lei Jun had countless matters demanding his attention. Upon returning to the company, Wang Huading brought forth good news. The Redmi series was ready, with the factory having completed the production of the first batch of engineering samples, poised for full-scale production at any moment. Excellent, Lei Jun exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. He had awaited the development of the Redmi series for far too long. From the project initiation last year, to scrapping the first version, and finally to this moment of fruition, 7 or 8 months in total. During this period, it was likely that other manufacturers had taken notice of the buzz surrounding the Hongxing Shining 2 and were preparing to enter the market themselves. While they may not have been first, it was certainly not too late. Let us immediately commence our pre-launch activities. Our rice company will hold a spring press conference in April. Chapter 46. Assistant to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, the rice company has announced that they will hold a spring press conference in April. After delivering this news, She placed a coffee cup on Chen Chen's desk. This was Shinro, Chen Chen's newly hired assistant, a 26-year-old graduate from the ancient capital Jiaodong University. She had been selected from numerous candidates for her sharp analytical skills and efficiency, despite her limited work experience. As Chen Chen took a sip of the coffee, something he had never enjoyed before but had grown fond of, it dawned on him how many tasks were at hand during this developmental phase of the company. A spring press conference? Yes, judging by their promotional materials, the Rice Company's spring conference will likely introduce at least 3 models. From the current information, one is a downgraded version of the Rice 2, while details on the other 2 remain scarce. Chen Chen pondered, trying to recall the models that had been released in April during his previous life. He remembered the Rice 2S and the Rice 2 Youth Edition, but he could not recollect a third model. Could it be the early release of the Redmi series? The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Given the sales figures of the Shining 2, the Rice Company could have anticipated this, possibly accelerating the development of the Redmi series. Initially slated for a July release, an April announcement would not be surprising. Assistant Shun, please inform Mr. Liu to prepare for a price reduction of 200 yuan on the Shining 2. Additionally, we will issue a 79 yuan discount coupon to customers who purchased in March, redeemable for our upcoming Shining Power Bank. A price reduction? Mr. Chun, the life cycle of the Hongxing second generation is far from necessitating a price reduction at this juncture. Is it not premature to consider a discount? Shinro expressed her bewilderment regarding Chen Chen's directive. She had merely informed him of the new Xiaomi model's impending launch. Yet he decisively ordered a price cut for the currently thriving Hongxing second generation, which seemed illogical. It's not too early. You are unaware of Lei Jun's character. If we do not reduce the price now, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage once they unveil their new model. Understood. I will inform General Manager Liu immediately. As Shinro exited, Chen Chen reflected on his oversight. His grasp of the market was far inferior to Lei Jun's seasoned expertise. The first generation of Xiaomi's flagship, the Mi 2, not only underwent an upgrade, but also saw a price reduction, leaving competitors in a predicament. Only Hongxing could afford to lower prices and still compete on product strength. Currently, Hongxing's product line does not adequately cover all price ranges. With offerings from the 799 yuan Shining 2 to the 1999 yuan Hongxing 2, while the gap in between remains unaddressed. Furthermore, there are no models in the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan range, which is a significant oversight. Xiaomi's forthcoming Mi 2 Youth Edition is likely to fill the 799 to 1999 yuan bracket, while the higher price points remain vacant, not only for Xiaomi but for all domestic manufacturers who are unable to cover the full spectrum of pricing. Huawei offers low-end contract phones, an M series starting at 3,000 yuan and AP series at 2,500 yuan, yet they lack offerings in the 1,000 and 100 yuan segments. Meanwhile, Oppo has a diverse range in the 1,000 to 1,500 yuan category, but is void of a flagship model in the 1,500 to 2,500 yuan range. Opening his computer, he began to reconfigure the Hongxing product line. He planned to introduce a Note series based on the Shining 2, thereby covering the mid-range segment from hundreds to thousands of yuan. As for the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan models, he was currently designing a smartphone tailored for women, having already submitted the design proposal to the development department. His only concern was whether the team at Hongxing could effectively cater to the female market. Reflecting on their previous designs made Chen Chen feel the acute need for talent. If only they could recruit a few more product managers. Recruitment efforts were less than ideal, primarily attracting fresh graduates who would require extensive training. Should they perhaps emulate Lei Jun's strategy of poaching talent? At that moment, Chen Chen realized why Lei Jun was so eager to pocket promising individuals. He found himself in the same predicament. Xiao AI, are there any new tasks? Hello, host. The current task is to launch the Xiao AI speaker. There are no additional tasks at the moment. Very well. The launch of the Shining 2 did not yield any rewards from Xiao AI, who promptly assigned him the new task of releasing the Xiao AI smart speaker. An endeavor Chen Chen found himself genuinely looking forward to. Just then, Shinro knocked and entered. Mr. Chen, I have informed General Manager Liu. He is aware. She then produced a document and continued. According to the chip department, our new chips are unlikely to enter random mass production by September, possibly delaying until October or November. The progress is not favorable, and we cannot proceed with the tape-out in May. The charging laboratory has achieved a maximum breakthrough of 120 watts, albeit with instability. The production-ready output is 50 watts using a single-path charge pump solution. The new battery is still undergoing patent modifications, which are expected to be approved next month. The first version of the battery design has concluded testing, but the results did not meet expectations and require further trials and improvements. Currently, Team Leader Li is in urgent coordination with the factory to determine if mass production can commence before September, contingent on their progress. Any better news? Chen Chen rubbed his temples, acknowledging that as technology advances, the required time, funding, and engineering expertise also escalate, causing a sluggish pace of development for Hongxing. Shenro continued to peruse the documents before pausing. Our competitor's M-series has been reported to have severe processor overheating issues, leading to noticeable freezes and lagging. Many consumers are demanding a solution from Huawei, which is currently engaged in urgent public relations efforts. Anything else? Our investment in Roborock has yielded the first version of their robotic vacuum, which is expected to enter production in July. Minister Zhang's air purifier project is progressing rapidly, with procurement discussions already underway with suppliers from Japan. That's it. Yes, Mr. Chun, that's all. Oh, Xiaomi has sent an invitation for you to attend their spring launch event on April 6th. I understand. You may leave now. Of course, Mr. Chun. Call me if you need anything. Shenro's office was adjacent to Chen Chen's, with a door connecting the two for convenience. Recruit. Poach. It is imperative to recruit. Chen Chen steeled himself, dismissing any concerns about reputation. He was determined to pursue talent vigorously. Grabbing the phone, he called Lu Weiping. Uncle Lu, please contact some headhunters. I wish to poach a few individuals. Chapter 47. The premature price reduction of Hongxing before long. Lu Weiping arrived at Chen Chen's office. With the company now on a steady course, Lu Weiping primarily managed personnel and internal affairs at Hongxing, distancing himself from frontline product development, a deliberate arrangement by Chen Chen, reflecting his own inclinations. Mr. Chen, who do you wish to poach? Yang Tuo and Li Yijia. Yang Tuo was previously with Sansang Huaxia, and rumors suggest he may be leaving. I suspect Huawei is also interested in him. As for Li Yijia, I'm not sure where he is currently employed. You can investigate. We are in need of new product managers. Chen Chen was quite familiar with both individuals. After joining Huawei, Yang Tuo revolutionized their marketing strategy, believing that their previous promotional methods were akin to an old bear stumbling upon bamboo, quickly forgotten once a product cycle concluded. Yang Tuo aimed to establish continuity in marketing and branding. His influence was evident in campaigns like Elegance, Gentlemen Like Orchid, and Jazz Life. Of course, he had his failures as well. After being poached by Meizu, his meticulously crafted Pro 7, featuring an avant-garde smart window design, ultimately floundered due to subpar MediaTek performance, earning it the derisive moniker of hemorrhoid. There was no denying his capabilities, while Wei Siki had been instrumental in the later CC series, Civi series, and digital series for Xiaomi. Alright, I will expedite this. Is there anyone else I should keep an eye on? Our product line is currently lacking in diversity, so please also look for individuals with product development experience. If you have suitable candidates within the company, feel free to have them come over as well. Understood. I will compile a list for you. With that, Lu Weiping lowered his voice and added, by the way, how do you find the assistant I recruited for you? I took quite some time to select her. I'm quite satisfied. She indeed alleviates a considerable burden. Glad to hear that. I will return now. Let Xiaoshan notify you if there are any updates. In truth, Chen Chen's ideal recruit was Lei Jun, but that was an impossibility. Little did he know that Lei Jun was harboring similar thoughts, wishing Chen Chen were at Xiaomi. The Redmi series was poised for release. Yet the pricing dilemma was causing Lei Jun considerable stress, leading to significant hair loss. In his original plan, the Redmi 1 was intended to flood the market at a price of 799 yuan, but now, everything had been preempted by Chen Chen. Why was this young man always a step ahead? Setting their own price at 799, akin to the Shining 2, lacks competitive edge. The processors are identical. The camera is nearly indistinguishable, and the materials and designs are quite similar as well. Had the design not been finalized prior to the launch of the Shining 2, Lei Jun would be inclined to suspect that Wang Wei was merely imitating the Shining 2. Chen Chen remarked, didn't he see that coming? I've taken inspiration from you. If they were to set their price at 699, the return period would extend significantly, requiring at least half a year, with sales needing to reach tens of millions. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face substantial losses. They had allocated $300 million to brace for a fierce competition, only to discover that the barrel of the Shining 2 was pointed directly at their heads. A high price lacks competitiveness, hindering rapid sales expansion, while a lower price guarantees losses. Currently, the total cost of a Redmi 1 is approaching $750. Should they price it at $749? Let us discuss how we should price our Redmi 1. In a management meeting, Lei Jun commenced his persuasive discourse with the executives. Mr. Lei, one executive